level. I mean, he's smiling over this. And he should be. Everyone should be smiling. This is records broken. This is records made on a first game of all things. They've done it. Like, they're in. Right? They're in at this point. Yeah, they're not dropping out. It's incredible. I didn't expect it. I mean, it's just disbelief on players' faces. I don't think anyone looks all that sad about it. They're shocked. That's all it is, Blank. I mean, Aura is probably shocked, yeah. Goodness me. What a game. What a game. I've not seen anything like it. I mean, it's just disbelief on players' faces.
Just another day in the books. Showing up massively.
Look at a replay here. What a game. I have never seen a play like this work out, by the way. Never.
I can't believe it.
The fact that Schweppes is able to just crack the can open and make this work is wild. Let's hear him with the team.
स्टेडियम में कम से कम 20 बंदे मारे 15 से 20 बंदे
I have never seen a
Sleepy कर जाता है But it's this
bro, click on.
They were just locked in. There was nothing that needed to be said.
Where's the comms? Where's the comms? There's no comms. They are locked.
They knew what needed to be done. Trusted their individuals on that one. No need to waste brain power talking. Let's just get it done, and that's what they did.
इनके पूरे एंड में जो 1v1 था तीनों प्लेयर का जो मरे हुए बंदे थे
The Rabbits, they bounce up the leaderboards and they'll stay there for a while. We'll be back shortly after this.
पूरा एकदम उस 1v1 में पूरा अपना इनपुट देने दिया अगर आप फिर से देखें ये देखो बस dead silence
Wow.
Dead silence.
This.
AI है क्या? चैट में AI बोल रहे हो? इधर साला मैं जब वो टाइम पे गिरता था, कर लेगा तू, चल मार, अरे लो है मार, चल मार, अरे कर लेगा तू, अरे नू में सामने अरे मार ले. Crazy भाई crazy. Crazy bro, crazy. I बहुत crazy है. AI है क्या? AI.
As we head into a jam-packed weekend here in Week 5 of EWC 26, it's time for another club championship update, and this one is a banger, so let's dive straight into it. First of all, at the SCC Arena, they are out of groups now into quarterfinals. We'll be following along with how that journey goes. But this is where the big storylines start to kick in, okay? Because we have 2 games headed into their grand finals today. Over at Tekken 8, we have our top 8 players solidified. One of them is from AGAL. This will matter in a little bit, and we're going to get back to it. Falcons is also going to be playing in that top 8. In honor of Kings, we are down to our top 2 teams, and they are the same 2 teams that battled it out last year. We're talking AGAL again and KSG. You can start to see why AGAL is a big player heading into today. Currently, they're only 250 points behind Falcons on the CC leaderboard. If they are able to solidify a win, they can get those 250 points that they need from the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage alone, because they've already guaranteed 750 for that second place. The win ties them with Falcons. If they get another good placement over at the Allianz Vault, this could be the weekend that AGAL take the lead away from Falcons. As those updates come through, I'm going to be making sure we're reporting live to give you guys all of the most up-to-date information to see where they are on that leaderboard. And of course, to close everything out for us, we're heading into Group B today for PUBG Mobile. Whole new group of squads getting into our competition. We're going to see how they managed to do today as well. So check back in just a little bit later.
Thank you, Glitter, for that CC update. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting EWC records broken here at PMWC at EWC 26 as E-Arena puts up a cool 39 points, Max.
Absolute madness, record-breaking Rondo, and just like E-Arena, we are on the rooftops right now. We're in one stadium here, it's a little bit windy, but you know what a play, sending 2 players up there, in particular Joker getting so much done at the end with Schweppes. Lovely stuff indeed, and in particular, it's not just the rooftop in particular that was interesting.
Full creative freedom.
253k भाई पहले मैच में रिकॉर्ड सेट कर दिए ब्रो 253k 100k likes already done in one
control. Movie quality.
The basement, getting rid of all those players that were hiding out, going up onto the top and going, okay, now we have control of stadium. What's going on around it? I mean, look at all this. An excellent showcase of how to actually use nades here, Max.
It's like they became the grenade. They are a seeking missile themselves. Tony K was going crazy. You know what? People say, oh, we got Tony K from Wish. No, he is the main character right now. He's crazy.
And towards the end, Max, I mean, we get a stadium finish here and something that you kept calling out over and over when we were watching it, especially when they were on the roof. It's like somebody came up to E Arena and asked, how many cover flares would you like? And they said, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I was counting, like, okay, one cover flare makes sense. Then I saw 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we had a 7th cover flare at the end, which literally the roof we know. I mean, Natura, we've been up there sniping many times in Ultimate Royale. That position is terrible if you don't have any cover because it's a little bit of a slope downhill. If any team has a position where they can see the rooftop, it becomes truly unplayable. But see, all the cover flares here was great. But at the end, the leap of faith, literally, Natura, 2 players jumping on down, and he almost was taken away by Sleepy, but eventually the shotgun worked out in their favor.
It did. I was it's one of those things where you're kind of on tender hooks. You know, that final push down, it's like, oh, I don't know how this is going to go. You've done so well. Is it all going to fall? No. We don't have parachutes, Max. It's not going to work. It's not the same.
Give us the zip line. That's what we need right now. We need the zip line so we can get back to the home studio as well. But for some of the other squads, I mean, if we start off, we saw Tiamba being able to start off hot as well. Neptura, they were able to get a good amount of eliminations because of that hot drop that they were doing.
Yeah, I'm very excited about what we're seeing from Tiamba so far. I mean, they were looking very, very clean, very put together. Some great synergy coming in as well there. In the hot drop, yeah, I mean, they were pushing together. I think, who was it? It was Wolves, I think, that player of Wolves up on the stairs in Yulin, and he, the 3v1 push, they pushed together, they're pushing around, they're trying to get angles around all of these different teams. Vitality was another one I was impressed with on the outside towards the end of that game. They were doing some really good stuff as well, just maneuvering around S2G, using their weakness to their advantage. Very excited with that. So yeah, a couple of other teams apart from the big dogs here that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, one of them, I mean, you just mentioned it. Vitality, the way that they were able to play that towards the end as well. Max, not only the peaks, but also the way that Federalis was able to put up the smoke and go up to the fence and give themselves a little bit of an extra chance against the Arena, but it was going to be too much.
I mean, Federalis only got 2 eliminations this game, but the way he got those eliminations was just truly stellar. I mean, I'm just going to try and replicate how he was doing it. He was going like... Okay, oh no, you can't see me anymore. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe later on if you're lucky. But E-Arena here, 29 eliminations, 39-point game, record-breaking rondo from these guys. And we checked it earlier, right, Niptura?
Yes.
How many points were secured by the fifth place cutoff team in Group A? It was 88 points. They're basically halfway there in 1 game of rondo.
I mean, that's how you want to do it, really, when you only have 2 days. I mean, we saw it from 4 Thrives in PMGO Season 1, right? You do this, you have this kind of day, you have this kind of game, and you are kind of set for the rest of the day. They have to just be consistent, not a lot of points, not a massive win. They're good to go now. They can relax and they can chill now.
Yeah, I mean, really having a good time in this game. You know what? Looking at all of these teams, it felt like there was not 16 teams, there was just 1 team. It was the E-Arena show from start to finish.
Well, when you get to stadium early, when you're able to defend, the way that they were able to actually defend against Wolves as well, Wolves didn't even want to push up. Wolves just kept using up a lot of nades, but E-Arena, cool, calm, collected, doing their thing. One team that we actually got a chance to see do their thing, even though I wanted to see a win out of them, it was none other than Alpha 7. Alpha 7 ended up with 7 eliminations, and we're talking about expectations for this squad. This is not a bad match for them.
Yeah, it was good in terms of overall eliminations. A lot of those came from the hot drop, which is what you would usually expect right in Rondo. The hot drop gets a bit messy. Obscure actually putting up some good numbers this match. But I feel like the rotation into the zone itself was a little bit uneducated, not a lot of scouting done, and because of that they clash into, I believe it was ETSH at that point, and then a big fumble happens really at that moment, and it does not work out in their favor. So Alpha 7, the fragging is there, but the rotation could have been maybe a little bit better in that mid stage.
We just want to see that fragging for Alpha 7. They'll be able to tie down other stuff with them. Anything that surprised you out of this first game besides E-Arena?
Oh, you know what? I'm looking here. I'm liking what we saw from a couple of teams. I maybe just re-highlight Federalis, honestly, from Vitality. I think he did a great job. It was subtle, but he really worked for his team. So for me, yeah, Federalis want to see him in the next game.
I'm going to go for Hora. Really, so happy to see them do well. But of course, it was the E-Arena show, as we know, in Stadium. But E-Arena were just dominating everyone. But Hora, good to see, just like in PMGO Season 1, right? Dominating their respective group. We're #1 in PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta so far. Also a decent start in this tournament. It's just not an E-Arena start, which no one's close.
One team that we haven't really gotten a chance to give props to, especially after that match, is Godlike. Godlike was able to put up a good amount of eliminations in that game. I think they ended up with 7. We saw them take the fight with TT Project as well. We got a chance to talk with S-Power. They're very confident. They're looking to make sure they end up going to the finals like OG was able to do yesterday. And before we actually send it over to Barney, Max, show us again, what were those peaks like? There you go, Barney and Lace, take it over while we'll try to see if we can find a zip line to get out from here.
Barney and Lace are on the side of the stage with Alpha 7 Esports! Let's go! Okay, I'm joined by Camilla. I'm joined by Patala, of course, from Alpha 7. First, Camilla, I'd like to ask you, how many of you have come out here to support the team here at PMWC?
We're 30 here, but there are many more coming. We came all the way from Brazil just for this championship, but there are many of us still coming.
Wow, we've got more to come, Lace. Oh my goodness.
And Patala, obviously E-Arena just had a 39-point game. Do you think Alpha 7 can catch them?
Of course, we're gonna destroy them all.
We're gonna destroy them all, Alpha 7!
Yo, destroy them all. We're 1 game in. I can't believe it. Camilla, obviously this year hasn't been the strongest year for Alpha 7 so far, but obviously that can all change. If you could give a message to the boys competing here on the main stage right now, what would you like to say to them?
I'd like to tell the boys that we really believe them, and we are sure we're taking this trophy to Brazil.
I like that. They're taking it to Brazil. Alpha 7, do you think you can do it? I think they think they can do it. Costas, over to you.
Hands down, probably one of the best supporting staff and fans is Alpha 7. They are fantastic, always here, providing support to the boys on the stage. And again, they're always coming out smiling no matter what, and you know that's because whenever they go backstage, they're always surrounded by love. So I think for Alpha 7, it is important, it's good. Again, it's just 1 game, it's just 1 game so far, and realistically, that was just the E-Arena show.
Yeah, that's the crazy bit about it though, right, is it makes it feel so different in your mind, because we do have to reset and accept that was only 1 game.
Yeah.
It might have been, 3 games worth of points. But that's all it was. That was just Rondo playing.
Yeah.
Now it's a little bit more of a known territory. Maybe this is where things do return slightly to normality, but hey, we'll see if that energy carries on for E-Arena.
We will. We'll have to see. I mean, for E-Arena, I wouldn't really care if they even went down to 16th here, personally. I think that'd be fine.
You can rest for the day, boys.
You've done 3 games in 1. But we are heading down towards the south side. This is a hilarious score line that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen there. 29 elims, next best is 8, because they stole all of them. But Aura, I think a lot of people expected Aura to do well. They got far into that game, sadly weren't able to deal with the 2 Angels spreading their wings and flying down to him, sending him straight back to hell, but nasty playing path to start things off here for our first Erangel of the day. Everyone of our top players is E-Arena as well, also unsurprising. But yeah, it's not Tony K, it's not Tony K from Wish, it is just Tony K now. This guy has been putting in work, he's doing a lot of good stuff. Schweppes also, glad to see he is continuing the trend from throughout his career. He's always been a fantastic player. I'm glad he's finding success here now on E-Arena too.
And there was a lot of success in game 1.
Suffering from success now.
Yeah, you think so, mate. If people didn't think about trying to target them, maybe that's going to make you go, you know what, a lot of fanfare there.
Brother, what is this? What is this? All right, boys, let's just qualify 2 games. We're good to go. Let's do it. They get themselves a really, really nice start here, as do Alpha 7, though, to be fair.
True.
Over towards the north side of Everest. Wolves could probably swing in behind there if they wanted to. Might go past Ruins, something like that. But wait and see. A lot of water in this one. We are cutting out a lot of space early on. Remember, there's this huge amount of fields down towards that south side, so rotating through there. Some of the sight lines might get sketchy for some of our squads.
Yeah, I might change things a little bit with how they play this one, like you say, cutting out a fair amount of that landmass with the first shift on the circle. For some of the teams further back as well, down to, of course, the Sosnovska military base. Gonna have a longer rotate on that one, so you won't be seeing them too much, I'd imagine. But if you want to see something that's absolutely beautiful, get yourself involved with that Naruto event, as you can run in stylish, much like Hora are here, taking the fight straight to Godlike. And that's an opening pick. No follow-up, you are isolated to 1-free Elin. Godlike down to a trio.
That's a tough thing. That is a tough thing about this kind of playing path, is you're not always going to get your ideal drop spot. For Godlike, they certainly have to go for a split here, but Aura, they're an aggressive team. They're going to see you dropping from the shoots, know that you're a single over towards that position and punish you for it. I don't feel too bad about what happened to Godlike there in terms of the fact that it's difficult, right? If you're Godlike, that kind of playing path doesn't give you a huge amount of options, and Aura just tried to take advantage of it where they could. Playing a little bit fast and loose there, honestly. See if Godlike can bounce back with just the 3, certainly possible.
It's early doors, so no need to hit panic stations just yet. Obviously does make your life a little bit harder on this one to be able to come out swinging into the first more consistent battleground we're going to see today for these squads, but hey. A trio can still get work done. Move up from Hora off the back of it as well, clearing some distance swiftly as they wrap over towards the zone. A7 and E Arena have taken some nice distance towards each other as well, splitting off to either side of the coastlands. They can loot happily, no reason to stick into each other there.
Tiamba, again, these guys started really well on the last match on Rondo. They looked good.
Yeah.
Happy to see them play the way they did. They are rotating to Mill to Power, though, which is somewhat concerning. I don't know if they got the memo that the circle's on the northwest side. But loot is a necessity. And again, with that kind of playing path, you are sort of strapped for options. They'll pick this one up. Head on out later on. There's a lot of teams just not moving either. They know that moving into the circle is going to be tough as it is. I'm half expecting Aura, after situating themselves in Yasnaya, likely will make a northern rotate past shooting range, try and play off the back of that, potentially over towards box compound, take a stop off there.
Bit of an earlier split off as well from S2G. Handled themselves pretty nicely in that opening game on Rondo, to be fair, Blank, with some of the situations they were thrown into. They had good mechanics, at least, with some of the fallbacks.
I also thought that where they set up afterwards on the pillars, that's good. That was good, right? Their initial engagement was clean. Then they had a game plan, set themselves up center, and then we kept pulling over towards stadium. And it was only a matter of time before they got swarmed by tons of teams. But I think the game plan overall and the gun skill that they displayed last game is really promising for S2G.
Yeah.
So for our Turkish fans, you can be pretty happy about that. It is early doors, though. We've got plenty more to watch as the day goes on. Dopeness on the south side. Just coming out from the swamp now, and TT Project similarly trying to rotate up on that west coast. The arena, though, they have laid the flag down. They're rallying around it at the moment. Just towards Hospital was South George Apartments.
Closer and closer as our teams race to get themselves back into a better position inside of the zone and set up on this one. Nonshin Red Force starting to make their entry with a trio from Godlike on a bit of a split of either side. S2G going right down through the middle. This is the bridge crossing from Vitality as well. No one there to attempt to deflect it, so it's a free pathway out from Sosnovka to get back to the mainland. They'll be happy with that.
They're spawning it anyway, but again, I feel like this is nerves more than anything, because on this type of circle, you genuinely don't really need to worry about making this bridge crossing. I think it would be almost a bad play from someone to try and camp this, but it's always a possibility, right? So they're going to take it slow in the meantime. Axel's already made it halfway up the bridge, and probably is going to try and get a little bit further up here. Federalis holding behind, but they have nothing to worry about. They really don't. I'm genuinely putting that down to nerves here from Team Vitality. But you need speed on this type of circle. You need to get into position. There's not a lot of spaces to take up here.
Yeah, you can't afford to have the paralysis by analysis of wasting too much time on that one. In the midst of all this, we did see that opening knock that came out from Schweppes, now converted into a full elim there. That was Wolves that got slightly too close to the territory of the arena, up by the compound. Rest of the team did get out though, Blank. Doubled back round hospital side and got themselves into safety, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, for E-Arena, South Georgia Apartments here, they try to regroup this, which is making a lot of sense to me, because typically on this kind of circle, you are going to get a lot of movement over towards the western side of Everest. This area here, real big funnel for a lot of teams. E-Arena knows they're going to be going against a lot of squads. I think for them, they're coming off such a big high here, but they do need to dial things back. Understand that they can't take too many fights. Third parties are going to be galore around this area too. Your GS team over towards that eastern side now. Alpha 7 back to basics in North George.
Well, how that zone was off the back of the plane path we had coming into this one, at least you gifted a fair amount of safety where they've not had to really run too many risks early doors. Over the course of the past 8 minutes, just been able to loot and sit pretty, getting a lay of the land established. Fairly late rotates for some of our squads as well. Obviously, we saw Tiamba fragment off, go over to Milton. They're still going to be coming in late onto this one. And Vitality now entering the safety of the zone.
OG qualified हो गई भाई, OG qualify हो गया अभी तो गॉर्डल के लिए. मैं कल करने वाला था, but unfortunately.
I mean, last game they played Stadium. They were there for quite a while, right? So we can say that there was some circle look in that sense, but there was nothing lucky with the way they put down every other squad inside the lobby.
Yeah.
Here they are getting magnetized again. But again, it depends how they want to finish this out. We have seen plenty of teams in Group A get good circles and not really be able to convert off the back of it. Now, I really do want to see another big game from the arena here. It would be fantastic to watch happen. But it will be difficult. It will certainly be difficult, and I'm not going to hold my breath for it.
I mean, at least if you needed a warm-up to prove that they're going to be able to play some very aggressive PUBG Mobile today, that was the game for it. And again, like you say, the circle luck will only go so far. It's more what you do with the position you presented. Very clean last time. Again, a little bit of a gift that they'll be happy with, but more to be done. Potentially a bit of an encounter on the later rotate from our squads outside of the zone, with Godlike getting eyesight back over as well. So room there that things get a little bit panicky. The Hustler crew. Yunbin, even from distance, that's on Shin Red Force getting stuck into the action.
I mean, they've been taken down by Nongshim as well as E-Arena at the same time. I think there was not a huge amount of expectations here for Hustler crew. Go into groups. So I do think that Hustler crew going down again for 2 players. Not sitting on a great average at the moment. They've only got 1 point over these 2 matches so far. Sat down there with TT Project. So I think that Nongshim Red Force want to turn that around. This is a team that is very, very good. I've just come off some big success here, Jackie, this year. Would love to go straight towards the finals. At the very least, qualify through to the next stage of the tournament. But goodness me, if we took a look at the map right now, you can see just how jam-packed it is. We have 1 team playing on Everest in Aura. Everyone else, like I said, is in that horrible tunneled zone on the western side. A few compounds around that area. S2G currently playing that one that sits underneath Everest on the southwest side. That's a good spot to be working with. You can clear a lot of space from there too. The fact that we still have about, what would you say, 30% water in this one, with Everest being a big chunk of it, no one really wanting to move into apartments just yet. It's a nasty circle. So these are the 2 back-to-back games where it is mechanically and tactically difficult.
And seeing how much of a backup plan you've got in terms of adapting with these circles, like you're saying, it's not a regular game.
It's not normally.
No, it's not, but... Oh, no.
What in the world is that? Makes you want to be sick, honestly. That is gross. E-Arena's probably going to regroup over towards that western side, potentially, with the rest of the team. Take no chances here. You cannot be greedy on a circle like this. You've got to shore up your front at the moment. Make sure you drop the riot shield, because teams are going to be coming at you thick and fast in the near future. Alpha 7 sit all the way over towards the peninsula on that northwest side. Oh, this is disgusting, mate.
Yeah, this is absolutely unbelievable. All of our squad still alive and kicking. Such limited space. Such little ground left to play with on the mainland. A few shots being taken out from various squad. Wolves continue to be fought by E-Arena. TT getting stuck in versus Vitality as well. This is the fight that's going on right here, right now. Neos down behind the back of the vehicle. Affecting Zerich, they just got to call it quits.
Yeah, TT Project just going to move on this one. You're going to get further towards the circle here. Difficult push out for Yangon Galacticos, stuck on radio tower right now, held out by Nongchin Red Force, who are looking to be the arbiters of the fields. Playing Scarecrow right now versus all the Crows coming up from that south side.
And once again, already it's E-Arena that have been able to find themselves free. Elims with the picks they've secured. You got that wrap over the top of the bridge from George Paul as well that's coming in from ETSH as they're going to look to try and chase and get into a good stable position inside of the zone. Raver with a pickup. That's one back over on at 72, one GS.
Oh, Ada now moving forward, adrenaline shot in at stage 3. I mean, it's got to be done. The boys got 2 of them. You need a lot of adrenaline to make your way through these next circles. It is pain that is ahead for a lot of these teams. How well can they weather it? Can they grit their teeth and hang on? Aura, Jiggle looking forward now. Yangon Galacticos. Dropping some shots down towards them. AUG in hand. Aura though. Still doing well, honestly, over towards this eastern side.
You see the sheepish nature of it. I'm going to replay here of the fight. Cinematic on that one. That was the follow-up pick onto Aphis. Neos was already down in the back line. Good defense there to make it very uncomfortable for TT that left as a duo. Emre from Ida with a shot onto Godlike as well.
We'll say though, man, this is a really cool push that we kind of missed from S2G. They were playing down towards the southwest side, remember. This is a hell of a swing they've been able to make over towards the north side of the circle. We're getting our next one coming in through now. How much water is going to be in play? Oh. What is this? What are we doing? We got to stop.
It just keeps going. Less and less land mass left as the squads have to fight and step over each other to have any sort of stable ground within this one.
Hello guys, what's up?
Vitality have had some uncomfortable fights to force into a stable location on the zone. They did shut down a good majority of Tianba, leaving them with just the solo.
Play zone taking out Tiamba there just feels poetic right now because it is the circle that's doing the brunt of the damage right now. We're playing all the way over towards the western fin of Georgia Pole. And these players have to tread water going forward. This is getting messy, it's getting nasty. Alpha 7 set themselves up beautifully on this game. Making the necessary maneuver, hanging out all the way towards the beachhead.
Nice nade lineup. Tiamba trying to stay alive as they bounce either side of the vehicle. Bit of chip damage. Hoping he can clutch on to his life at this point. ETSH, after completing their long rotate, do run into Yangon once again. And for the reigning champions, it's not been a great start to the tournament so far. Back-to-back blows taken their way. Vitality trying to win out versus Nongqin Red Force. Yangon left with just smile, but that might turn into a frown if they can get the angle onto him. Cleaning up with the elims, make it uncomfortable for ETSH at least, but this goes both ways.
Good Molly. Ensures he can try and get the res up upstairs, but he's got to be quick about this. Fajita with a nade, looks to post it up. It's looking decent, tries to get the airburst on the balcony, I like that. But Smile dropped off the top side. He's doing good work here. A grin appearing on his mouth. Now looks for one more, steps up and gets it! A 1v4 essentially for Smile. Insane stuff. Now S2G holding up against GS.
Kamikaze with the move. Does he expect the backstab running around with the visit? Closes the gap. A good reposition from Lost. Finds the angle through the window and gets that one on target. Vitality on the move up around the coast as well. Trying to keep Razy in the back line pinned on the coast. S2G still fighting whilst Hora find that angle onto Smile. Yangon lived for a little bit longer, but it finally comes to an end.
Aura now looking out. I mean, Aura had a decent game last time around with Pip to the post on the chicken dinner. With a good setup on this northeast side. We've got to go further though. S2G's in the way. Again, S2G, blinder or rotate from them, look fantastic. Don't know how they managed to snake their way over towards that spot, but it has absolutely paid dividends now. Dopeness caught on the outside. Eagle is still alive, by the way. No clue how. He is just healing it out. Sleepy though. AWM, nasty headshot, brings the pain.
It's Joker that we've got here running from tree to tree, looking for a backstab onto the Dopeness crew. Was their setup. Smokes down, trying to give themselves some soft cover to play off the back of the engine of the vehicle there. Paterni K giving the game away. Lufa with a push. Ooh, it gets a bit awkward on the run-up, though. I mean, Joker's low. If you can at least close the gap, maybe a single knock to give them an edge to work with. Panic stations coming in. Paterni K falls. Eagle with the steal. Hello.
That's from distance. I mean, they had to quickly turn around there. He was causing big problems for them. Speaker will find out with Beryl. E-Arena, though, they have to regroup on this. They were trying to play Garden Architect, pull out all the weeds on the south side, but not meant to be here. But now they have an angle on what's been causing them problems, where they've been feeling that ache.
We've got the gamble play from Rita that he set up quite some time ago, going for the wide buff over towards the zone.
This is just disgusting. I mean, no one's having a good time right now. We are going out into open zone. The wall's been pretty much giving themselves a lovely little they get towards the top 8 and necessary might just make it
ये मैच गंदा गया भाई अपने लिए बेनिफिट कुछ हुआ ही नहीं.
See how far this lone wolf can go.
It's a similar situation, man. This is what Ida wanted to go for, with Rita just swimming, going for his wrap on his own. Razy looked to try and close the distance, going for a similar sort of play. Had a bit of a vehicle there down towards the coast to at least get some distance on it. Alpha 7, meanwhile, they've been sitting and waiting for a fight to come to them just on the ridge of the zone. Vitality have been farming up the elims as well. A bit of a sleeper team with how they've just third-partied onto a lot of these fights. But E-Arena, finally, their eyes light up and they want to go for the wrap straight in.
This is what E-Arena have to do. It's a miracle, मतलब ये वाले stages में. Because कैसे मन में ये stages में अगर आप top 5 नहीं आ रहे तो आपको जो survival stage है ना उसमें बहुत तकलीफ होगा. बहुत tough lobby बनेगी भाई क्योंकि वो last chance रहेगी.
And now they set Alpha 7 up in front of them. This is a great position to guard off against. S2G also similarly tries to make a good rotate, but it's Alpha 7 still taking those shots. E-Arena similarly also sending bullets their way. Aura makes a move in the midst of all the chaos on the northern coast.
S2G down and out as they take shots from all sides, leaving them in a brutal position. Brittle, though, is Alpha 7 with a peek up towards the top. Good shots in. Vitality finally take the fight back over to E-Arena. They wanted to catch them on the egress. Instead, they'll push. Nades over the top flank. Good chip damage. Mormon low, but they bailed, going over towards the coast. Necessary sat there with a Mini 14.
It's a wild push-up from E-Arena. They're just looking for anything. Necessary will find Schweppes, though. That's big. And E-Arena now left as one. Joker on the barest amount of life finally goes down. E-Arena, he's out. They try to scatter. Vitality forcing them out the way.
मेरे को लग रहा है होरा या तो Vitality का चिकन है.
Good, honestly, from where they were playing.
होरा का चिकन लग रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों.
Alpha 7 and Vitality.
Gut feeling Aura का लग रहा है.
Two organizations that will look to take blow for blow right here and prove how much they can do. Paranoia about necessary.
Alpha 7 को भी अपना हल्के में ले नहीं सकते because वो भी.
Rita still going for his lengthy rotate to give himself a chance to steal away points from the other remaining squads.
But Aura के पास वो open में है लेकिन उनके पास zone है बहुत अच्छा
खासा. Right now looking to
है ना पूरा देखना.
Make landfall eventually. Crazy. Grenade up front. Surprised Carrillo was able to sidestep that one. It is scary though having Razy and Razak together here. M79 pulled down.
मेरे को लगता है अगर अल्फा 7 और इस सेन की फाइट हुई ना तो ओरा को पीछे से मारनी चाहिए because
nade in hand pulls out his a little bit
बट इनके गाड़ी नहीं है रे
And Vitality.
बट इनके गाड़ी नहीं है ब्रो
Axel opens up towards Revo. We want to see what's going on.
बट इनके गाड़ी नहीं है भाई ये थर्ड पार्टी कर सकती है भाई हो रहा है एकदम क्लीन किट है भाई बे
Vitality full of life with his end game. They line them up and knock them down. Vivi Vitality
मेरे को स्ट्रेस हो रहा है बे अभी
in France 15 elims on the game so far. And for Alpha 7 it all falls onto the solo. What can you do?
Oh, nice net bे nice net bे
Goodbye Razy. As Alpha 7 are looking to clap straight back and give as good as they get.
और पीछे से तकलीफ दे रहे हैं
Backstab shots from No Fear.
Queenshouse got limited time though. The Blues start to move in, rolling towards him. It's an inexorable approach. Terrifying.
अभी जो भी है वाइटलिटी हो रहा के अलावा कोई टीम नहीं भाई इन दोनों के बीच में होने वाली है लफड़ा जो भी होने वाली है भाई गाड़ी अच्छा हाँ वो कवर लगा है उसको
Might have been pipped the post last game, but they're going for the chicken.
Not what the fuck bro ये इसको कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं भाई इसको पता है दो नॉक है भाई इनके निकला है गाड़ी लेके निकला है स्काई निकला है ये नहीं निकला है भाई वो
Potential a full regroup here though for
bro
Vitality. Where do they go? They can play this ridge line.
हाँ इनका तो जोन है ना इसलिए नहीं जा रही है उनको ही ओपन से आना है बट अगर इनसे जोन हटा ना तो बहुत लफड़ा हो जाएगा
I don't know how good the utils looking, how good the supplies are looking on side. And versus a full four-man all spread out along the coast, this is an impossible push for them to make. Horror might have got second last time, but they are looking for the first.
Horror, they've got Sleepy, the sniper with a hell of a scope, waiting for the opportunity to leave them broke on the peak over the top of the ridge.
दोनों भाई रश करने के इस पे आ गया दो जन को पकड़ेंगे मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है ऐसा
whilst Horror are just waiting to strike.
All quiets down now. They need an opener, but the smokes are out. Vitality's got no choice but to try and isolate here. Luckily, they've got vehicles. They set up now. They put the pedal to the metal. Now looking to move over towards Horror's side. Swinging out into the open. Ray Z wraps round. Sky also similarly layering on the backside here. Can't quite find the shots here. Sleepy.
नहीं वो क्लीन देके आगे का जगह चेक करके आ गई है
creating those dents, but Circle moves away now. How do they approach this? It feels like an impossible game here for Vitality.
आ गया यही दो नालाज के पीछे के दो प्लेयर को खींचेंगे मेरे को लगता है निकल जाएगा बाय वाइटलिटी चिकन लेके जा सकते हैं
Sleepy with a warning shot. He comes by. Close quarters engagement as Vitality looks to hold on. No fear down.
ना देख मैं क्या बोला ये दो प्लेयर को खींचेंगे लास्ट प्लेयर है बस अगर नहीं बचा तो
Sleepy up front pulls out the AUG, the AWM doing nothing for him. Axel last left alive here, an incredible player on 9 elims this game. It's a hard fight though, a 1 versus 2. Molotov goes.
आग लगी फूट गया ये नहीं फूटा ए क्या बोला हो रहा का चिकन आ रहा है लग रहा है फीलिंग आ रही है नहीं ले बहुत पहले ही चिकन ले लेते इतना टाइम नहीं जाता था
Instantaneous response, the speed at which they came through. Oh my days. Gaines pulled out in the second game. Good for him.
Flying. Bhai, lovely. Lovely.
Locked in, understanding
lots
their
of
rotation, the best opportunity to try and force
Wolves
out of that solo position that was giving them so much control. The third party into the back controlled everything blank and left Vitality effectively in an open island. No cover, no chance. Axel gave it his best, but an upward battle.
बट मैंने देखा है हो रहा बस इतने से के लिए मिस कर दी थी भाई बहुत अच्छा खेलती थी भाई हमेशा
Smoke on the tires because 9 elims almost made it more than that. What a wild performance for him, not only on that game but last game too when they were trying to make their way up towards the stadium. It is funny that we had the Aura Vitality in that top 3 on Rondo, now in the top 3 again here over on Erangel. We seem to have a couple of favourites here, Jackie.
Yeah, already establishing some of our lobby leaders potentially. And not even one of those statements where we'd say at the end of day one, at the end of game one, now going into game two, like you say, mate, it's just becoming very crystal with a lot of the squads that are looking incredible out here. This is the final moment replay as well. You can see back how rough it was for Axel.
It's so unfortunate, because the Molotov went far. I think he could have stayed playing against that vehicle. He makes the right call in the moment because that Molotov's placed correctly. He can't play up front, but it's a very, very hard decision to make in the moment. But again, it did feel like Vitality could have made that work. And I wasn't joking when I said that felt like an impossible game. It really was.
They had no cover. They had no pathway.
Oh, right.
They went for the call and nearly did it. Ridiculous. Let's get down on the stage and find out from themselves.
All right, well, yes, thank you very much. McLaren's down here on the stage.
Bawali, what's up, Biggie? What's up? Welcome to the stream. Bye.
First game, honestly, because that might have been the best game in PUBG Mobile history. I want to get your thoughts about that game, what was going on in the team comms, the feeling.
भाई लेकिन इंटरव्यू तो हो रहा का उन्हें अच्छा हाँ इन लोग का हाई स्किल था ना इसलिए इन लोगों को बुलाया
เรามองว่ามันเป็นเกมที่แบบว่าดีที่สุดตั้งแต่เราเคยเล่นกันเลยมาเลยนะฮะอยากถามว่าตอนนั้นเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างแล้วก็
मैं एकदम बढ़िया भाई एकदम मस्त भाई तू बता
จริงๆจังหวะนั้นเราไม่ได้คิดอะไร
तू बता तू कैसे है
ไล่ตีในเมืองของเราให้หมดแล้วก็ไม่คิดว่าจะไก่คิวเยอะขนาดนั้นครับ
All right, to be honest, we didn't expect that we're gonna get that much kill, and like so what we planned during that time is just like keep getting into the city and like hit like one by one into the city at a time.
Okay, so very quickly here as well, after that performance, after looking fantastic already here, any words for the fans, everybody kind of watching for E-Arena out at home as well, because I'm sure a lot of people are very excited about this performance.
अभी आ रहे कैसे नहीं रे हाँ मेरा वो कैमरा अटक गया
น้องทีมของเราอยู่นะฮะอยากถามว่าเรามีอะไรฝากถึงพวกเขาบ้างครับ
ก็ฝากเป็นกำลังใจให้ยายหน้าเลยครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
All right, to everyone, please
मेरा वीडियो अटक गया है
the only one and the only
ये क्या बोल रहा है मेरे को क्या पता क्या बोल रहा है एकदम मस्त भाई खाना पीना हो गया कि नहीं अभी किधर है घर पे की दुकान पे ये भैंडी ऐड भगाओ भाई शॉप पे ही हूँ भाई अरे हाँ भाई तू शॉप पे बैठ के स्ट्रीम देखा है मेरा मन देख ले भाई गेम नहीं छो अरे मैं पॉज किया लॉल मेरे को म्यूट डालना था क्या क्या गया भाई मोड के अंदर भाई Unity.
E-Arena hitting us with the only hope for Thailand. Well, that hope is looking pretty damn good. And you know who else is looking good? Hora! As they were... you too, Max. You too, honestly.
No, I mean, Hora, what an absolute banging day for Nepal, right? You start off with a second place in one of the weirdest opening games ever in an international tournament. And then, how about we do get that win here on a beach finish that we rarely see at any tournament whatsoever. And oh my goodness, I mean, for you in particular, Nipchira, you're a big fan of snipers. Sleepy, the bolt action, oh my god, Nepal is here to play.
Oh, it's so nice to see it. So nice to see it at a global tournament. Finally, it's been years, it feels like. He's still one of the only players that uses a bolty. We need to have that more often, and maybe after this game, other players will go, maybe it's not such a bad idea to have an absolute god at sniping on your team, because oh my. That is exactly what you want to see. You're getting those long-range shots coming on through. Really, really good stuff. But Hora in general really able to circumnavigate a whole lot of traffic coming on through there, Max. You know, over on that beach side, one of the only plays they could have made, and it worked really, really well.
Max, remind me which bolt he was using?
The Orm!
The Arm. All right, Lace. Thank you for joining us. Glad to have you here. I want you to give me the best Arm sound possible. Keep in mind, sniper is going to sound amazing.
The best sound.
It's every shot is like pure ASMR.
Yeah.
Boom. Baby.
All right, Max. You next.
Okay, on me.
On him. Put it on him.
On me.
Get the camera on this, man.
Boom!
Mine was better.
Nap, you're next. You're next.
You
You're next.
said ASMR.
All right, get ready.
That sounded
Arm
nice.
sound. AWM. Come on. Choom.
What? Did you sneeze?
That
was a sneeze.
What? Okay, for everybody that has been making videos of PMWC at EWC 26, there you go. There's a challenge. Go back to that last game, have Sleepy, and replace those sounds and see which one was the best. Make sure you guys share it on social media using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. But talking about teams that were able to perform so good, we have to talk about Vitality, Lace.
Man, the whole entire game from them was absolutely incredible. They basically had bridge. They were able to hold that position so early. They were the zone 3 gatekeepers of that entire match. They had direct lines of sight on everybody that was rotating in such a difficult choke point where they had to rotate. They actually left Reezy behind to scout E-Arena's movements. They basically waited. They flanked on in there right behind them while they were in contention. And I mean, they reserved so much utility to be able to take on E-Arena and get them out of their way. And then obviously they set their sights on Alpha 7. Alpha 7 had nowhere else to go but to exit building, so they'll be able to do that. And especially this play, I mean, such a large distance to be able to go. They luckily had the vehicles. And I mean, fell a little bit short here, just having, you know, Axel could have sit back a little bit too far. But what an incredible game from them. Not the first place that they're probably hoping for, but goddamn, that's some eliminations they put on the board.
Oh, goddamn, indeed. No, but looking at Vitality, I feel like the moment that allowed them to get into a second place in the first place is actually when they decide to push up onto E-Arena, leapfrog Alpha 7 in one fell swoop, and the fight was so quick, Alpha 7 just didn't have the time to retaliate. And because of that, Vitality, what an absolute banging performance. 23 points here on the second game of today. Whew, La France is looking pretty good.
They are looking really good. I mean, Vitality, 23 points. Now, this is what I was talking about Group B. We were expecting teams to be a lot more aggressive. We're expecting teams to start sponging up those points towards the top. And so far, after 2 matches, that's exactly what's currently happening. With Alpha 7, we see them now being able to have back-to-back good performances. This is what we want to see out of PMGC champion.
It is absolutely. It's really nice to see them make a little bit of a comeback bit by bit here. I'm going to be expecting them to continue that, much like Orangutan in Group A, right? In day 1, they're just going to be continuing to grow and grow and grow that momentum, hopefully for day 2. So we will see how that goes. But for now, you know, 9 points on game 2 is a really, really decent start for them. So yeah, I am happy with them so far.
Yeah, and I mean, they have such a powerful roster as well, and Revo was definitely kicking it for them. This type of squad can focus on eliminations. We saw that coming out of match 1. They actually held out Wolves in several scenarios. Then in this second match, they focused on placement and prioritized that. They were actually on that northern side, uncontested for a long time, obviously sitting and building and waiting for the likes of Vitality to come along. But it shows the strength in different sides that this squad can play, and especially when you come into Smash Rule, you know, you want to be able to prioritize eliminations, but get these placements as well.
Oh, look at that. Oh, perfect timing. Like we were talking about them too. A7, the greatest PUBG Mobile team in history. I think the Alpha 7 fans will end up agreeing with that one because so far, I mean, they have been one of the most consistent teams when we talk about PUBG Mobile esports history. Nongshim Red Force, though, they've not been having one of the best starts so far.
I'm very surprised by Nongshim. I thought
surprising what kind of way? Tell us more, please.
Okay, I will. All right. Where are they? They are silent. They're not doing anything. I thought,
he's on Furia silence. What are you talking about? Sorry, that was terrible. I'm sorry.
But PMMI, massive champions by Smash Rule, all of that sort of thing, coming into here looking very, very, very good. And then we have, what, 2 0-pointers or a 2-point and a 0-pointer? I'm confused and surprised, and hopefully that will change as we go on into the next couple of games. But yeah, bit odd, I think.
I'm sad. I don't have any analysis. There's nothing really to break down except that the early rotations, they can't quite get in there. I didn't see the start of this game because we were running from the rooftop over to here, so I'll have to go back and check it out and break down what really happened to Nongshim Red Force. But It was good, but unfortunately it's a very exclusive club, you know, on the rooftop. Only us and E-Arena can go on rooftops. That's all we can do.
Tomorrow, Lays, you'll join us at the beginning of the show.
Fine, I don't want the win.
I'll make sure it happens, all right? I'll make sure you get that win flowing and just while you're talking. But no surprise seeing E-Arena currently in first place with 46 points with the amazing performance that this squad had in the first rondo. No surprise. Team vitality there with that second. Remember, if you for some reason missed the first 2 days of PMWC at EWC 26, the top 5 teams at the end of tomorrow will be going directly to the finals. The bottom 3 will end up going home, and everybody in between will go to survival. And yeah, I mean, TT Project, Hustler Crew as well. One team that wasn't able to perform that well here in this Erangel was Godlike. Godlike started off hot, and we were kind of joking about it. The first game that they get a chance to experience at a global event is none other than a stadium finish. But here, we're going to have to see a bit of a bounce back.
I mean, to be fair, I'm going to be so fair to them. You said, yes, their first rondo in a global is going to be a stadium finish. Their first Erangel on a global finish is north of Zarki on a beach, or not Zarki, but the South George. Thank you, yeah. South George. On a beach? Excuse me? No, thank you. So you know what? I'm going to cut them a little bit of slack and go, when we have a normal zone, then I'll start talking about them.
Now we're going to get a weird circle again. Thank you. You did that.
I'm not cutting slack.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not going to be cutting any slack. I want this team to start performing and performing now. Because we saw what ended up happening yesterday. And with Godlike, the thing with Godlike is we know that they can definitely put up the numbers. We know they have the fragging power. And with the audience that they have behind them, and with what we saw OG coming out of them, I know they might be able to bounce back. And we'll see how they're going to be able to bounce back towards today. But while we're at it, before we start match 3, let's send it over to Kalaris and John Allen.
That's right. Well, you know what? Here on the stage, we could talk about Game 2. We could.
Well, Game 2, sure, lovely. But what about Game 1, though? That was some interesting stuff coming through from E-Arena. Yeah. They swept the floor with everybody.
Yeah, it was impressive, really impressive. So much minutia in it as well, right? They even, not only did they not get challenged in Stadium to start things off, but sent 2 north to actually show up their bets against the circle if they come down, and then moved back. So it was anything but passive. And the crazy thing about all the eliminations, none of them were recall elims. So it makes it even more insane that rondo could ever happen like that.
Yeah, 29 elim game is unheard of at this level. It is incredible stuff to be able to witness. And like you said, none of them are recalls, so it wasn't like they were getting stuck in a Neox or in one of those other hot drop locations. They were absolutely keen to get straight into the action. As soon as those recall towers closed off, they were like, no, we're just going to play bread and butter.
And you can see the double drop here as well to kind of look at how they're able to seal the deal. Not only that, they're able to defend the zipline locations to make sure nobody else was coming up on the roofs. So it was picture perfect. And you know the crazy thing? Before I had that interview with Joker, he said it was lucky. And I'm like, I don't think it was lucky at all. That's ridiculous. Anyway, thank you very much for this, John. It is time now to head on over to the commentator team. Once again, game number 3, well underway.
The perfect hit from John to get us back over to the commentary booth as we set the stage for another game here live from Paris. A lot of energy in the building, a lot of excitement. And we got any Alpha 7 fans in the house! All right, what about a team that might need a bit more energy? Let's hear it for Godlike! Hey! There we go. That's what I wanted to hear, Paris. Give us some of that. Let's get loud as we get into our 3rd game of the day. They need that energy. They need it now. But honestly, not doing too badly so far. E-Arena took to the stage on that first game of Vitality, Aura not far behind. Alpha 7 been ticking along too, 16 points. S2G, big surprises right now. 15 points so far, looking fairly good. 13 eliminations, because what this shows me is that the gun skill is there for this squad. They've only been getting 2 points off the back of placements right now, but S2G bringing some of that action to the arena at the moment. Lovely to see. Another awkward playing path down from Sosnovka. Very easy leaning here. See where these players want to drop in. Vitality out early down towards Sosnovka. A little bit of a journey for themselves to get up towards that north side. But should be fine. Wait for the circle to come up through. Right now, Axel leading in top players. And for a good reason. This guy has been popping off between games. But what we've already had today, Blank, it feels like there's been something different in the air for these circles, for these games. Are we getting another ridiculous affair again? Do you reckon this will be normality?
Well, Neptune already jinxed it, didn't she? So we'll see. Again, the circle might be kind to us coming through to game 3. These players sort of need a break at this point. It's been wild so far. Some teams been able to roll with the punches, others not so. We're heading down towards the south side. This is your fault, Neptune. You got to take ownership of this one. We'll see who comes through with it. Vitality, though, they get themselves a nice start on this one. Down towards the south side. No eking their way up past the coast on the western side. They get to start in a good position. This could head back over towards the northwest side. But Godlike already taking 2 knocks here. S-Power has to hold it down.
Let's see if they can withstand the full frontal assault that's coming their way as S-Power opens it back up onto Loco. Close quarters engagement with the shotgun. Good pre-fire on the angle. Vinny gets it down. It's not the start they wanted.
Hustler crew has been dropping on teams all day today. Do not care one bit. Loco with the process, but
लॉजिक नहीं बन रहा है तुम लोग का ड्रॉप फाइट लेना मेरे हिसाब से लॉजिक नहीं बन रहा है you have to choose the proper
figuring out how they want to drop this one out because they are going for this trash drop, right? They're going for split loot around apartments. I think personally maybe they need to start dropping together because where they're dropping isn't bad. It's bad because it's bad now because people keep dropping on top of them all the time. It's so tough to work with. So Godlike might need to make a change in that category. Also, I mean, Hustler crew has just been all over the place. It's hard to predict for
टीम खराब नहीं खेलेगी बार-बार आप नीचे नहीं आओगे बट ड्रॉप क्लैश तब लेना मेरे को लगता है सेंसिबल है जब तुम्हारा टीम आगे है तुमसे देन उसको तुम मार के ऊपर जाओ जस्ट बिकॉज़ नहीं को मालूम है कि आप लोग बहुत ड्रॉप से खेले हो एंड यू आर यूज्ड टू इट बट अब वो ज्ञान नहीं है बट एक ऐसा जनरल पब्लिक ओपिनियन है कि वो मेरे पास ही रख रहा हूँ बट मेरा ऐसे कि अगर तुम जीतने वाले हो एंड आपको बस एक टीम को मारना है देन यू कैन गो फॉर द ड्रॉप क्लैश आई गेस उस टाइम पे लोग सोचते कि मैं भाई प्लेसमेंट खेलता हूँ चिकन मारता हूँ जीत जाऊंगा नहीं तब तो तुम और पैसिव खेल रहे हो तब तो तुम अपने हाथों को ठंडा कर रहे हो और इतना टाइम ठंडा करने के बाद अगर तुम बोलो कि यार मैं जाके मारता हूँ नहीं होता है समझ रहे हो तो मेरे हिसाब से ड्रॉप क्लैश अभी के टाइम पे व्हेन यू आर ट्राइंग टू क्वालिफाई जस्ट टॉप 5 आना है तो आई डोंट थिंक सो कि आपको उधर जाके मार के खेलना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से तो मेरा लॉजिक ये है
I do feel bad for him. I really do. We'll see if they can pick things back up going in towards our 4th Erangel of the day and into our Miramars. We've seen that anything can happen. They can still work their way back up those rankings. Down towards that south side, that S2G do move on through. A quick replay. I mean, S-Power did hold it down. He's only got micro Uzi to work with. It's hard. It's hard in those situations. A vest as well, level 1 helmet. The fact that he held on as long as he did was pretty insane, to be honest, as well.
Yeah, it could have been way worse.
Ooh, Axel again. Still putting on those numbers. Goodness me, he is fearsome. Again, coming into this for Vitality, there was a lot of talk around Razy and Razak, and I've seen these guys perform before. They look great, but the fact that Axel is just like, guys, we got to get through here. We got to get into the top 5. We're making it through to finals. We're going to do Indonesia proud.
And they're certainly living up to the hype right now with some of the plays that are being made. We've seen these awkward encounters happening down towards Novska as well. With the everyone taking a few casualties here and there. Wolves only getting away with the duel off the back of things, and S2G falling very early here.
For S2G, they stepped a little bit too close.
भाई वो तो भाई इन लोग तो धप्पा ही करने के पीछे घूम रहे भाई ये वाले तो
clear out more space. You got Razak as well as Federales holding over towards the bridge boss. Razy as well as
टीम रोटेट करके आ जाती है मन में इन लोग को ड्रॉप क्लैश लेके मतलब ही नहीं बन रहे.
They are feeling unbelievably confident. Hustler crew still causing problems for people around the map.
कितने टीमें हो रहा क्या पता नहीं अभी अपार्टमेंट्स में है कि नहीं स्कूल में लपड़ी हो रही है.
that's your single knock to play with. Looking for more as they do take the fight back over to
भाई मेरा ऐसा पर्सनल ओपिनियन है इन लोग अगर गाड़ी ले और जो स्कूल के आगे जो एरिया रहता है इधर वाला वो लूट सकते हैं स्कूल के जस्ट आगे वाले जो कोचिंग के और स्कूल के बीच में जो एरिया लगता है भाई इन लोग ये वो सारे कंपाउंड्स लूट के मेरे को पता है लूटने होगी बट ये कंपाउंड्स लूट के मेरे हिसाब से ये भाई वो साइड का जोन बनेगा ध्यानबा को देख भाई भेंडी
Curious to see where this next circle goes because this could be another nasty one where we end up on the bridge. Wouldn't surprise me after the circles we've seen today. Alpha 7 still keeping it pretty chilled out over towards Milta, moved away from North George over towards this location of the map considering the plane path itself. E-Arena though, they took way longer. I mean, they wrapped back up towards South George. Gonna loot in this area, get as much as possible. I think they understand it's going to be a late rotate in, either on the bridge or send Primorsk and grab some boats.
Is our Alpha 7 cameo as well?
उन लोग ऊपर से कर रहे रोटेशन दे रोटेशन चल रहा है भाई
crossing from the mainland back over. Tianba had that similar rotation, of course, as they do glide their way around. A few more style points on that one, Blank.
Oh, definitely. Line for the air does feel good. I mean, for Alpha 7 though, this is going to be feeling weird for them. I think a lot of times when they make this approach, they're always expecting teams to be holding in Novo. Yangon Galacticos, on the other hand, though, they've headed over towards Observatory. They've got a split there. They're trying to hold out all teams. Cloud down towards the south side, though, is peeking over towards Alpha 7, but the hovercraft means they can immediately get out of the water and get on the move. You can just see him there.
भाई जी वाले को देखा हमारे अभी मन पड़ेगा कि है एक टीम है ऊपर शॉट जो है ना उनको समझा एक टीम है
This was the S2G fight where they were taken out by TT Project, the duo that tried to get away after their encounter versus Vitality. TT once again right here, right now, taking pot shots onto
और वाले लूट किए अपना निकल गए ये यही तो करना है अपने को
I mean, for TT Project, they know they've got to get some aggression under the belt right now. They are low down in the rankings, and they can't afford to let this game keep going the way it is. Ephius finishing out Kenji, and I think that might just be Dopeness out now. We've already lost 3 teams. Hustler Crew, Dopeness, S2G, down to 13, 47 players this stage of the game. It's quite carnage, quite a lot of carnage happening on the map at the moment.
Oh, okay.
A little bit more standard.
Yeah, this is probably better for us and for the teams, Blank.
Centering up, we do have those buildings that sit down towards the ridge side on the eastern edge that currently Vitality just have free reign over. Razak might try and regroup. I think it might be a bit dangerous now, holding over towards C block as long as he does. So this is sensible. This is mature coming through from Vitality. They know that a lot of teams would like to take up position towards here. They don't want to leave it up to chance. 2 players getting run down. And even as I say that, Wolves start to make their way up. They're caught up in between.
Vitality, अगर उनके पीछे जो अंदर वाली जोन वाली टीम है वो भी आएगी वो बोली क्या है ब्रिज है ब्रिज पे तो बंदे आने वाले
For what it's worth, they're keeping the heat on TT with how Wolves have played this one. The good squad individually. Zerich coming out towards the ground floor. Simple as he busts around the door, waving the 4-4. Zerich with a nade.
Nice.
Ooh, beautiful bounce on it.
आ गई बैटल मेरे को बोला ना
Vitality's having none of it. They hear the shots, they hear the fighting, they take down effect and then clear out another building. This is just space gained, space garnered right now for Vitality.
You might think Vitality are going to clean up on this one, mate. Watch this from Zerich. I can feel the energy rising. Looks to get decent chip damage as they're bombarding.
30 HP,
4, 5 nades. One after another, keeping the pin in position. Razy with a wrap round the back, looking for the angle in. Federales advances with it's a good knock. Zerich down.
वो भी ट्राई करेगा नेट से एक दो तो ले नहीं बच गया
Axel behind him, Neos drops out, but Vitality
उधर नॉक हुआ ना पैनिक हो गए इन लोग
on the knock here. And a reset actually, because of Vitality, they've been watching out for a lot of players where they're coming from. Getting a full amount of utility, a full amount of supplies from that squad, that's really good at resupplying them going forward too. And again, more space game for them. They don't want
anyone
coming close to the buildings on the eastern side of that ridge. This is their area to play.
Tiamba caught vision as well of Alpha 7 here. Wide play space to work with. Decent amount of cover in between the trees. Just trying to wait for an overextension. Can't really.
अगर मान्या ने अगर जैसे इंडियन लॉबी में ऐसा समझ रहे हैं ना सिंगल लौंडा बचता है तो लेके आता टॉप ऐसा टॉप 2 टॉप 3 ऐसा लेके गया तो भाई क्या क्रेजी हो जाएगा ब्रो पॉसिबिलिटी का मैं उसकी बात ठीक है भाई अगर हो गया तो मतलब ऐसा वाला दिमाग में आ रहा है मेरे
The circle could shift very far over towards the western side on this next circle, potentially. Instead, it goes central, over towards Millie Base itself. Manya set up on the southern side of C block here. Trying to keep it as quiet as possible here for Godlike, trying to get towards those later placements. Nongshim, honestly, like I said before, a strong team.
अबे हाँ रहने वाले भी शांत दिख रहे हैं पता नहीं क्यों.
A massive amount of that, and again we've had these pretty crazy, quirky circles so far. Maybe they haven't been able to excel on those. Potentially here we can see something a bit different.
Yeah, definitely a known quantity with a ton of talent. But like you say, maybe not just been the right place at the right time with the abstract nature of the first 2 games we've had today as we've kicked off the action. Group B, bringing the heat here. A lot of very explosive teams. Not in the worst position with the hilltop control and cover to work with. They'll have the lay of the land over the vitality split if they advance towards them. It was a later rotate as well from Hora that's still been developing in the back. That's why we haven't seen them for some time.
DK!
Irina, in the meantime, did make the cross, by the way. Over towards the western side. They are rocking up over towards that ridge. There was a 2-2 here from Vitality. Irina rocking up on it right now. It's a little bit scary here, but immediately Vitality's backing off the angle. But they have information now. That's the big thing. Will in the process. Manya now up against Yangon Galacticos as a solo.
Could have had the drop on him. Manya was hoping to at least get that one clothesline play. Introduced to the shotgun, but he's exposed to Smile through the window. And Yangon do shut down the final member of Godlike as another squad exits.
But अगर वो knock निकलता ना, मजा आएगा knock पेटी दा डब्बे डाल देता हूँ.
Again, I love the way these 2 teams have played this one out. Irina was cautious on the approach. Vitality didn't want to hold this position any longer. Quick regroup down towards the eastern side. Like honestly, Vitality's playing like a finals team right now. This is really, really cool to see. Layering up towards E-Arena. They've got the hovercraft in play. I think for Razak's got to be careful here though. Yes, he can keep gathering information. Make sure he knows exactly when E-Arena moves, where they move to, so they can plan out the rest of the game ahead of this. It is slightly dangerous versus Turney Cage playing on the top of the building.
You talk about slightly dangerous. This could be somewhat lethal. ETSH have to basically fight their way through the EDA blockade that is set up, watching the bridge. Crystal clear line of sight. Looking to fire some shots onto them. The zone shifting in favor of Vitality's current position as well, with E-Arena in close proximity, and that battle does break out. Knockback over onto Emre, it seems like, though, for EDA. It's not gone anywhere near as cleanly as they were hoping for.
It's pretty messy both sides. I mean, EDA has the opportunity to get all the players back up again. They're outside in the play zone. So one player goes down there. Emre potentially getting him back up again, leaving them as 3. But Aura, they sense blood in the water. They move up. Darkin with a P90. Looks to take some shots over towards him. But again, Horror. This is horrifying, honestly, for EDA. They're just poking their head slowly over the top, making it uncomfortable right now for them.
You think with that very delayed rotate, they went all the way around the east side over the other bridge. Haven't had too many opportunities to get elims on this game. 32 points coming into it in 3rd place in the overall standings after our previous 2 games. They're going to want a chance to fight, add a little bit more to that. But that wasn't the hard commit onto EDA. Like you say, get a bit of a read off and try and stay safe. Rest of our teams now focusing on forging a path ahead back into the zone.
Well, the thing is that for Aura, they have to be very careful here. They know there's a ridgeline that sits down over towards Nongshan Red Force. They can play that, but they also understood they didn't want to get too involved with Ida, considering that the main rotational path here for most teams is over the northern side, over the rolling hills, and then swinging by E Arena and then trying to play off that ridge there. So for Horror, I think they just take their chances. They move down towards the high ground. They're going to isolate a lot this northeast side of the map whilst keeping their back cleared from Nongshan Red Force as well as Vitality.
Alpha 7 in a pretty good position as well to possibly rearm themselves with some higher tier loot off the back of the drop. One of the times we've seen them not really taking early casualties as well, so we get the full force of Alpha 7 where they play their best PUBG Mobile. E Arena seeing the wrap round from Ida. And that seems to have caught their attention, perked their eyes up a little bit, but they're going straight down towards Tianba territory.
I mean, right now for Ida, they were just shepherded by E Arena in the hovercraft, and Ida does make their way up towards the building, but this is an uncomfortable position to be playing.
क्या लगता है किसका चिकन लगता है भाई? मेरे को तो लग रहा है भाई ये मैच ना Tianba लेके जाएगी.
Extremely low, but for Tianba, they don't want to really leave these buildings too much. Everyone understanding that there are so many positions to play here, there are so many sight lines at play as well, that it's difficult to be making those rotations. I mean, Ida just felt the full force of 5 different teams all taking shots towards them.
Terrified of E Arena, forced into Tianba, and then skewered by the backstab of Vitality. Alpha 7 even assessing the situation to see when they want to make a move. Zone still crunching in. Last few squads making their rotate.
I mean, this is playable though, right? That's the problem for Alpha 7 right now. This is very playable. In terms of the ridgeline, they've got a head of them, a slight slope that looks upwards.
At least bare minimum points से निकलने पड़ेंगे.
Off this position anytime soon. Aura opens up over towards Smile. Behind the missiles. Want to see if they can find Romeo underneath. Sleepy looking to do his best anti-aircraft. Over towards these guys, clip their wings at distance, but this time he's got the DBS in hand, no Balti in play.
Nade after nade to keep the pressure on downhill. A bit of extra distance on that one. Nongshan Red Force still sitting pretty inside of the defensive area they set up for themselves, whilst Alpha 7 go from playing passive to pouncing on a team. 72-1 GS taking casualties. Tianba also find an opportunity to get involved. And Alpha 7 collapse onto it now, Blank. Clean up through action.
That's really good. They spotted an opportunity, opened up over towards GS, and were able to find a fair few elimination off the back of it. Yangon Galacticos also do move down this way, tails between their legs after that initial engagement with Aura earlier on. Not the spot they want to be in, and suddenly they find themselves with neighbors here in Alpha 7. 2 champions up against one another now.
But the issue is, Blank, heavy are the heads that wear the crown. And it's Yangon Galacticus that need to stand their ground and defend versus a reinvigorated Alpha 7 with a point to prove.
It's a real big opportunity there for Revo. 6 nades though, and a rough idea of where they're playing. That might just be enough.
Good arc on the first 2. Initial chip damage to aid them in the fight, but no overcommitment. Seeing more of that dynamic tempo they were talking about in some of the early interviews this event, saying they know when to be aggressive now, but they know when to rein it in and try and reset.
Yeah. Again, I think that was the big thing for Alpha 7 though. I think they got so in their heads that there was not a single team that could fight them clearly, that potentially that's their downfall. But again, this team has incredible gun power, but they just need to realize when to apply it and when to accelerate, when to pull it back. I think they've looked a lot better today. Honestly, it's looked a lot cleaner. It's a lot more like the Alpha 7 of the past, consistently getting towards those late games. But they're realizing there's some big dogs in this lobby.
More respect, but it goes both ways. They do assess the situation as well, getting a bit of info up top side towards the arena with the split they've gone for. Can't force the issue too heartedly. If they leave themselves exposed, it could be punishing, but that might be an opportunity presented off the shot up from Hora. Filthy angle on that, Blank.
That's a long distance shot as well. Certainly put Tony K down. Helmet's got to be suffering off the back of that. Rough for Tony K as well, as he's usually the front man for the squad here. Joker's wrapping back. It's going to get done. Alpha 7 also has taken a knock at the process. These are bad times to be taking knocks. Circle goes central. Nongshim Red Force. Real chance right now for South Korea. Aura down towards the southeast. Tiamba's got to move out from the buildings. It's very clear where they've been playing for such a long time. Potentially move up towards the loot crate. I don't know how far in this is, but you could play off the back of it if you've still got vehicles to work with.
Like you touch on there, could this be a game where Nongshim Red Force finally come alive? They've had a pretty safe pathway throughout the zones we've seen so far here on Game 3. We know they're talented. We've been able to pick them up. We just need to see it, but let's see if Alpha 7 can bring the thunder on the close quarters engagement. Goodbye, Milu, as Tiamba get hit by the front of the vehicle. Quick flicks coming out from A7. A single knockback onto him, and they're starting to take a bit of damage. Nongshim Red Force taking pot shots down. And although they've cleaned out the ditch, they've got a lot more to worry about.
This is just the difference between EWC and when we come to any other tournaments around the world. PMWC very similar in that approach as well, where you cannot make any play without another team dipping their heads in, right? It's really, really difficult. Every squad knows when to pick up the heat, honestly.
Look at drum baja raha hai. Bendi mein wahi sut rahi hai, drum ka awaaz kahan se aa raha hai?
On their entry, they just could not find a good time to make their way in.
Yangon still living on with a four-man squad. Hillside position in play currently for them that they will have to abandon eventually. Hora on the rack further down. The duo of Ida was rattled down to only Darkin off the back of this central angle that was taken from Alpha 7. Arcing nades in towards the Tianba compound.
Tiamba, despite suffering so much earlier on versus Alpha 7, still alive here, but playing a building that everyone knows is occupied. Darkin and Tiamba live in the same nightmare. Right now, Alpha 7 need to make a move. Watchtower is open. Potential at moving over towards that. Vitality takes some heavy hits. Nongshim Red Force continuing to put on the pressure on this map. Again, Yangon Galactica suffering to the same thing that E-Arena did. They were looking for any kind of entry point, but every single way in just feels like a tight, narrow alley. They've got to squeeze themselves through.
What is the map?
Biding their time, know that they can strike now with a peek out. Ravo single-handedly has been the explosive force on Alpha 7. 5 elims tied to just this one beastly player. He's on his last legs for now. They need to play medic to get him back up, but Nongshim Red Force have had sightlines to make them feel uncomfortable.
I mean, honestly, for Alpha 7, they've had the roughest game. This is a really, really hard approach for them. I think they've played phenomenally this match so far. It's never been easy, but they are running out of supplies, right? They're running out of meds overall. I think the gas is low in the tank. Let's see how much more Alpha 7 can get done in this game. I think this is where they really will need to take the task to the next level. I think it's going to be hard. The game's going to come down to Nongshim Red Force and Vitality, unless Aura has something to say about it.
Nongshim Red Force just uncontested by any other squads. They've just got 3 angles to hold onto A7. And like you say, it's made it so brutal to move up. Meanwhile, we get the POV of Axel that's taking shots down onto him, but running low on supplies again. The ammunition economy could be a problem. They turn their attention straight onto Hora, though, Blank, and want to see if they can charge.
The nades just aren't pitched right, though. I think that's the last bombardment coming through from Alpha 7 too. There's a couple more nades still left. M79's in play as well. You need those smokes to make your way across. But I think it might be lights out soon. Great shot from Axel once again. This man's name's been in my mouth far too often today. It's crazy.
Just as Nonshin turn their attention over onto Yangon and Alpha 7 were given a chance to take, they go in. But Hora are still holding. And Alpha 7 cut short on the crossing. They can't arrive, and Hora holds on.
The jiggle there comes on through. Looks really good in that moment. I mean, Hora didn't give them a chance to move on that one. Joker still up. The Arena managed to make themselves into a top 5 despite everything. Yangon Galacticos massively suffering to the sidelines of pretty much just Axel, who has their number. But Yangon, I feel like their time is up now.
And that could be a statement that you could attribute to every other squad in the lobby with how Vitality are starting to play. A beautiful day from them so far. 10 elims in the space of this single battleground up to this point. A full 4 squad. The only other that's comparable is Nonshin Red Force.
No,
Joker! Don't go away.
Almost got the second, dude. I actually felt it in that moment. But he might have single-handedly just ruined the chances of Hora. It goes down to this. Nonshin Red Force versus Vitality. Does get the res though, which denies the point. That's why he goes through with it.
An economic play, thinking about the future of what's yet to come for Hora. But right now in the flesh, live in Paris, we're talking about the present that is this game. A gift we've been given with Vitality playing flawlessly and Nonshin Red Force bringing the strategy down to our final 2 squads.
Side by side now. Vehicles still in play here for Vitality. For Nonshin Red Force, they moved up early. They've got 1 vehicle that I can see in play. But Vitality having these cars still up and available is a really big deal for them, which is maybe why actually earlier on Razak was making such a big deal of scaring off E-Arena's angle so they couldn't take shots down towards the tires because they knew they'd need those wheels later on. Little plays like this can make the difference. Moving up towards that loot crate could be the big thing. Vitality looking to make the first move. You can hear the engines revving. Observers, love you guys.
Crushing in the scene. Now. Giving us the cinematics of the story on this one. And I think you're spot on with how they played it, mate. But that's the devil in the details that's really raised our opinion of Vitality just in the space of the previous 2 games, with the fact that strategically it's been on the money time and time again.
Playing off the rooftops, both teams begging that each other makes a peek. Right now this is more about information gain than everything. Not having any sight denied by the windows inside. And it comes down to this, zone 9, circle starts to close. Both teams will have to make a move. M79's dropping out the smokes. Clearing out space between the center of the buildings. In come the vehicles. Razak goes first, gets it up towards the next. Had to make the crossing without taking too much damage here. Again, everything is folding into this.
Cerebral plays. The smoke wall providing the cover that they need to take space off of this. Second by second, edging further closer into a better angle to play off of. They want to cross. Smoke wall goes up. That's a nade being primed from the top of the roof, though. If this is on point from Nonshin, it could be absolutely brutal. Goes into the back line. Just splash damage. Oh, what?
What an insane nade. Axel's moving up, though. He's getting towards the back lines of them. He's already in. He's going to take a little bit of damage from that. Razak very much hurting now in the back lines. Raze is going to send a Molotov over the top side. Axel hurting.
He gets it done with a shotty. 1-for-1 trades on the Elim so far. There's the spam in from the Blizzard as we see another player fall. Nonshin Red Force seeing red as they're bringing the heat straight to Vitality. Only a single player remains. He might have the heavy artillery, but he can't do it. Nonshin Red Force with a strategic, comfortable game. Take game 3 and get that chicken dinner.
Just hold strong inside the building, they say. Au revoir to Vitality.
C'est la vie.
But honestly, for Nonshin Red Force, I half expected that just to be the ending of them. but it was stalwart in their defense. Losing Razak on the approach was the big deal. I half expect them just to all follow Axel's approach and just move to the side. But Nongshim Red Force, they've been storing those nades up until that moment.
That's the crazy thing, right? They were just given so much space to sit comfortably. And they get it done, they get a chicken dinner. But you can see, Blank, it's not just what they've done for themselves, it's the reverberations they're sending throughout the other teams in this lobby, in this group. Alpha 7, trapped in such a horrific position.
Yeah.
A squad that looked like they were really starting to build up energy in that lobby, in that game, held back by Nongshim Red Force, could not get out of their angle, forced to fight Horror, and it all falls.
But honestly, again, when we were watching that game, Alpha 7 probably had the roughest task ahead of them. But they persevered. That really speaks volumes for Alpha 7 in my opinion. I think those boys really gave it all in their game. For Vitality, Nongshim Red Force, they had the best compounds since minute, let's say 10, right? But I think for Alpha 7, they had to work for those points. They had to work for their money there. And it's nice to see the synergy look good. And that's what Rebel was talking about, that they feel better going to these games. So I think this is a difference maker today. Again, we got the Alpha 7 squad. We're looking to destroy everyone in the lobby, essentially. We're not sure just yet. But yeah, Vitality, E-Arena, Aura, they are stepping up at the moment.
It's incredibly competitive out there. And I think that's the beautiful thing about it from what we've seen from Group B today. Everyone is keeping it so close. They're giving it their best. And you're spot on, man. I entirely agree. It's what they said in the interviews as well. And sometimes it's just words, but no, they prove that it's reality.
Exactly.
They prove it, Blank.
It's not just false confidence. I mean, it's nice to hear from Rebel when he just says, look, the synergy's better, we're prepared this time, and you can see it in game. But are you prepared to go up against an E-Arena? Are you prepared to go up against a Vitality, a revitalized Nongshim Red Force? I don't know, but we'll find out later today.
Max and Lace here at the merch stand at EWC 2026. Now, I've heard, Max, you're a little bit of a card fan.
Look, I've been playing and collecting card games for over a decade now, and I've never been on a card myself. But that changes today, right here at this booth.
Well, yes, here at EWC, you can actually choose what you want to go on your card. Fantasy, fighting, shooter, cyberpunk, horror. Max, I'm going to have to go shooter. What about yourself?
Look, I love shooters, but fantasy is just so sick, so I'm going to go fantasy. But now the next one is you're picking your class. Usually in every game I play, I'm a healer, so I'm going to go with the healer class.
And guess what? I'm a DPS gal. I'm right up in that action, so I'm going to hit DPS. Fire, ice, lightning, shadow, glitch. So now we can put a bit of an aura light around our card. I think you're a glitch. Glitch?
I'm a glitch? I don't know how to take that, but thank you, I guess. But yeah, Esport World Cup is all about, you know, getting that technology involved. So I'm going to go with the glitch side of it. And next one is going to be Alien, Elf, Orc, Demon, and Undead. And I don't want to pick for you, Lace, but I feel like Elf would fit you perfectly on the card.
Absolutely, I'm going to pick Elf. It's like you just knew me, Max, and I'm so excited for this card. Now we're going to open the camera here and take our photo.
I'm going to use my mic as a staff. I think that's a good way to do it. Oh yeah, dynamic pose.
वो मेरे को लगता है ये लोग AI generated photo बनाएगा फिर इसका.
Avatar. Let's see how it comes out.
I had to get the pose down, Max. There we go. Now, of course, you guys here can come to the merch stand at EWC in and amongst your games. Make your own card. You can actually get it sent to your email address for free. But Max and I think we're going to get ours printed.
Yeah, we're going to redeem it right here at the booth and see how it looks in real life.
All right, Max and I haven't seen our cards yet, but you guys at home have. Are you ready to have a look, Max?
Oh, yeah, let's go. I'm excited.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa. It really encapsulated my jawline. That's crazy.
Yes, and I like that when you do the motion, it actually captures that.
Yeah, you know what? If you want your own trading card now with you on the card, make sure to come and get it right here at EWC 2026.
छोड़ो जान दो क्या पता कब आएंगे EWC और नेक्स्ट ईयर शायद से अपन जा सकते हैं नेक्स्ट ईयर का कुछ कर सकते हैं ये ईयर का तो पॉसिबिलिटी है।
Fantastic defense. Vitality, yes, they did push more Nongshim. They were able to come in having sat all game in one compound and actually go, we're under pressure, still play very well, still go as a group, push as a duo, make sure we're safe, and that's what won them the game.
And I mean, I got to talk about Vitality again. I'm sorry that I'm harping on about them, but they were able to have a 11.3 average elimination rate to catch E-Arena. This is insanity after, obviously, the cracking game from E-Arena right at the start. But they created themselves such powerful positions in this zone. They had such an incredibly close gap in points that they were like, you know what? We need to make this rotation. We need to play it here. Obviously, right at the end here, I liked the way that Axel sort of made that push with the vehicle. Unfortunately, that communication wasn't really passed on to the rest of the team. They should have followed through after popping the smokes, but obviously 3 of them held back. It would have been a different game for them. But from the start, I mean, the recon that they had on every single building push that they were able to do, especially against, I think it was TT, they are playing absolutely insane, not only for,
hey guys. Hello. I decided to join you guys for a little bit of a CC update because I've got some interesting stuff to talk about, okay? We've got a lot going on at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We already had a 3rd, 4th place decider match happen, and Geek Esports was able to claim 3rd place, making Rock Esports be that 4th place squad. Once that was done, we now have a grand finals match occurring. We will have another EWC champion in just a couple hours. That's between AGAL and KSG. It's going to be massive, and of course, I'll keep you guys all updated at home for how that ends up playing out. But, I mean, now that I'm here, let's get back into the discussion. These matches are great. Max, I kind of want to ask, Lace, do you have any thoughts about
Vitality? Vitality.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't be trying to take my job. Go find some more updates for the club championship. Yeah, she was going to ask you about, I don't even know what, Max, after these 3 matches, what has surprised you so far?
That was it's a normal-ish game. Actually, it was kind of weird still. The circle was very far to the western side. There was a lot of water on phase 1 zone. But overall, the execution was fun, but it was very gifted. We know, looking at this game, Vitality, Nongshim Red Force, not contested. There are 2 buildings in the circle until the very bitter end, literally until circle 8/9, and they went to make it work out. But pretty an easy win, right? And we're going to have a replay very soon to check out how Vitality decided to commit to the push. But here we go, quick look at the overall rankings. And oh my goodness, the point gap that we have created between 3rd and 4th position is mental.
बहुत बड़ी मैं बोला ना top 3 में अगर top 3 वाली खेलती गई ना तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम है भाई.
Right, or game 2 rather. I mean, I was
वो 3 टीम तो क्वालीफाई करेगी चाहिए. उतना बड़ा लीड बना के रखेगी तुम लोग को
41 to 25 is insane.
कंटेस्ट भी करने नहीं देगी कि top 6 में बैठे रहो. मन में तुम लोग को फिर
more normal for a game 3. 51 is not, and I don't know how we've got here. E-Arena, Vitality, even Hora doing fantastic in what have been back-to-back insanely difficult zones.
We do have to say though, for E-Arena, they have slowed down Lays. They ended up getting 39 points in that first game, but after that, yeah, you've been able to get some points here and there. Obviously, just for everybody, I'm not expecting for you to get 30 points again, but if it does happen, that'll be amazing. But the squad just hasn't been able to pull off the gap that I thought was going to happen.
See, this is what I see across several games, is that your game number one can be the crux of the whole entire thing. You can clearly take everyone's weakness, go in strong, but of course, second, third game, people are going to start reading your plays, understand where that you are going to push and how you're going to make this through, and that's what's happening to E-Arena now. They had such a strong start, but everyone's reading them like a book.
Everybody is reading them like a book. When we saw the overall there, at the bottom three, we did ended up seeing Godlike. And with Godlike, we saw this past match that they ended up getting into a hot drop. For this squad, you know what, before we even talk about Godlike, let's talk about this, because I know you wanted to talk about this, Max.
Yeah, I really wanted to have a bird's eye view of this push on Vitality that really can see the center of the circle, forcing Vitality out of their compound before Nongshim Red Force. So Vitality don't have the advantage anymore. They have to be on the offensive. Massive smoke road. I'm not going to lie, looking at some of these smokes, not great synergy and communication. It kind of all spread all over the place, not denying lines of sight properly onto Nongshim Red Force, but you can see the moment the two teams do get in grenade range, it's just a mini red zone here.
भाई देख खतरनाक हो गया रे जिसका तो कॉपीराइट नहीं मिलेगा इसका कॉपीराइट मिल जाएगा मेरे को
The moment to send everything onto Nongshim Red Force to hopefully make it work out, but here one player on the left side of the wall, he gets overwhelmed. That's the end for Axel. Another player inside the building gets 1v3 at that moment pretty much. No way Jose is that working out. The two other players still on the roadside. Unfortunately for them, that was a massive misplay, sending it all together. Maybe that could have been a Vitality win, but Nongshim Red Force, they see that mistake and instantly shut it down.
And it was going to be a hard push for Vitality. The fact that they weren't even able to try to make that push was perfect to see. Now, going back to Godlike, one thing that I was talking about with OG is that I wanted to see aggressiveness. Here with Godlike, I don't want to see unnecessary aggressiveness out of this squad, and I'm talking about those hot drops. You don't need to do those hot drops. Right now, you started off hot in Rondo, but they have slowed down in a way that they're just having to do silly things. You don't want to be hot dropping. You want to be securing those points.
Look, before this game, I said, I'm going to cut them some slack. We need a more normal game from them before I really judge them too harshly, right? Because bad zones are they're just horrific. And we had a normal zone-ish. Wait, no, we didn't have a normal zone, but we didn't even get to the non-normal zone because they were normal-ish because they were too busy hot dropping. Why are we doing this?
Camera
shot. Yes. Miramar's coming up. La Cobreria. So if it's happening on a wrangle, they're hot dropping the entire day, basically.
That's so true. You're so right, actually, and I'm not here for it. Stop hot dropping. Play normally. We believe in you. Just stop it.
I believe in them too. You know
what?
Full banter. How do we feel about hot drops?
I freaking love it. I think it's fantastic. I think this is the 6 games you've got to make and do these plays. But you've got another 6 tomorrow to sort of calculate and figure it out. Hot drop. Go crazy.
What if it's a hot drop with Vitality?
Vitality gonna get you. I don't know.
ये तो भाई दे रहे भाई धनाधन भाई
the game VOD review guys don't drop where Vitality's dropping right now. They're playing great.
Just please, honestly, Godlike, stop hot dropping. You're a team that has the potential to make it to the finals, just like OG was able to do as well. So please make sure you keep doing that. And as we're at the halfway point here of PMWC at EWC 26
भाई देखना जब वो पहले टीम थी तो बोलते I'm not seeing the aggression, I'm not seeing the momentum that we need.
Looty. Yeah, Barney, tell me. I've asked you to come down to the stage because I was talking to a few people and they told me that you have found out the formula, the secrets to win at PMWC. Is that right?
Yeah, I spoke with so many specialists, so you have to listen to me carefully, okay? Because the secret, Barney, is like you have to... And the chicken, you take the chicken at this point. And this is how you can be the champion.
Wow. I never knew that. That's some crazy insight into this game. And I tell you what, for those of you at home, if you're watching and you want to find out what it takes to win at PMWC, that right there, that's the secret. And so, casters, over to you.
Hope they listen well.
The secret is out, baby. Let's get it going. We're live in Paris, France. Man, I thought Group A was crazy, but Group B is not messing around. I'm Hot Jukes here with John Allen. Bro, are you kidding me? What's going on today?
I mean, E-Arena, what a start to the day. And then Vitality just hitting those games every single time, always ending up in that late game and having a blast with it. Now they're neck and neck at the top, and they're pushing past those boundaries, Jukes.
Man, those boundaries are long gone. We saw, in my opinion, the best start in a tournament in PUBG Mobile esports history here. And we got some teams actually competing with them still. It is unreal. The zones have been going all over the place. This first half has been nuts, and I'm expecting even more craziness as we get into the final 3 matches.
There is so much still left to go, if you can even imagine it, right? That is so crazy that we've had such a bombastic start, but we've still got plenty more matches left. This is the last Erangel today, so we're going to be heading to Miramar later as well. The desert awaits, but we have to get through the last of the grassy pastures first in order to get there. We haven't earned that right just yet. Neither have our players, but they are getting locked and loaded and lobbied up as we head on into the match. It is time once more to see if Vitality can reach that late game.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. This is the final Erangel. Like you mentioned, this is that place to put up some serious points. We finally saw Nongshim Red Force get their chicken dinner. They were down on the bottom of the leaderboards going into that match, but now they've got to be feeling pretty good. Which is going to be the next team to get it? We're about to find out. Let's get into it. The last Erangel here of day number 1 of Group B.
Let's get stuck right in from the military island up towards Saverni on this plane path. We're going to see a fairly fair distribution of drop spots available for everybody. No real big dramas here. Taking a look at those tables as well. Nongshim Red Force jumping up with that chicken dinner all the way to 5th place on 20 points right now. Just goes to show you these early doors don't mean a jot if you can keep it going. So for Hustler Crew, let's pick up the pace, you know? A UK team in the finals? Absolutely, I'd love that.
Let's get it going. I mean, hey, we saw Nongshim before that last game. They had, what, 6 points? And then now we see them, like you mentioned, in 5th place in just 1 single game. So, when it comes to Hustler Crew, they could definitely get it going here. We can see the top players there on that bottom left side with Axel with 14 eliminations.
Yeah, doing bits for the rosters right now. Vitality E-Arena are going to be slathered all over these top player cards. I'm guaranteeing it for you now with what they were able to do. They are looking very, very good. E-Arena, a little bit less legs into those later games, I think it's safe to say, but they still have done so much. And Horror keeping pace. I mean, in any other sort of day, that 41-point record for Horror would be pretty immense, right? After the first couple of matches.
Oh my God!
Let's do it to them again. You know, let's send the circle down south and see what they got. Because yeah, we didn't get enough military.
What is going on today? These circles have been absolutely insane. And you're right, we're back down south once again. You got Vitality down there. I mean, it's wild to think that we saw a 39-point game in 1 match, and we actually have a team tied with them. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, since then, what is that? 12 points they've earned in the next 2 games, which is still pretty good, right? That's pretty good. That's like a middle table performance right now. 8th and 9th, both on 12 points apiece. So yeah, they've still done pretty well. But Vitality's consistency for me is really interesting. And given this circle, Vitality are in such a good spot. If it does go south, because they do need to keep themselves nice and cool, calm, collected, and look good.
Yeah, well, you guys got to make sure you pick up that Naruto skin. That Uzumaki event is going on, guys. Make sure you pick up all that good stuff in-game immediately. I'll tell you what, I make sure that I got mine, and I know that Maxman has got his. But which team is going to get this chicken dinner? We can see the Wolves. They ain't messing around. They said, let's get down south quick.
Absolutely. First over the bridge. Well, second maybe over the bridge. I think it's safe to say. You do have some players.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No. They're just going to abandon it. Not even going to try and flip it. I mean, I guess if you don't have any nades or anything like that, that's actually really nasty for the Wolves. That's going to slow them down. The good news is that they are across. The bad news is we saw them do that.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Out of all the things.
That's the most negative aura that I think I've ever seen of any team is from the NA team, of course.
Out of all the things that could have got put on stream. Has to be that one.
Who was driving? I didn't catch.
You know what? It was nobody that was driving.
Oh, they get caught.
पकड़ लिया बिल्टे ने पकड़ लिया आप नहीं बच रहे.
This just goes to show here, folks, at this level, one single baton with a pan.
What the fuck? Pan se mara.
Thrown pan knock coming on through. Okay, they're not out of the fight just yet, but they are starting to bleed. The Wolves will struggle here, and I imagine that Razy's going to get back up.
Yeah, now you got Necessary all by his lonesome. Razak trying to pull off some plays there. Oh my gosh, switching in that buggy. Necessary is done, and the Wolves are getting destroyed. This is what I'm talking about. One tiny mistake, a domino effect into a straight disaster.
Imagine being an NA team right now, man. Oh, that would suck so much. Wow.
Look at his face.
Hey, he's got
look at his face.
They found another.
Chase कर रहे उसको बेचारे को.
Wait, no. I'm wondering if Vitality found the flip turn vehicle, the beetled vehicle, dude, and if they've pitched it back, that would be brilliant.
This is what I mean.
So
the good thing is that Vitality is that they are. This is their drop spot.
उनको पता है लाज बंदा है
so
उस
high on
टीम
the
का.
leaderboards, they can do whatever they want. They can chase this all the way if they feel like it. Let's take a look at the replay.
Okay.
Oh, what's this? No way.
Oh my! On a
Oh man, क्या उतारा है बे? Sexy बे.
Bad shot to the face. Are you kidding me? That was insane.
भाई insane भाई सच में genuinely insane भाई.
I mean, still, that's going on the highlight reel for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that's that. Okay, they get some aura points back for that.
Yeah,
so we can forgive the flip vehicle. You know, if you're getting a ranged pan headshot,
that was cool.
You're breaking brains and scrambling like eggs. You know, that's fair enough. If you're gonna bring the pan to play like that, you can have that one back.
Yep. Yeah, that officially is even. Aura balanced. Let's take a look here at Vitality, though. They're looking to put in some more work. Oh, look at that, though. We're going to see Lupa get a nice knock on to Razak. Can he hit this next one? He doesn't.
The rest of his team not so lucky either. Will be taking 2 knocks their way. Looks like Razak will be resable here. They have got the backup. Axel's holding face, and they do need to send in for that recall as well. Ooh, as having the hovercraft rolling up to the fight juice.
Yeah, and you can see Axel getting those thirsts really quickly here. Kenji, that hovercraft is getting beat up. Still surviving for the time being, but now it's on fire. Kenji has to back up. He's got the UMP in hand. It has to make a crazy play, but that nade hurt way too much. It's all up to Matika.
3 players for Vitality. They should be able to hold this one down. The question is, how much time is this going to take, right? Because all the while, teams are starting to migrate south. They're moving in towards those bridge locations. Vitality losing time in terms of their ability to set up across these hills and may lose the ability to stop players getting across. Noxian Red Force have taken advantage of this. They are now on the north side of that military base. And in comes Ida as well across the bridge.
You're correct. One thing about Vitality, though, is they do have the ability to get straight to the finals in like 4 matches. That is one thing that is definitely happening, though, with how crazy they're playing here. I don't even know if this is PMWC or if this is a classic at this point, because Vitality are just running over everybody. Matika's trying to make something happen, though. Oh, it's actually from across with the AK.
Ida chiming in with a third party. This is the bridge crossing team. They move forward to Vitality, starting to drop now. There's a flush sent their way. A second and they are cut down to 1. All of a sudden, this bridge crossing is going to come back. It's going to punish them. And Axel still down. Only Razy remains.
He's going to go for the res here, and it looks like he might be able to get it. But yeah, they took a long time on this fight. And the longer they waited, those third parties are coming. And now you got Ida in the mix. So this is bad news for both of these teams. Dopeness is in big trouble. Vitality, I mean, they
इतना तो
got
बोल सकते
6
हो
eliminations.
उन लोगों ने भी
The fact
देखा है ना
that
फाइट
they're
हो
so
रही है तो उन
high
लोग भी
on the
हिलेंगे
leaderboards, I mean, that's still not a bad game, but you're right. If they would have just made a few different plays, we could have seen a crazy, crazy match from them again.
They had a big opportunity here to take control of the hills. They decided to go for the fight with Dopeness. I think that it lasted a lot longer than they expected, which is why we're seeing this sort of thing unfold. They got stuck in, and they couldn't figure out a way out. It is unfortunate for Vitality, but going for the fight in the first place, maybe not a terrible idea. As you said there, though, Jukes, it's the sticking around that has really come back to bite them, because the bridge is just so open.
Yeah, I mean, teams are going to be hauling into Millie now. You're going to see Aura having one heck of a tournament. No fear. Going to have to make a play here. Gets enemy no. Oh, tries to hit that shot, but Godlike shuts down Aura, and they are out of this one.
Up on the northeast side, there is time to res here. It's stage 1 on the blue zone, about to hit stage 2, and this res will come through. They'll be able to get on the road. They can out-heal it. That's a really annoying circle for a lot of teams. It pushes you up to the north coast. And I mean, it technically still has the ability to go back to the mainland.
This is so yeah, I mean, you guys can see it there in the top right. This circle, just so much water in between them, and that zone could still go north. But Axel trying to put some more eliminations for his team. Can he win this 1v1? He's got the DBS. Speaker's gonna have to reload. He's got the pump shotgun. Let's see what he can do. It's Og. He's gonna do the jump out. Let's see. Try to make some moves, find those angles.
Reload on the AUG now. Got 10 rounds behind. It should be enough. He goes for it. He's got the HP advantage. Doesn't even need to sweat it. Razy will get back to his feet, but down on 2. The circle pushing out to the east. They do need to start to get a move on now. Severely diminished as they are, but they are on 58 points already. 7 points earned this match. As you said, it's already a good result. All the way up to Etch as they try and hold it underneath. Looks like they're doing pretty well against 721 game GS.
Yeah, you can see Fajita's got that nade and just pulling the pin, scaring him off. Okay, and this is a tough fight here. This is way too long in the blue zone. But the fact that the zone did go up north, it does buy them a little time. They don't have to really panic all the way down to military base. But regardless, you know, you're trying to get a big game here. I mean, especially for 721 GS. Down a player, only 7 points. This is just rough for them.
Absolutely. Very, very difficult stuff. Them and Hustler Crew, well, everyone towards the bottom of these tables is going to look for that Nongshim Red Force injection of points. Nongshim Red Force getting across to the military island early on the northern side of it, I think is going to play fairly well for them in this sort of a circle. Given how the lay of the land sits, they're going to be buffered around by teams trying to cross either side of them, rather than coming across, and they can farm up players trying to go for a swim. Let's hop back on board with the fight on our screens, though. As 721 GS lost a player, we saw that on the crossing, and Etch tried to keep them there, but there is a knockback over to Fajita.
Yeah, you can see Speed holding that angle on the backside. Needs to get with this team at this point. There ain't nobody in that direction. But we see the MG3s in play. Masco's got that S12K. That's the gun you want, though, in that CQC close quarters combat. And right now, this fight is still ringing out. This is all the way over by Rosshawk, folks. This is going to take a long time. Now we're starting to see some util get thrown back and forth, and everybody's just trying to wait for that first critical knock.
Oh, Alico should completely see Nasa there. Going for the nades.
मैं बोला ना ऊपर पता उसको मैं देख रहा था कि उसको पता ही नहीं क्योंकि अगर किसी नहीं पता तो देख
but in the close quarters, that SK12 is going to dominate. And S721 GS will be able to clean out partially some of the team from Etch, and both teams now bleeding heavily. No one having a good time. They're losing players left and right, and they still have to get south. I don't think these two are going to get very far.
Yeah, I mean, this was a kind of a sacrificial play.
I wouldn't
mind this fight personally if the zone was deep, Millie, because it's like, yeah, our chances of getting down there are pretty tough now. Let's just try to get these points. But considering where that circle is, I think they could have just avoided this fight and fought late game. But regardless, you know, that's the decision they made, and that's the one they went with. Let's take a look at Alpha 7. Alpha 7 are going to be going on the other side of the bridge, wrapping around. The next zone did head a little bit heavier into military, and for the time being, it does look like they're going to have a clear path to that circle.
Alpha 7 looking to scout the bridge on the western side right now, moving Carrillo up onto the high ground near the lookout post there, the lighthouse we'll be able to see if anyone's holding that bridge, which is definitely very possible. Maybe stop off for a little picnic while you're there. Why not? Have a little bit of downtime. But you can't be sleeping too long because you do still need to get on towards this circle.
You got to get moving, that's for sure. Let's take a look at their utility. Carrillo's got a UMP, level 3 vest, a couple first aids. That's going to help them out here. It is still pretty early. Stage 3, you could definitely afford to eat a little bit of that blue zone. And considering where the circle went, this is not a bad play from them at all. So far, Alpha 7, not doing bad at all. They're in 4th place right now with 25 points. This is really good to see for them, considering that they haven't hit a final all year long yet. So let's see what they can do.
Yeah, the one final there's been. They haven't hit it, but they hit it. They didn't hit it in a very dramatic fashion. I think that's kind of more the point, right? They went down in group stages in bottom 2 of their lobby, which was on nobody's bingo card, right? Yeah. So to be able to regain a little bit of confidence moving here would be brilliant. Obviously, a top 5 is what they're shooting for. What's what they should be aiming for, right? But even getting through to survival stage, I think for them would be a little bit of reassurance. Depends how heavy the ego sits, right?
Yeah.
If they're like top 5 or nothing, then fine, sure. It's a competitive spirit. I'll give them that, but you know. Even survival is better than what they did before, and improvement is the name of the game.
That's what it's all about. And when it comes to Alpha 7, you know, there's an old saying in the boxing world, you know, as you get older, the speed slowly goes away, but that power always stays there. And I think that's Alpha 7, you know, like, no matter what, they are so experienced, they're such a dominating team that these guys can get off the couch, and I think can eliminate still some of the best players in the world, right? But getting to those end games, getting those placement points on top of those eliminations, that can be difficult, because in the 2 recent global tournaments they played in, at the 18 games, they had 46 eliminations, only 12 placement points, which is insane for them. So they're already looking to beat that here, which is great. It's a good sign for them, and they got a good position in this next circle as it hard shifts on over to them. Very, very lucky. Let's see if they can capitalize on it.
I'll tell you who else has a pretty good position here is the Vitality duo, right? Up towards the north side, they've got Tianba as well as Nongshim Red Force up to their north, so nice little buffer. The difficulty, of course, for Vitality is they're playing as 2, so they do need to figure out how they're going to try and work this ground. You've got TT Project as well on that east side of them. Maybe look at a push on through. That is 7-2-1 GS going down, as they did actually manage to get some of their players out of that engagement, as did Etch, but neither is going to be happy about it. S2G still camping the east bridge.
Yeah, and on the western bridge, it looks like we're going to have Godlike coming in a little bit late. There is still quite a few spots in this circle, so it is going to work for them. And yeah, but let's take a look here at this bridge camp. You got S2G there, gatekeeping for the time being. And they're going to hold that bridge, I think, all the way to the end here. Soulking, oh, he spots him. They have no idea he's there. When he's going to take that shot, though. He's going to wait till the last second.
Yeah, I mean, you're waiting to have multiple angles on the shot, right? Especially when you're so close to hard cover. You know that you can tag 1 or 2. You lose that element of surprise, but Lost will not lose on that face. Looks for more as well. The straight not quite there. And is going to find some bullets sent back his way. And Hamzy has to step up to keep his teammates safe, but now S2G are down to 1. All of a sudden, the Hustler crew seem to have found an opening. No real third parties on this one, and Hamzy, I think he just has to get gone here.
Yeah, his whole team's going to be taken out. I mean, this is stage 4. The blue zone's hurting. Loco is looking crazy as he's on the move here. They should definitely get these confirmations before they push, because it's going to be difficult to get across that zone. Instead, they just said, hey, you know what? Let it ride. We are sending it down this bridge. But for how long are they going to make it across? MCG is up there up top. When is he going to take these shots? Let's see.
I don't think he's going to have the angle to do it. If they break right here, they're going to crash straight into Yangon Galacticos instead. The Smile starts going low to clear, finds Loco, pulls him out. Galacticos send Hustler crew for 6.
And yeah, that's going to be them out of here. So 16th place, tough start for them. Still Miramar left to go. We'll see if they can bounce back. But this is one heck of a game here. As this zone down in military base on the northeast side near the bridge. It's going to be a hill finish. There are quite a few little dips and valleys that teams can hide under and make some plays in. So we still have 11 teams remaining here. Everybody just waiting for that next circle to pop and deciding just where that fight's going to take them.
during the middle of all that. Vitality getting eliminated, allowing TT Project to take a central position here, puts TT Project in the driving seat of these hills in terms of stopping control. There are high grounds around them, technically more oversight things, but they are a linchpin of it. Gonna force everyone to fight around the side, and one of those fights is Godlike.
A7 आ गई, A7 आ गई है, भागो भागो भागो.
On the chopping block, and Alpha 7 maybe after that. TT Project though steal a point away.
भाई point चोरी कर लिया भाई.
Out, and now it's Alpha 7 still looking to try and handle it. Revo, will he connect? No, they're not quite finding it.
एक नंबर भाई, क्या मारा है भाई? ये क्या वाइट था? Power बे.
Alpha 7 standing
with
no force against Godlike.
Always Obscure is now on the other angle here, trying to make some plays all by himself, but he's running out in the open. Nice little spray back in return. Abino's gonna go ahead and heal up. Wait for his teammate, and that's
clean wipe, bro. Clean wipe. Clean wipe. Let's go, bhai. Let's go. Let's go, bhai. Clean wipe.
From Godlike.
What a gameplay. What a gameplay, bhai. What a gameplay, bhai.
And now
Bhai,
from the
अच्छा
west
clean
side,
wipe किया
Godlike
बे.
are going to look to push across. TT Project wanted the third party, but not enough.
उनको समझा नहीं है,
work
मोनोकी नहीं है उनके बंदे.
for them to find
तो उन लोग पीछे बैक ऑफ हो गए. नहीं तो अभी इधर इसके भी गॉर्डन के भी अगर बंदे नॉक रहते ना तो पूछता भाई. 110% TT वाले पुश कर जाते भाई.
Major danger's coming from now. It's on the west side. It's Godlike.
Yeah, Godlike fans right behind us going crazy on that fight. They like to see that. Alpha 7 fans not too happy on that one, but they're still sitting in fourth place for now. We'll see what
the drums.
Yeah, where are the drums?
Where's the Vuvuzela? What's going on? I can't hear him.
हाँ भाई, drums की आवाज नहीं आ रही भाई अभी. अब तक drums बज रहे थे बे.
As we get into the desert coming up, but we got this match to look at. We got Tianba in the mix, and Tianba, man, in 12th place so far, haven't had that crazy pop-off game, but in my opinion, it is only a matter of time. QZZ is an absolute animal. In my opinion, one of the best players on the planet. He's a 20-year-old Chinese superstar. When is he going to pop off? In my opinion, only a matter of time.
I mean, I'm still waiting for it, though. I'm still waiting for it.
Let's see it.
You know, you got some real big boots to fill when it comes to Chinese superstars, right? Paraboy obviously is the forefront, the paramount of the Chinese superstar
We got to see him. We got to see him recently at PMWC.
Yeah, that's true.
That was fun.
Yeah. I mean,
कौन मारा लेकिन भाई.
I don't want to
एशियन की कितने बंदे कितने मारा? दो मेरे को शायद से आगे दो तो इस पावर ने मारे थे.
A little bit of a show match for those guys that missed it, and it was good to be able to see kind of like the old Nova squad compete once again. Now they did end up having to go against the likes of like Revo and Aurora.
मेरे हिसाब से ये मैच में अगर अपन
tough considering that
मेरे
these guys
हिसाब से
are
ये
the
मैच के
modern
अंदर अपन
monsters
top
of these days. But
top
still,
7
it's
का
good
भी
to
अगर
see the
top 6 तक तो भी हो जाएगा, but top 7 तक भी है ना.
But you know what?
we
Speaking
can
of
try
OGs, we got Young on
कि
Galacticos,
आगे के जो दो मिरामार है अपने उसमें अपन कवर अप करके अपन top 5 के अंदर मेंटेन कर ले खुद को. क्योंकि अपन ने वैसे भी एशियन को ओए चल निकल सकता है भाई.
Let's see where this next zone goes.
अपने को बस दो टीम से आईडीए और एनएस को भाई. ये दो टीम मर जाए ना तो फिर अपने का किधर तो चांसेस बन रहे ऊपर जाने के लिए. भाई ये वाइटलिटी और ये क्या खेल रही है भाई. मारते जा रही भाई. पूरा और एशियन को तो भाई गॉर्डन ने खत्म किया क्योंकि वहां से अगर उन लोग मार मतलब वो तो फाइट हो गई बट नहीं मारते तो सोच भाई पॉइंट्स भी बढ़ गए होते.
Makes it so dangerous for all
बैलेंस
these
बनाया.
teams to
ओए
fight.
चल टीटी को दिया भाई.
I
टीटी के
feel like
बंदे को
stay
दिया
put
मारने
for a
ने.
little bit longer. Allow Arena and Godlike to clash.
भाई दे डबल डाल.
Try and be the opposing force on that third party.
That's a great plan.
ये वाले जाओ ना यार वो साइड. तुमको क्या करना है? ओए भाई ये क्या चीता?
They're battling it out with Godlike. Albino driving right into the mix of this as well, but it looks like we're getting shut down here from side to side as Effect shimmying back and forth.
चल.
It don't matter. It's Godlike Esports running over.
Full domination भाई. Full domination दे जा पर. भाई ई ने दे दिया. मैं बोला ना ये वाले उधर जाओ इधर क्यों आए?
They put too much into taking down TT Project in the center and Arena pounds. Yangon Galacticos, this is what I wanted from them, to move in to try and third party. But now teams are going to diverge. Godlike not going down fully there, I think is a big achievement. Playing on with 2, they could still extract value.
This is what I like to see though. If you're going to make a crazy push like that, you got to do it full send, full attack, and do not waste time. They were able to take out TT Project pretty quick. That's why we still see at least 2 players up from them. And they got a good amount of eliminations in this game.
भाई मानने ने दिया ही के.
Oh my goodness!
दे एक नंबर भाई. एक नंबर.
Godlike is on a run right now.
2v2 now between E-Arena and Godlike. Yangon Galacticos.
भाई one of the top pace teams को मार रही है भाई. One of the top भाई. One of the top pace bro. भाई लोग ज्ञान देते हैं ना भाई कि अपन अभी तक इंटरनेशनल लेवल के नहीं पहुंचे bro. नहीं bro. This is the level we have bro. Indian talent नहीं है भाई कम भाई. ये भाई.
Yangon Galacticos are starting to push into this circle.
कौन बोला भाई?
Has calmed down though, so they don't have that easy opportunity to go for a third party. But hey, little by little, just try to get some more information, and you can see say Cloud.
पहले 2 मैचेस अब देख मैं क्या बोला 2 मैचेस अपने घर गए ड्रॉप क्लैश नहीं हुआ. पोटेंशियल है भाई मैं इसलिए बोला कि ड्रॉप क्लैशेस अवॉइड करेंगे ना. We'll get the result भाई. We'll get the result. और रिजल्ट दिख रहा है भाई अपने सामने. बुरा नहीं है बट बस बता रहा हूँ. ये वाले आ रहे माँ क्या ये वाले जाओ ना उधर तुम्हारी जाओ ये वाले एनिस पे रश मारो. अरे भाई जी वाले तो भाई अलग ही है भाई. यंग तक सॉरी यंग गॉड जो भी इनका नाम है मेरे को नहीं पता. पूरा नाम नहीं पता मेरे को. भाई जी बोल के यंग गॉड बोल रहा हूँ मैं. पकड़ लिया भाई पकड़ लिया.
Leaving just one player now for Godlike, but they've got deep into this game, Duke. 6 teams remaining. They've got 11 eliminations. This is a big match. They're up in 7th already.
Huge match from the side of Godlike. That's going to put them in a great spot to try to reach that top 5. That Joker getting taken out as Yangon Galacticos are now like, hey, you know what? It's time for us to get some eliminations. They are controlling that south side. They're still outside the circle. They need to find their spot on the way in. Let's see if they can get there.
And now Nongshim Red Force are starting to move around.
NS पे रश मार दो ना यार पब्लिक को तो भाई.
And if they can get rid of the stragglers,
जब IG पे कोई रश मार दो भाई दोनों एक मार दो.
In the meantime, have established a chokehold on the rest of the circle.
Yeah, Smile forced to jump out of his vehicle. That's Mormon gone. That is now the top point sponges in this lobby are out. This is a huge opportunity for teams in that mid pack to try and catch up to him. You still got Tianba there, right? We've been waiting for them to pop off all the way.
ये इधर लिया रे कोई तो देखा उसको कोई तो देखा भाई. भाई थोड़ा रुक जाना एडमिनो प्लीज भाई थोड़ा सा भाई थोड़ा सा अपन को बस प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट मिल जाए ना मजा आ जाएगा. ये रे इनकी मां के यार मदर मार बोलेगा तो इधर ही मार रहे मेरे गजकरन. बैगन के बाल के पास 5 मिनट है तो सब पिकेगा उधर. हाँ यार वो उधर ही पीछे ही था वही अच्छा था यार जब लोकेशन नहीं मांगता था.
So proud of what they've done this game. They have been brutally efficient on those fights. They're on 19 eliminations.
Wow.
Dukes, that's all but 4 of their points right now.
Monster game for them and a huge bounce back. Let's see what Yangon Galacticos can do though. Because now we're taking out that player, they can have some real estate to control. We still got a few big teams here. We got 3 full 4-man squads and a solo on the side. And let's just see where this is going to go. One last circle shift to go. And then we're going to find out where this end game is going to happen.
Yangon Galacticos kind of corralled now onto the south side. This is what I was worried about, that overcommitment potential to that southwest edge, but they do still have quite a bit of ground to play with, and Tianba are going to start to look to flex out.
You can see Hyunbin, he's got that AUG and the P90, right? What an absolute monster. This guy is only 18 years old, and he is one of the best PUBG Mobile players in the world. One of Maxman's favorites, that's for sure. And let's see what he can do here with that P90 in hand. That's the squad wiper. He's going to need it, though, because there are some monsters in this lobby still here. You got our previous champs, Young Galacticos. You got Tianba, who by all means should have won PMMI, but it was Yongshim Red Force at the last second to smash and take that tournament
ये मैच अगर गॉर्डन नहीं मारती ना ऊपर के टीम को तो भाई इन लोग तो भाई कवर अप के लिए तो चांसेस ही नहीं. कोई मार ही नहीं रहा उनको.
Please guys, leave me alone.
All by myself. Don't want to be retooled.
एक बंदे के पीछे इन लोग भी आने वाले भाईगन के एक बंदे को पकड़ना चाहते हैं. एक बंदा जो सिंगल बचे ना उसको मारना है. वही तकलीफ देते हैं सब. तेरा ग्रेनेड डाल दिया, मॉली डाल दिया, सब डाल देते हैं.
Rookie performances we saw from him. He's looking to try and build that resume. That CV.
उसको पता है इधर है रे
veteran. standard player, and he's well on his way.
Rita?
Moving up towards Rita. He's got a nade to bobble out. Looks good, but only takes half the HP. In the meantime, Tiamba getting descended upon by Yangon Galacticos off in the distance. XZY will look to try and challenge. Get the gut shot there as Rita getting chipped away, and they will find him down. It's the P90 to do it, of course.
That's the gun, I'm telling you. That's the weapon you want here in the end game. How about some nades, though, as that is going to be the big bell to ring to get this fight started. Smile getting knocked there is going to be brutal. Yeah, and Tiamba are going to probably throw all the utility they have to try and take him out.
This is so well orchestrated by Nongshim Red Force throughout all of this. They have taken so much ground. They've stopped movements. Tiamba being reserved in their compound. Now looking to try and break out. And Yangon Galacticos, they are now trapped in the middle of Nongshim Red Force, out of the blue zone. They are going to get pushed by it, and I don't think it's going to go well for them, Jukes.
I think it's a back-to-back chicken dinner from Nongshim Red Force. They have so much control, and these two teams are fighting each other. Like you mentioned, outside of the circle. Yep, here it goes. So easy, and it's feeling like that for them because the blue zone's on their side. It's how many eliminations can Nongshim Red Force get?
Yangon Galacticos trying their best to stay alive, but they're two players now. Tiamba do still have a chance here, but Eagle is going to step straight into the firing line of the backstop Nongshim Red Force position. Say Cloud trying to stay alive, but TZ's just making it so hard, and they are really going to find it difficult to get out of this divot. Has the hovercraft as well. The fade away with the nade, finds another knock, and now Yangon Galacticos only playing as one. Say Cloud spotted out, but has to back off the volley of fire. Going to leave the hovercraft on about a quarter of its HP and is draining quite quickly, but now he's got a huge amount of ridgeline cover. Romeo gets flushed away.
Man, that just it's like such a crucial. Oh, and those nades are disgusting. Dizzy putting that cover right where it needed to be, and having this hovercraft right towards the end is even better for the side of Nongshim. This is the final circle here, folks. This zone's gonna go down to nothing. Nongshim Red Force have the dead center spot, and Hyunbin gets a Molotov onto the side of Tiamba. These guys are completely trapped.
Yeah, Yangon Galacticos finally going down. Tiamba starting to bleed on the low ground too. They are having a real tough time of it in this high ground angle. TZ has been so operative, so commanding in these off angles. And he's looking to open another can of Warpath.
And that's exactly what's happening, because you got another can of Hyunbin.
क्लॉकवाइज रोटेशन पे ऐसा उनको घेर के रखा था पूरा क्लॉकवाइज रोटेशन उनका
masterfully orchestrated in those final circles for Nongshim Red Force. As soon as Yangon Galacticos stepped out of that middle position, they were like,
backstage with one of the fans out there that was just looking at PUBG Mobile for the first time, and I was like, hey, you see that team right there on the bottom with 6 points, Nongshim Red Force? That's one of the best teams in this lobby. And they were like, why do they only have 6 points? I was like, you just wait and see, right? And I think if you're listening to this, you have seen now, because Nongshim Red Force, 2 chicken dinners back to back. These guys have rocket launch themselves all the way up.
Military Island, man, what can you say? It's gone well for them. That rotate in to get there nice and early on the North Coast. That saw them so nice, and it's a lot to do with the vitality felt in that early game as well.
Yeah.
Getting stuck into a fight instead of maybe even allowing other teams in the area to hold that bridge for them so that they could establish more of that ground, maybe go deeper into the game. Not that it was a bad match in terms of point scoring for Vitality, but still, maybe a lost opportunity.
I think I would be way more critical on Vitality if they just have such an insane amount of points, right? But considering that they are like all the way at the top of the leaderboards, I'll give them a little bit of slack, right? I mean, you're allowed to flex a little bit, right? You pretty much almost secured a top 5 in just a few matches. And yeah, 7, still great game, but you're right. I mean, if they would have made a couple adjustments, considering that it was military, it could have been 20 points for all we know.
I feel like when you're at the top of the tables and you're doing so well, I want to be more critical of you in a lot of ways, right? I want to hold you to a higher standard, because that's the bar you set for yourself. And if you're not up to it, what are you doing earning all those points in the first place, you know? Come on, give them back.
You know what? That's a great point, though, because if this was the finals, it would be a different story.
That's true.
Right? Because that one little mistake could be the difference between becoming our champions and 2nd place, or even 3rd place, right? Especially the fact that we've seen the smash rule come into effect so critically, you know? So, yeah, you know what? You're right. I mean, I think that you definitely got to take every opportunity you can, no matter how high you're up on the leaderboards, just be relentless no matter what.
Yeah, you got to keep that train going. You got to keep that momentum. It is the most important thing, especially when you're talking about shorter game sets, right? Where you're playing 12 matches in your group. The single match is so much more important. When you start to expand, as we will over in the finals too, well, technically at least 14 matches with the Smash rule. It is going to get a little bit harder to stay towards the top, but Vitality will hold that accolade. Let's send it down to the stage with Kalaris.
Yes, thank you very much. Down on the stage here to get a word from Axel after looking fantastic throughout the day so far. No chicken dinner just yet, but a third, second already here. Very much on the way to being able to qualify. So first question, based on this, PMGO and PMMI, it didn't look as great for you guys, but here so far today, it looks amazing. What has the preparation been like coming to PMWC?
Jadi tentunya buat turnamen PMGO atau PMMI itu bukan turnamen yang kurang baik untuk tim Vitality. Tetapi apa sih persiapan kalian dan perbedaannya dari turnamen yang terakhir dengan turnamen kalian di saat ini?
Yang pertama yang pasti dari PMGO dan PMMI kita kayak belajar banyak banget, kayak banyak hal-hal yang baru kita dapetin bareng. Jadi kita datang ke PMWC dengan hal yang udah kita bawa dari turnamen sebelumnya. Dan kita pasti belajar banyak lah dari hal-hal itu. Dan semoga kita bisa terapin sampai ini ke final.
So yeah, I mean we learn a lot. I cannot go into details like what we are learning, but we are like bringing it here in PMWC. So far we're doing good, and just hopefully that we can continue this until the finals.
All right, and from what we've seen so far, Axel is obviously looking fantastic in the IGL position, but also putting up a lot of eliminations to try and challenge for that MVP spot. Is that something that Axel's kind of looking at, and does he think he can keep that up?
Oke, dan tentunya kamu hari ini memberikan performa yang bagus banget, bisa dibilang MVP level performance gitu. Apakah ini sesuatu yang kamu tuju atau kayak enggak juga, atau mungkin ada pendapat tersendiri?
Kebetulan nggak ada sih, karena dari dulu aku kayak berusaha selalu ngalah buat ngasih temenku main enak aja. Cuma mungkin hari ini lagi wangi aja. Cuma nggak ada ke arah sana sama sekali.
So usually it's not like this. Usually I've tried my best to make my team perform more, make my players more comfortable in their roles. But I don't know. Probably today is just like a beautiful day for me, and yeah, we can see.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Axel. You're looking awesome so far here. That does it from us down on the stage. Back to more for PMWC.
मेरा माउस किधर गया? हाँ.
Nongshim Red Force with that back-to-back. Just look at Hyunbin. He's so happy right now, Max, with the way that team is performing. But by the way, for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that the PMWC Lucky Spin is now live. You can get 3 exclusive sets made by PDP creator Nana. The Electron Energy set, the Protein Power set, and the Stunned Alien Fusion Groza. All bring in the PMWC spirit. Log into PUBG Mobile and take your spin before it's gone. Because looking at that one, honestly, that Groza looks so sick. And I wouldn't be surprised if, Max, you already have all the skins.
How did you know this? I actually spin for one and I got them all. I had enough coins, I got everything. And it looks really cool, so I like him, so I'm using it right now.
I just know you, okay? I know every single time we do an event, you always try to get whatever exclusive skins are out in the game. But we gotta talk about that last game. Nongshan Red Force with the back-to-back.
I love it. Can I just say that? Look,
great.
I do like my one-word answers. Nice. No, Hyunbin, Nongshan Red Force, I really like what they did there on all of it, honestly. What I will say, the biggest point for me here, Max, maybe you'll agree with me, is that for me, when Yangon and Tiamba were finally going head-to-head there, rather than spreading up and around, which they did do eventually, but rather than waiting for that fight to finish, they took advantage of that fight to actually spread into zone a little bit, maintaining that control, getting that high ground, and their reward is 18 points on the board.
You know what? I'm going to steal your thunder right now.
Do it.
Nice! Oh, yes. What a nice one coming out from Nongshan Red Force. 18-pointer. That's a back-to-back chicken dinner, as we already said. Loving it from South Korea. I'm getting those G+ vibes right now. I'm getting Nongul 2.0 vibes. Loving what we're seeing so far. Really happy. But going on to the second slot here, Godlike. Interesting to see, right, Seven? No hot drop, how it can do for you in these games.
Exactly. Don't worry. We'll get a chance to talk about Godlike a little bit more. Tiamba. How about Tiamba? Tiamba with that great performance as well, putting up those numbers. Tiamba really hasn't been putting up much. And also another team that I wanted to touch base on, Lace, is none other than Yangon Galacticos now having back-to-back good performances.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 in the last 2 games, but not too much to show for it. Then coming into this match, and as the PMWC Championships, they have finally picked up the phone to their goddamn wake-up call, because I could not understand why this team had to take this long to get to this point. Now, we're obviously in this final zone. They didn't have the cover to sort of protect themselves from it. They had to just bide their time to make sure that they can get those posted points. But I mean, it moves them from 15 to 6.
Yeah, it does end up moving them from 15 to 6 because of the sponge points. Something that we ended up seeing there is in the top 5, there was none of the top 3 teams, so allow other teams. And you were talking about Godlike. Guess what, Godlike? This is what happens when you don't hot drop. This is exactly what I've been talking about. And we can look at the stats here as S-Power was able to get those 4 eliminations.
Oh, finally, just give it up. It's just not worth the hot drop. They're really happy behind us, though. They're not hot dropping. They're really hype about it. But no, good to see when you don't hot drop. Look at that, 4 eliminations, 3, 2, 2. Especially Some. What a save earlier. He got the entire team reset. This team is looking great so far.
Man, I just want to talk about Manya's decision to make the largest rotate over to the eastern, well, not from the eastern side, the western side's bridge. They were able to scout. There were 3 teams on that east bridge. They made their way around to the western side. They obviously moved their rotation into there. They were able to obviously protect their 4 eliminations early on, but my God, they actually then took notice of IDA's split hold, took them down, and quickly advanced and moved their rotation in. And then Alpha 7 came out of nowhere. Oh, we're going to third party this easier. No, Godlike read that like a book, were able to defend them off. And look, usually, you know, we're going to say, you know, there's a couple of like clutch mentalities, but we're handing that over. We're handing that over to Manya because that was an absolutely insane performance to be able to defend through certain teams after that entire long rotate.
It's the next one.
It wasn't you.
I dodged it. I was so quick.
I can't throw him at Max anymore.
It's my turn. It's my day today.
I got in trouble.
But paper
no, it was really good.
I didn't need those.
You can't damage me.
We were kind of talking about, right, how you were like,
Godlike's
a really aggressive team. Don't be so aggressive. And this thing is that actually unnecessarily, right? This was very necessary because once they stopped hot dropping, they took out Hora, A7, and with a little help from Yangon, EA as well. E-Arena, the top team. Well, second place team now, but you can see that this is a team that actually can go up against the big names in this lobby as long as you don't hot drop. Don't do it.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Unnecessary aggressiveness from Godlike. You don't need to see it. Just wait for the right time. We know you have the fragging power. Snacks is currently watching. He's like, yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. But you know what else we were watching? Wolves Baton with the headshot.
What the heck, bro? What the heck, bro?
That's so you love to see that.
Snacks bullet, eh?
Plays like that. Come on. The pan is the deadliest bullet. Bro, you hit me. You got me.
If only we could have a real pan.
So actually, you know what? Sorry, I gotta be that guy. Actually,
according to my calculations.
We're talking about according to my calculations. That sounds like John Allen. Anyway, no,
thank you.
Looking at these drops going into Miramar, which is going to be the next coming map, right? We do see Godlike actually normally going in La Cobreria. I did do an interview with them just yesterday, and they said Godlike they're going to commit to the hot drop. So did Sky from Hora, but that's not all, because apparently, what I've seen in the announced drops, Chiamba and also Hustler Crew could also send it over there. Chiamba, I think they're going to put their ego aside, go for maybe water treatment. I wouldn't be surprised. But Hustler Crew, maybe. They're a bit of a troll team, and they like ruining teams going into these games like they did on Godlike earlier in Apartment. They might do it again.
Tactical sabotage is what it's called.
Oh.
They're also going to be sabotaging their own performance if they keep doing that kind of stuff. Well, let's take a look at this head-to-head between Vitality and E-Arena, because those two teams have just been sponging up so many points. I mean, right now, Vitality, 10 eliminations average is absolutely insane. And that's why, Lace, they're truly sitting at the top with those 59 points.
Yo, I heard Hot Dukes before saying like, oh, you know, it's not the best game from them, but, you know, blah, blah. But can I just take you through a story? Rizak, with the drive-by giggle, this team is having so much fun in this game, which is absolutely insane. And after, you know, a cost of their fight, a bad zone pull, the duo and the firepower of Razy and Axel is just another level. They were actually able to obtain another 5 eliminations as a duo, which is more than any other squad did early on in that match.
Looking at this bottom 3 teams, you got 721 GSE Esports, Wolves Esports, our NA crew, and then Hustler crew. Talking about those drops, talking about them actually wanting to spoil, right, maybe sabotage a little bit. Neptura, with them being at the bottom, I mean, they're just going to continue on sabotaging their own style.
I really hope they don't do that. They need to actually try and find some points more organically than just hot dropping. However, I don't feel like we're really going to see that today. I think they're going to try at least one Miramar to see if they can actually make it work, which it's not going to, but you know what? You just have to find out for yourselves.
Well, yeah, hopefully they're not going to be throwing anything. Ha! I got somebody! And as we're going into game 5.
3!
Not at all!
You see that? Let's go to stage. Anytime now.
Right now, in fact, yes, of course, despite, of course, we had that amazing win at the very beginning of the day, it's Vitality in #1 here, Blank, after insane consistency throughout the day.
Yeah, it's been an incredible day for Vitality so far, and honestly, I think the Indonesian crowd can't be happier for this team so far. They're going to be very, very proud. Even in that last match, yes, they come 13th. However, of the 8 eliminations they got, they took out everyone else and then went out by another team. So these guys are on a great time. Consistency's through the roof, like you say. It's also awesome because it feels like a spiritual successor right now. You've got Razak and Razy. Yeah. It's like Zuxi and Luxi the past. You've got Axel who's doing incredible work on his own. Kind of like the Ryzen of the past as well. It's like we're bringing it all back here, and this is the future of Indonesia.
I saw on socials one of the twins was milling around in Paris as well.
Luxi is here. Yes, yeah, Luxi is here. I saw him the other day. He's a good lad, yeah. He's a lot more mature than he used to be as well. But yeah, it's always good talking to Luxi. He's a really, really cool guy.
No, definitely. I think that also Vitality not only is able to bring the gun power, but also the positional awareness as well, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to that beach situation in Ehrenkel and having to sort of weave your way behind the strong Alpha 7 position in a lot of that, they understand where they need to go and when they need to go, because sometimes you could be in positions too early, but Vitality was there when they needed to be, even though the circle eventually goes against them.
Well, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think maturity is a great way to describe them at the moment. The way that they are just regrouping on one another during these games is fantastic. It's really, really good stuff. I've been very much enjoying it.
All right, well, thank you very much, Blanket. It's time to head on over to the commentators once again here for another game at PMWC.
Absolutely, we are ready to get stuck in. Thank you very much for the Blank Jutsu breakdown there. It was a real treat to hear about the maturity, the development, the the further progression of all of our teams, because it is getting a little bit dicey for a couple. But back-to-back chicken dinner is going to be pretty soothing for the nerves on Nongshim Red Force. Vitality going to be feeling pretty chill. You know what I'm slightly worried about, though?
What's that?
Is E-Arena.
Okay,
Where they've been at? Where they've been at since that chicken dinner at the start of the day?
That's a good point. I mean, they've been putting up some decent points, right? But considering that they had 39 in one game, they set that pace like we would not possibly believe. But you know what? That's it for Rondo. That's it for Airgale. It's time to get into the desert of Miramar. We heard it there on the desk earlier. We could possibly actually see some hot drop action here. That is going to make things mighty interesting. As we look at the leaderboards, Vitality on top, 59 points. 6th place cutoff right now, Yangon Galacticos with 22. That is a 37 difference.
सब टीम के पॉइंट्स देख भाई.
37 points from 1st and 6th.
कोई भी एक अच्छा गेम जाएगा वो भाई ऊपर जा रहा है भाई.
I think I would definitely say that would be a big difference.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
60 और भाई देखना भाई 30 का भी एवरेज नहीं है भाई चटवे का.
Apparently, I like to say.
In fact, I always say it back home, a
More
big
than 30 भाई.
We say that too.
Oh,
big
really?
Yeah, it's a real big one.
You know what? It's international.
Yes, it's pan-Atlantic. That's what we're doing.
Unit of measure. Yes,
well,
you know what else is largely in charge? This plane path is it's all the way down on the south side. That's not going to be too comfortable for a lot of these squads here. We'll see where the zone decides to go. This circle has been chaotic all day long today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it go all the way over to the water.
Partona, let's go.
Partona.
We're going for a prison circle. That's what we're going to see. 3, 2, 1. That's, you know what? I might just leave now. I don't want to stick around if it's not a crazy circle.
El Pozo, the tried and true. You know what, though? I think it's about time we get a little bit of a break here. I'm looking at the drops. Actually, we're going to see over there in Valle del Mar a little action there on the south side. Looks like ETSH might have been a little bit of a hot drop situation, and all the players going up north.
भाई ये तो लफड़ी हो गई भाई पूरी टीम. अरे यार म्यूट क्यों किया?
Toe to toe a little bit.
तो लफड़ी हो गई भाई टीम.
But they have taken either end of the settlement and not really committing for the vehicle drops either. They do have, I believe, one vehicle on the back line. So for Etch, you could just grab a vehicle and send away, but looks like they want to stick around and maybe try and vie for the spot instead. Godlike alone in Los Leones, and we are going to be seeing that western side start to pack in, I'm sure, as teams make their way out that way and try and make themselves look as good as possible. If you want to look as good as possible, you need to be heading over to that Uzumaki Naruto event, grabbing those fresh-looking skins. Look at the firepower on that skin.
Ooh, that Nine Tails Fury right there. And it is insane. Those guys that have played the event, man, let us know in the chat if you're able to take down the Nine Tails, because that man does not mess around. I mean, one of the most difficult bosses I have fought in the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, you need to be hitting those weak points and making sure you're breaking through that armor resistance and then making the most of the time where it's down on the ground. Either way, that sort of scale of monster isn't going to be played in esports. The only thing that comes close is maybe E-Arena's first game.
Like a
similar sort of kaiju level threat in this game, but so far that hasn't been repeated, and we're going to be a little bit more sensitive.
They definitely, channeled his chakra, that's for sure, in the first match. But, just like in Naruto, it fades away. You know what I'm saying? So
does it fade away?
I think it lingered a little bit because they still have a whole points here, but Vitality somehow were able to pass them up, which is just crazy to me. But the one difference that we have from Group A versus Group B is there are some serious points bunches here, right? It was pretty close for the most part when it came to Group A, where we felt like any team could make it in the top 5. The thing is, though, with these next 2 matches to go, if we continue to see, Nongshim, Aura, EA, Vitality, even if Alpha 7 get a win here, it's going to be pretty difficult for these teams to try to make it straight to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, to be fair, 5th place being 25 points, like that's one kind of good game, right? From a team all the way down towards the, well, I say very good game. A 15 even chicken dinner. That's doable, right? That is a very reasonable thing for a team to be able to achieve. So literally anyone at this point could just jump straight into the top 5 if they've got that firepower behind them.
You mean just 5th place?
Oh, wait, yeah.
Yeah.
5th place is top 5. I checked.
That is true. I mean, that's what's so crazy, though, considering that, I mean, 38 to 25 from 4th and 5th is wild. So, yeah, I mean, we still have that 5th place spot that's looking good. But, you know, if you continue to give breathing room to those top 4, then that only leaves 1 slot available tomorrow, and you do not want that.
इनको मारना है तो ऊपर के टीम को मारना पड़ेगा पॉइंट्स रोकने के लिए, so that कल भी तुमको चांस मिले कि उनको गिरा के तुम भी जाओ ऊपर, और सब टीम कर रही है कि नीचे वाले को ही मारने के लिए पीछे बढ़ रही है पागल की माफी.
Man, it's going to be pretty wild to see how things bring out here. You can see the coach corner. Every single time we see the coaches, I want to see them smiling, getting hyped. You know what I'm saying? But it's just serious business from these coaches.
Hey, look, they got to be digesting all of that information as fast as possible, because you don't have a long time to convey it to the team, right? So you need to be looking at those early stages. I think they'll be focused in now, much more than maybe in about 5 minutes. Then they'll come back into it a little bit later in the game. But these early game negotiations with the lobby are going to be pretty important. So I think, you know, fair enough that they're locked in. It's almost like they're trying to take this seriously, which, you know,
now that I think about it, kind of wild. I mean, now that I think about it, like in pretty much in every sport, anytime you look at a coach, you don't look too happy, right? No matter what's going on here.
If you're pleased with your team, you're not thinking about it, right?
Yeah, that's right. Good to want by more points. And look at this, UZZ, he's on a horse! Giddy up! And he's out of it.
Real high jumps on that guy, you know?
Yeah.
That's powerful.
Sponsor stream by Red Bull.
We'll need to consult them to see if that's a reasonable amount of height for a horse to jump, you know?
She is our equestrian expert on the panel.
Beautiful flavors.
Very much so.
Take a look at Alpha 7 though. Alpha 7 love El Pozo. This is their drop spot. They know this whole city like the back of their hand. So for them to be able to make it up here nice and safe and sound is going to be a great sign for our PMGC champions here. As far as teams that are not in this zone just yet, we got Nongshim Red Force, who just won 2 chicken dinners. They're all the way down south in Minas. You have Vitality in Los Leones, S2G,
Vitality और
and Hustler Crew still trying to get in the circle.
फिर हो रहा है नहीं तो बड़ी खुश हो जाएंगे बोले क्या आज चलो हमको ऊपर जाने का चांस मिला.
Negotiate around water treatment, La Cooperativa as well.
Because जब तक ये top 4 के
through the creative fields area is going to be very, very difficult with where Horror sits. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Hustler Crew try and swing wide out over the north, past La Cooperativa, past the west side of creative field to try and find a way in that way.
तो बहुत डिसाइडर है भाई. इवन आप भी का एक और मेरा मार भाई बहुत डिसाइडर है कि कल तुम कम्पीट कर पाओगे या नहीं.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to find themselves their best spot possible. But oh, looks like we do have a fight. And it's going to be Slownik battling it out with TT Project. Gonna go for a little 1v2 action here. Pulls up 13 की लड़ाई हो रही है भाई.
क्या बोलूं?
Back it on
यही तो नहीं होना है भाई.
Now getting hit by that. He's gonna have to find some cheeky angles here. Oh, jump shot.
Nice.
Ends up catching it. But here come the rest of the Wolves. Are they gonna be able to save their teammate? Looks like they might have just done so and just in time.
And now in comes back to hold the angle, get the flush as well. Slonic is very, very low though, Jukes. They do need to get it picked back up right now if they want to try and make this one work. Neos is still on the top floor. Slonic is bleeding. He's bleeding out, and down he goes. And down goes Neos. He's dropping down for the fight, but it's not going to go well. Necessary does what is needed. And FPS steps forwards to try and challenge it yet again, but he's the last to stand for TT Project. This is going to be the Wolves all day. TT Project take a tumble.
Oh man, and what a play for the Wolves here. Our NA representatives getting that fight done, and they are in elimination range. They're all the way at the bottom 3 here, so with that fight, it does push them up a little bit. Hopefully to try to at least make the survival stage and extend their tournament life just a little bit longer. But it looks like we may just have a true El Pozo circle here. As now we're going to look at Vitality getting some shots down range as well.
Getting stuck in. as and needed. Ooh, two of them are down though, and it's up to Federalis and
वाले
Axel to try and hold off against ETSH.
वो watermelon का तुम last का white वाला part
leveling the playing field now on the numbers. Fajita being as isolated from the rest of the players as he is going to make it a little bit easier to get these reses, but Razak may just be a bit of a goner here. He is very far afield. Axel launching the nades, a volley sent from the back lines as well as Federalis has one looping over the top. Razy likely going to get picked back up. As it comes on in, Fajita actually not stopping off to go for the flush. Instead, wants to bolster the position for Edge.
Oh, Fajita is sizzling right now. He's going to have to make a play all by himself because these nades are really starting to hurt. Federalis is just on point with them. There's another air burst, and that picked him off a little bit. He does get the heal off, but that nade's going to hurt a whole lot. And that is ETSH out of there. Vitality. Man, these guys are just getting eliminations like crazy in the early game.
पता नहीं कैसे हम लोग किधर भी ऐसा हाथ से लड़ाई से लेके जाएगा ना तो लगता है कि मरने वाले हैं.
Over on the south side, but they do need to get a move on. No one really too close enough to cause any worry for them in terms of third parties because they are outside the circle. They're going to have to push up north past Monte Nuevo and try and find where they can slot
India का
on
flag
in.
डाल सकते हो chat में डाल देना भाई.
The rest of this lobby and Hustler Crew did in fact go for that wide north rotate. S2G didn't. They sent in and they're now south of Crater Fields and have kept all four of their players alive. So I didn't expect them to be able to do something like that with Horror taking up that high ground, but it seems like they made it work. E-Arena going to follow on that north side behind Hustler Crew and go past the Cooperaria. So potential for the northwest side of El Pozo to get pretty crammed in.
Yeah, and you can see E-Arena just creeping into that top of that circle here. Alpha 7 dead center of this zone. You got Tianba there down south, and we're going to see some crates start to fly in this Miramar match. So not because of the playing path, we didn't see any crazy hot drops. The zone does center on up, so that early rotation from Alpha 7 really paying off here. So take a look at the top players so far. Axel on top, and then no surprise, two players from E-Arena following him.
I mean, yeah, it's still just these two teams on these top player cards. It was kind of nutty with the amount that E-Arena were able to do in that first game and the amount that since then Vitality have been able to rack on up. It's been pretty beautiful stuff. Got Mike on the east side of the music player there, we hop back over to the map. Vitality still making their way in from that south side. Overlooked by Ida's position now. Gonna make it pretty tricky. Okay. Oh, I kind of like this approach. Hops out with the parachute. Jumps on top of the mesa. Okay.
Whoa,
looking pretty stylish with the stunts there.
That's how you get it done. The question is how is he going to get down?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
That's the problem. So we got STG. They said, you know what? We don't have to worry about getting down. We're getting into this building here. And now they're looking for some angles onto Alpha 7. So this fight starting to ring out, which is a little bit wild. I mean, they are in center of zone. It would pay off for these teams to kind of just hold their position and then wait to fight until the end. But with Guizao kind of out of position here, it is going to make things a little bit spicy.
Yeah, with Dopeness sort of cutting through the middle of that position, it's going to make it hard. STG can start to get angles on it too once they figure out how to park a car in their little garage there. And there's that nade. That's what you're worried about. That's exactly what you're talking about. And Guizao goes down. Alpha 7 allowed too many noisy neighbors. They didn't put in the complaints early enough, and now they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do anything about it, like you mentioned. Looking at Revo here, trying to do something, though. He's looking at those 3 peaks, just trying to get a little bit more intel. I won't be surprised if we don't even see a fight here happen at all. I mean, this is still dead central zone. I think right now it's just about getting information, just making sure no team just randomly pushes up the door. Now, the fights that could definitely ring on out are there on the south side. You got Vitality, Tianba, mighty close to each other. But meanwhile, in El Pozo, we're going to see just a lot of teams just taking little pop shots, trying to knock down a little bit of armor.
I like what Ida are doing on the eastern side of this circle, right? They have that super duper high ground that you know overlooks those El Pozo fields. They're going to have a lot of angles to try and make that one work. And I like what Rita has done here. Moved down. They know that they're not under threat from their east side anymore, which means that they can, well, almost certainly not under threat from their east side, not technically guaranteed, but certainly a little bit assuaged. But moving Rita out, I really like that. Gives them a foothold to move down because they're very likely going to have to leave this high ground. Yeah. So they can start to scout out the angles that they can crash towards in those fields out on the east side. So hopefully we're going to see a Turkish team have a good game here.
Yeah, the zone definitely goes to them. Oh, and it kind of does. Wow. I mean, it still has some of that play in for them. So this could be a huge opportunity for them to get some points. That next circle definitely hard shifts onto the east side. They're going to get a crazy game because that open field is disgusting. Like, if you just try to take one of those little areas, you're committing to that for the rest of the game. But now we're going to see Vitality, Team Vitality getting into it with Tianba. This is a huge fight.
I mean, Tianba not really getting into it at all, actually, sending straight across the open field. Okay, Vitality and Ida both actually vying for the warehouses on the south side of the field. Ida committing there. Tianba trying to get across out in the open, losing another player. And now, I mean, Ida crunching in Vitality. It might just be working out beautifully for them. It's going to send Vitality away, deny them access to the eastern portions of this circle.
See on the west side. We're looking at E-Arena and Nongshim Red Force. Ooh, oh, yeah. Schweppes catching XCY. Gonna be looking for some more players here. Hyunbin mighty close. He heard that pin get pulled and he said, let me time to back it on up. This is a very difficult area to nade. You have to throw it literally in the perfect position if you want to get it on. And now Tizzy from across the way, putting a little bit of pressure. Gonna go ahead and get his teammate back up. And it definitely looks like this fight's going to ring out all the way to its bitter end here. Because this zone is not kind to either of these teams. And yeah, E-Arena is just trying to find some room to work with.
Trying to roll on up to the back lines, take that 2 versus 2 fight. And it's going 1-for-1, but they're hitting the drop shots. It is brutal. And Nongshim Red Force serve a lesson straight on up to half of E-Arena, and the other half is nowhere to be seen. Big nade in as well across the way. That flush comes through. We're on stage 4 here, which means the zone is survivable, but you don't want to be staying in there too long. Another nade goes a little bit longer, and Hyunbin wants to load one more into the old arm cannon.
What was idea? Okay, क्या बोला? Anti-clockwise rotation मारती है.
On the Tizzy while he's in the blue zone. And you are right, man. We saw E-Arena go crazy in Rondo. And
oh, that would have been so good.
अब भी जज बोला मैं कि हो रहा का रोटेशन वैसे ही है वो कभी भी स्ट्रेट रोटेशन नहीं मारती है मतलब सीधी नहीं मारती भले वो वहाँ से पता है कि वहाँ से ये भी हो कि स्ट्रेट सेफ होगा तो वो वहाँ से तो भी नहीं मारेगी आईडीए पे डाल दी आईडीए लेफ्ट उधर साइड पे गॉडल के ऑपोजिट में मतलब गॉडल इधर है तो आईडीए इधर था हाँ और गॉडल के ऊपर ही हो रहा थी वो ऐसा आ सकती है लेकिन कभी हो रहा है ऐसा यही नहीं करती है पुश मतलब ऐसा कभी रोटेशन मारती नहीं हो रहा कभी भी अगर ऐसा रोटेशन मारी है ना तो हमेशा उन लोग का रोटेशन हमेशा ऐसे ही रहता है बट 90% ऑफ टाइम वो जब भी ऐसी मारेगी ना तो हमेशा डायरेक्ट नहीं मारेगी ऐसा मारेगी या तो इतना शॉट मारेगी ऐसा बट वही करेगी 90% ऑफ टाइम 99% ऑफ टाइम तो इतना गेम रीड कर चुका हो रहा है कि उनका रोटेशन
wasn't able to steal that elimination. Just looks like he may have just got shot him down to half an HP and it kicked him on down.
सब टॉप की टीम यहाँ पे फाइट कर रही है देख ना EAVL Vitality
NS he's got no coverage. He's shimmying, he's moving back and forth, jumping down. And Hyunbin is right there to catch him. But Young Galacticos were ready for both
teams. नहीं ले गया हाँ ले गया नहीं.
And that is going to put them up in 4th, keep them nice and happy. To be fair, they're still quite far ahead of Alpha 7 in that 5th place position, but it's not quite another chicken dinner, which they're probably hoping for. Not going to happen this time around. All of that fight was exacerbated by the earlier engagement, the earlier descent we saw from Ida from that high ground, pushing Vitality further west. If that hadn't happened, I feel like Nongshim had a fair crack at that.
Yeah, you're right. And it's so crazy how just the tiniest little movement in the lobby can just destroy your squad. And honestly destroy this whole lobby because it is Team Vitality that gets 8 more points. 67 total, and we are not done with match number 5.
There's still more to go. If you could believe
There's another game.
There's a whole extra game.
67.
This is... whoa. Careful with that. Careful with that sort of numbers. But we are going to be heading into match number 6 after this as well. And yeah, it's
देखना भाई मैच 5 खत्म नहीं हुआ है वो ऑलरेडी डाल दिए भाई उन लोग कंफर्म कर लिया उनका स्लॉट भाई ये कहाँ रोटेशन मार दिए भाई इन लोगों ने भाई ये क्या रोटेशन है माँ कसम भाई ये तो खतरनाक रोटेशन मार दी भाई इन लोगों ने तो मार दिया भाई अरे ये भाई इसकी प्लेयर किधर है भाई बंदे ने ऑलरेडी डाल दिया था रे अच्छा दे दिया था
QZZ putting up a little bit of a car wall here, and this is where they're going to stay for the rest of the match. It is a great spot. This little dip is dangerous considering that it's kind of hard to get even near there. It is super weak from the hill right above it, but no team can really take that spot because there's vision in every single direction. And for the other side of that weakness, when it comes to the side of Aura, Tiamba did set up that vehicle wall, so we could definitely see those two players be very dangerous here towards the end.
I'm worried about Axel's position right now because Emre is up on the high ground still. Axel should be broadside to him.
Oh my.
But he's not taking the shots. Maybe he doesn't quite have the angle. I know Emre didn't want to take the shots certainly. But yeah, it's he's spotted a helmet there. He spotted a helmet there. What are we getting a replay of? Crazy. Oh, the links. And
boom! Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Love to see some sniper action anytime in this game. And when it comes to Miramar, that's the chance we get to really see it. So we see the big guns getting whipped out here in the World Cup.
Hustler crew really struggling on the back lines to try and push through.
Almost a long range
sweep over the north side. Now coming back to bite them. They do manage to get the reses, but another knock sent straight their way very quickly.
Close in करके मारने का ही try करोगे.
Have to cross the road, but where do you go? You've got Alpha 7.
ये bro, ये वाला जगह मेरे को ओजी का याद दिला रहा है बे.
I don't have any hope that they're going to be able to make this run, but maybe they'll be able to sneak one player, maybe even 2 through, but even then, that is a 2-2 and they fall down. Alpha 7, they are down to 2 players despite starting here and really having had the best luck on this. Only the one elimination. We're going out to the open field now, Jukes.
Dude, this is ridiculous. This day, for when it comes to circles, has just been the most toxic, ridiculous zones in one day I've seen. His zone has just been brutal. Now we're going to see a Revo get taken out by Smile. This is Young on Galacticos. These are 2 championship teams battling it out, and Young on Galacticos are going to eliminate Alpha 7, and that's brutal for them considering that they were right below them on the leaderboard. So now Young on moves into 5th place.
Yeah, they're taking that mantle now, and they are winning on that tiebreaker. They are in that 5th place spot.
Aura से the end हो गई है भाई. Aura से the end हो गई है.
It's not going well. QZZ
holds his nerve. Aura ने the end को दिया कि Aura ने दे दिया last को.
Too much of a brunt to bear, and they will go out of it. Able to do a lot of damage, but it wasn't quite enough in the end. And Otter now looking to piece themselves fully back together. In the meantime, Vitality, 10 eliminations. They're the south side.
भाई क्या मार रहा है बे उसका प्लेयर भाई? वो स्नाइपर से?
Huge shot with the 50 cal. So the snipes are coming out. Team Vitality is just dominating right now.
11 eliminations, up to a 70-point total with another match still to play. Placements have only just started kicking in as well. Jukes, we're on 8 teams remaining. A lot of
H2G वाले तो वाले compound में थी ना?
Trying to keep themselves right to the edge of a console, but this is about to go off like, as you like to say, the 4th of July.
Yeah, let's get this party started, baby. As we see the Wolves holding it on and trying to get themselves further away from that bottom 3. It's just these element tricks and necessary now. Throwing those nades. Oh, just a little bit out of range of Young on Galacticos.
चल भाई. H2 की वजह से होएगा. Gordel मजे ले लेना बस.
Another shot off the Smile. This guy's going crazy.
Bro, what the fuck? ये कौन सा rotation मार दिया भाई admino ने?
What can you say? And the nades coming on through now for this El Pozo scrap. Dopeness trying to charge out in the open, but they're getting cut through on the sidelines. In the meantime, Godlike, who have been a little bit quiet, they're now on the north side of things and probably in one of the better spots in terms of the El Pozo teams. Horror really can't step up to them. It's only going to be Vitality across the way that might be able to play spoiler to it, but it's still just getting hotter and hotter, and more pressure is building inside.
And this battle just keeps on ringing out here as we're going to see a Dopeness just holding the outside.
Power ko de diya
S2G
S2G ke bandle ne bhai.
Shots on to God-like as well. And they, I mean, S2G are just holding this warehouse. Such a dominant
नहीं है कोई नहीं है सो मैं भी भाई शैक पे बैठा है जोन में वो भी तो वो तो नहीं आ रहा भाई शैक को नहीं छोड़ ए नहीं भाई
yeah time to heal up
नहीं एस पावर तो नहीं बच रहा एडमिन ने भी रोटेट मार दिया ले
to stay alive. In the meantime, they are looking for those revives. Dopeness on their last legs here.
What the fuck? Admin तो ऊपर गया था ना?
And make it work. 2 players alive. S2G looking to fight towards the outside now. Lost burnt back, but in steps Hamzy to take up the mantle of that duel and will be able to win it out. The rest of Dopeness soon to go down. Solkay does get knocked in the process. Vitality take a player as well from that. Up to 14 eliminations for Vitality, by the way.
भाई दे दिया S2G के बंदे को दे दिया भाई.
But I think they're under pressure.
So many दिए, so many knock दिए.
I said it before.
But लेकिन यहाँ से VLT वाली जो इनको आज ये भाई यंग गैलेटिक्स को जो दे रही है ना वहाँ से भाई उठने नहीं दे रही है भाई उठने ही नहीं दे रही है वो जा रही है मार रही है उठ रहे जा रहे मार रहे उठ रहे जा रहे मार रहे बाप रे बाप भाई क्या चल निकल गया भाई छोड़ भाई गॉडल को देखो ओए गॉडल किधर गई ओए बैन होरा के अंदर क्यों गई
godlike go by the way into that horror position that we saw before, but a lot of their players are suffering. 2 of them now have fallen. It's all up to Salme on the off angle here on that high ground. He's not in the next zone.
चल Salme ने पावर का किल नहीं दिया.
Forwards takes down his own teammate, denying the point. Vitality want to watch this one drop, and Federalis wants to get closer.
VLT आ गई होरा पे
in with that opportunity as S2G join the jump.
S2G भाई Salme तेरे पास फुल चांस है तू भाई रुक जा तू मत हिल भाई इनको मारने दे इनको खेलने दे बैठ इनको मारने दे एक दूसरे को मारने दे तू बैठ उधर ही बे ना जोन में अरे नहीं है बे जोन में आना ही पड़ेगा उसको उतरना ही पड़ेगा
Crazy with 7 all on his lonesome.
अरे यार वो ऊपर से उतरेगा तो भाई पब्लिक देख लेगी यार उसको.
Nobody's really able to challenge them out in the open. I mean, maybe Yangon Galacticos, if things start to conclude, could dash straight towards Federalis on this angle here. Maybe get in with a chance of doing it, but that's kind of the only way I see this not going to Vitality. It was 88 points on that 5th place bubble yesterday for 5th place.
लेकिन इन लोगों ने यहाँ से गेम निकाला है भाई.
Of that right now.
And that nade, oh, that one is much too close for comfort. I like the fact that Wolves are throwing down these smokes just to try and make it a little bit more difficult for this likes of Aura to hit these
देख ले अरे बैंड ही VLT तेरी VLT बोल रहा है अरे भाई कितनी हरामी टीम रहेगी रे कितनी हरामी बोला ना उसको ऊपर से नीचे आते समय मारेगी.
These players to survive just a little bit longer. Every point counts when it comes to Wolves.
Yangon Galacticos will go down entirely. Vitality up to 17 eliminations now. Horror on 11 themselves on this game.
एक गेम चिकन निकल गया तो इनका तो कंफर्म है स्लॉट पहले से
surely the fire out in the open field. It's going to make things tough. That nade over the top bounces back just incorrectly there. Necessary does get a heal off, but the nade to follow it up and Axel to follow it through as well. The fact that Wolves are still alive with both of their players right now is kind of crazy, and Horror now have to make that mad dash. I don't know how much more they've got left, but they get another burn on.
Well, here comes Team Vitality looking to take this chicken dinner, and it's Razy. He's got the angles, he's got the Molotov. Bird, baby, bird, he throws it. Oh, starts getting some shots on himself, though. Now hits the deck. But with this utility usage, Vitality are just dominating this lobby.
Razy still has nades to play with as well. Sends that Molotov forwards, finds Sleepy with the explosion. Razy wants a little bit more. Just Sky now there, as well as Necessary out in the open field. Axel joining him for the 1-2 punch. Razy goes down. And Sky stays alive now with the chance against Axel. In a 1-1, Necessary grabs flushed away. A little bit of danger now. He's going to stay at their doorstep as Sky steps forwards. He looks for the ankle swipe. It is traded, but 2 players now, and Necessary.
What the fuck, bro? क्या मारा है उसने?
Necessary's got to make a play here for this team. Got to keep them alive. Got to get them at least to the survival state. Oh, the angles though are just too good from Razak, and it's Team Vitality getting a huge, massive win.
19 eliminations coming through from Vitality. It's absolutely insane, right? Okay, sure, we saw something pretty crazy earlier on, fine. But this on Miramar, on that map from Vitality's position, to be able to get that done is miraculous. This is a team that I think has already, on match 5, qualified in the top 5.
Oh, I mean, that's a fact. These guys could not show up tomorrow, and we'll still see them in the finals. At this point, it's just a victory lap when it comes to team vitality. And look at that react. I mean, no reaction. These guys are just too cool for school at this point. It's just like, hey, you know what? Another day at the office.
You know, when you're a giant striding amongst the pigeons, do you look at the birds?
That's
no,
right.
you got
That's
your
right.
eyes on the horizon. And you're stepping towards those finals.
Like
that is what Team Vitality are looking to do. That is so impressive. We talked about consistency from this roster from the start of the day all the way through and all the way to the end. They've got so much punch.
Oh, man, what a game. You can see all these other players right now looking down at the stage, and you can see them just kind of talking to each other, being like, what do we do for this next Miramar? Last game of the day, how do we do this? And I'm looking at Team Vitality, and they're just like, hey, what kind of croissants are we going to get here at this point, right? Because, I mean, we're good.
Hey, you can't be saying it like that. We're in Paris, you know. You got to go full French. You got to throw out the
croissant.
Well, we are going to head over and see if we get some better pronunciations on croissant. What do you got?
क्या है भाई? Sponsored.
Of over 4 eliminations for the day, then almost 3 for Razy, Razak, and Federales. Insane numbers for literally the entirety of Vitality.
It's consistency to a T. I mean, they're doing very, very well right now. I feel like I've been talking about Vitality all day today. I'm like their biggest fan or something like that. But realistically, they are playing well and they're having fun with it. And they get to the point where they can have fun with it because it's feeling like it's going to be difficult to knock them out of that top 5 with where they are playing. But this is incredibly greedy. We have to just quickly take a little look at that. I do like it, but you can be greedy if you are the dragon of the lobby, which they are.
Exactly. And with that said, I mean, with this team, you were saying it's going to be hard to get them off the top 5. Was in 15 plays coming up before this match with 13 points. That's going to be pushing them up. And keep in mind, you want to be outside of those bottom 3.
No, it's very true. Wolves were able to just, get as much points as they needed to, just keep that momentum going or move up onto the last match. But I want to talk about Hora here because this dip is actually incredible for them because you've got the back end of you right there is completely covered. Nobody can see you in there. In fact, when we saw, I think it was 721 GS move in, it was a complete surprise that they were even there. Out in front of you, it's too open. The only place a team can go is within nade range. So actually that was a fantastic dip for Hora to be in, and they were able to get 3rd place because of it with quite a few limbs.
That's right. That's very correct. I mean, it's a great position to play as well. I think a lot of teams tried to pick this place up. Tiamba, though, they're kind of disappointing me right now. I think Tiamba has a lot left in them. They originally had this spot quite early on, but were evicted fairly quickly now. They played fairly decently over at PMWC, and I think they had some really pop-off moments. I mean, QZZ was looking fantastic, but where is that now? Tiamba has been down on the tables for a long, long time at this point. That's got to change. We've got one more chance to see it through. I hope it happens, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really nice. Come on, see some Chinese domination here. I mean, QZZ had a really good moment, right, from PMWC going into this one too. But
that's what I said.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just stealing your point.
I'm leaving the desk now.
That's why I don't want you on the desk. Otherwise, he's too good on the desk, guys. It's a big issue. There you go. Your game MVP is going to be Razy. From Razy and Razak, also known as Ray Ray. That's why I call them.
Yeah, we should get that changed. We actually need to get a new MVP card for Ray Ray.
Just Ray Ray.
My boy Ray Ray.
By the way, Racy was able to make that push up. It ended up backfiring because he ended up getting knocked. But you could see that was going up to par with what you're saying, the greediness. And with this squad, if they're going to continue to perform like that, I see that greediness getting worse and worse and worse, which is going to make it even more scary for some of the other squads that are outside of the top 5.
There are some games as well where that greed comes back into play. But my boy Ray Ray, sometimes you got to lay one of the Rays down. All right, that's the way it's got to be. Actually, Erangel game 3, I believe it was. They greeded a res. It was Razy. Axel had gone in, Razak had gone down, and Razy was like, my boy. And he went back for him. So it's greed in other areas as well. And I think Vitality, what I've loved about them there is that maturity. We can't take this 2-2 split. I don't want to let it go to their heads. I love that they're down there. They're smiling, right? They're dapping each other up. That's great. But let's bring back what we saw from game 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, actually looking back real quick at this game in particular, and I want to know if you would agree or not with this, Blank. Looking back at how they played in PMWC Season 1, right, which was a tough tournament for Bigatron, this looks like a completely different team, so confident, the synergies up there, of course a bit greedy as time, which is what you just said, but this does not feel like BTR we had earlier this year.
Well, it's not a horrible overcorrection.
Group of death.
Group of death.
No, sorry, I'm just looking at the contradictions here between people on the Twitch chat, because one of them said, this group is not strong. The next one was like, this is the group of death. Make up your mind, chat. Which one is it gonna be?
I mean, but look, the thing is, isn't the group of death, right?
Oh my God!
They got it
88.
exactly.
Yeah, they've got 88 exactly. This is not the group of death. it has a selection of ridiculously strong teams at the top. When we say group of death, we mean it's very even across the board, which Group A was. It was very hard. We had different teams stepping up all the time there. Here, it's quite obviously not the group of death because now the same teams time and time again perform well. I would say it's the more unfortunate group that you have Team Vitality, Aura, as well as E-Arena all in it at the same time.
Yeah, the sponging of points is something that we're just going to continue to keep in mind here, especially from the top 3 teams. You can see there between top 3 in 6th place, already 27 points difference, which is going to allow for some of the teams to have even more freedom later on, especially tomorrow.
I mean, for Yangon Galacticos Neptura, they're currently in 5th place right now, tied up at 30. For the defending champions, do you think they can stay in that top 5?
I think actually they can. I really like how they've been playing today. I didn't have that many expectations for them going into today, to be honest.
Okay.
Because, you know, we just haven't. They won last year, and we haven't seen much from them since. But this is a really nice team that's able to actually compete very well against everybody else, and I'm very excited for what they got both today and tomorrow.
It is you, Shiva. Yeah, great points, by the way. Sorry, I got sidetracked here.
This guy does
as I was able to find Shiva from X-Force Rejects. I wish we were able to come along at a different time because you guys did end up getting eliminated from PMWC at EWC 26. But anything, first of all, how are you enjoying Paris outside of, you know, getting eliminated?
I'm enjoying Paris. Like, Paris is probably one of the best places I've ever visited. I really love it here, and the venue here is crazy. I've never thought of something like this in my life.
Is this guy trying to steal John Allen's
I know. That voice, brother. Hey, if being a player never ends up working out, you can definitely might be looking at something with us working maybe here. But what have you learned from PMWC that you can take on later into the year, right? Because we still got PMGO Season 2. We still got PMGC. Have you learned anything that you can take into those upcoming events?
I think the biggest thing that we have learned is like to be a bit more aggressive, because I think not being aggressive, you stuck yourself in one spot, and teams takes advantage over that, where you allow them to get space, and if you don't do that, I think
last match chalu karo re.
If you don't give the other team space like BTR now, they don't allow any team to come close to them, and that's why they have rocked up 61 kills. That's crazy.
It is crazy. Honestly, with the way that some of these teams have been performing, it has been scary. Natura, do you have any questions for Chiva from X-Force Rejects?
I mean, I want to know, because I was thinking that there was going to be, you know, some big plays coming in from you guys, but we didn't really see that much coming into the end of, you know, the end of the circles, the end of the games that much. Was there like a rotational pattern that was being cut off by other teams, or what went wrong in the mid phase of your games?
I think the biggest problem that we had is that we kept on losing 1 or 2 players on rotations, and that already makes your game even harder. Like, you lose almost like 70 or like 25% of your game winning chance. So if I think you have 4 players end game, I think you already have a really good game. So for us, what we need to fix on is try to have all 4 players up on rotations, and also be more coordinated on pushes and holding spots and things like this. That's also a big thing.
Hey, man, Joe, thank you so much for coming on and just giving us an insight, and I'm hoping we'll get a chance to see you at PMGO Season 2. I'm hoping that we'll get a chance to see you as well at PMGC. You know what? I actually want you to take over my job. I want you to say, John Allen, Hot Jukes, take it away.
John Allen, Hot Jukes, take it away.
Hey, thank you very much, Seven and Shiva over there for that lovely throw. It was great to hear from him, and that is what we talk about so much for tournaments like this, from PMWC, from global level tournaments. Getting that information, getting that practice and knowledge and insight is just so important, and the fact that they're taking that on board so quickly and with such humility as well is beautiful. I love to see it. Let's see him again next year.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, guys, make sure you go follow him on Instagram, shiva.ios. That's what it's all about here, guys. And we're gonna get into the last match of Miramar here, and just how many points is Team Vitality gonna get? They have 88 points. 88 crazy, insane, are you kidding me, points in 5 matches. That is over 17 points a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, 17.6 points per game?
That is correct.
Which is crazy.
It's
like,
insane.
It's nuts, right? We talk about first place. You're in contest for first place if you're at about a 10-point average.
Yeah.
They're so far ahead of that. They're not even looking in the rearview mirror right now.
It's double
right?
first place.
It's absolutely insane. You know, 88 points. They are currently at quadruple the scoreline of 10th place.
I don't know. Well, we need to make a whole new word for first place. I don't know. Hyper Omega first place. I don't know what the heck is going on here.
Wait, we should rename second place to be first place, but not Vitality. Don't worry about it.
That's right. Yeah. Exactly. This is absolutely insane, folks. That's why
they will be first on their limbs alone.
Yeah, you're right. With just eliminations, they would still be in first place. This is unreal. It's literally an unreal performance. That's why we just keep on talking about it. Top players, 2 of them being from Vitality, is not shocking at all. Aura, though, Sky sneaking himself into there. We got a much more tried and true playing path here. Alpozo is going to be still out of range, but at least we're going to see some teams be able to hit that north side.
Oh, these damage numbers are insane. Yeah, we're not going to be seeing E-Arena too much anymore. I imagine that they are going to start to drop off. This is a full slate of damage dealers from Vitality, and they are doing a lot of work for their roster. Playing part on the east side here. Going to leave El Pozo maybe a little bit hard to get towards, but you can drop out up towards the north. Maybe is what Alpha 7 is looking for. Circle fairly chill, centering up west of Bacado. And grab some, sorry, on that north side, I was saying Alpha 7 could grab vehicles, head over that north edge. I imagine that's what they're going to look to do here. Watching out for hot drops, but not really going to see too much. We did have a little bit over towards Biodemar at the start of the last match, but that's not going to happen again this time.
Yeah, not going to happen this game. And now we got it seems like a normal game. I don't know why I'm saying that, because we thought the last circle was going to be okay. And it goes to the one open field in that whole side of the map, which is just unbelievable. But no crazy hot drops. So it does look like teams are going to be avoiding it here. They don't want to be dealing with any of those shenanigans, and that's the right play. I mean, guys, this is the last game. You have quite a few squads that have done a ridiculous match here. And now we're going to go ahead and take a look at some teams just trying to rotate and make the right plays.
Hey, if you're talking about rotating, right, that's something that you could be doing on the lucky spin. Right, that is what you're going to be trying to look for, right? Getting those good rotations. As we all know, spinning is just a term for rotation.
That's
which
correct.
is what, it's a beautiful segue. Trust me, I did it. But yeah, make sure you're getting those spins in before they go away, to make sure you're getting those skins on board, because they are looking mighty fine. The desk was talking about them earlier. Make sure you're locking those ones down to look as good as these players here.
And they're looking real good. Oh, Obscure, was that a Winchester I just saw?
It was, yeah. I love it.
I like that.
It's my favorite gun sound in the game.
It really is. To me, suppressed M24. It's just, oh, so nice. That, I'm not even gonna try it. I actually did try it. Yeah.
Go on, Obscure. Give us the gun sound. Give us the gun sound. Pop a shot. Go on, you know you want to. Pop that lever. Let's go. Oh, he's not for it. What a spoil sport. Alpha 7 currently in 7th place. They did get pushed off that 5th place spot at the end of that last match by Yangon Galacticos, and actually by S2G as well, who now sit ahead of them. But it is still very much all to play for. We were talking about the difference between the teams from the bottom towards the top. It's still, even for Hustler Crew, very possible for them with a big chicken dinner to jump up and pass that 30-point margin, right? They're on 8 points, putting them 22 points behind. That is a 12 elimination game in terms of differences if you're able to get a chicken dinner. So whilst they haven't shown their capability to get that just yet, it is possible.
Tomorrow,
it's within their wheelhouse.
Same time.
Absolutely, definitely.
But I'll come tomorrow after the first rondo, because I don't want to
looking at how heavy the top
stream the first match, because I'm very nervous.
Besides, obviously, we talked about Vitality enough. You just look even further on down. You got
first match के बाद अपन live आएंगे. अभी last match देख लेते
हैं. Here. I mean, we could be looking tomorrow at 1 slot left. How insane is that?
I mean, it is It would be pretty nasty, I think, for a lot of these teams to look to try and close that sort of a distance. But again, it does rely on performance carrying over to tomorrow. So, I mean, for me, Vitality, they've already done so much today. They've almost guaranteed themselves a spot in the top 5. I want to see what they're going to be able to do tomorrow, right? Because a day like this can go to your head, and you've got to let cooler minds prevail. You've got to listen to your coaches, listen to the people around you, and don't get carried away. Sure, they're almost certainly going to the finals.
Yeah.
But for me, it's about how they're going to perform in the finals that I'm going to be watching for tomorrow.
You're right, because, you know, this is the best practice you can get on the planet, you know, and the good thing when it comes to when you have such a ridiculous performance like Team Vitality, I mean, 88 points is literally enough for them to not show up tomorrow and still be top 5. Like, it's 100% they're in the finals, right?
Yeah.
So with that kind of performance, that gives you 6 matches tomorrow to fix any problem that you have going into the finals. And that's especially important for a team like Team Vitality, because when it came to PMGO Season 1 in their own home turf, they did solid when it came to the group stage, right? Group stage, they popped off. We thought that, oh man, come finals time, they're gonna really do something. And then finals, it wasn't really what they wanted to do, especially when they're at home, right? But now they're in Paris. They have the most ridiculous day out of all these teams here. Hopefully we don't see the same thing happen.
Hopefully not, hopefully not. 107 points was first place for 4 Thrives over in Group A. Vitality, they could do it here and now with a chicken dinner.
एक बार फिर से भारत का झंडा लेके
Yeah, I think
ये शुरुआत हो सकती है एक फाइट की, एक अर्ली ऑन फाइट जो शायद हम यहाँ पे देखें टीम गॉडलाइक वर्सेस तियानबा के बीच में। देखना है कि ये फाइट होती है या फिर नहीं, बट टीटी प्रोजेक्ट उनका एक प्लेयर यहाँ पे देखना चाहूंगी मैं कि एग्जैक्टली क्या चल रहा है।
और उसी बीच आप देख सकते हो कि रोटेशन इधर एडमिनो की तरफ से होता हुआ, बट ऑन द अदर हैंड एक फाइट वो भी शायद हो रहा है। आई थिंक यस, डोपनेस उनकी तरफ से जो है वो नॉकआउट इधर निकाले जा रहे थे, और उसी नॉकआउट का क्या उनको फल मिलेगा या फिर नहीं, वो तो वक्त बताएगा कुछ देर के अंदर। एंड डोपनेस अभी अपना पोजीशन होल्ड करके बैठे हैं, और शायद मुझे ऐसा लगा कि काफ़ी दूर से कोई एक टीम रोटेशन दे रही होगी और उसी बीच उनके ऊपर कनेक्शन बनाया गया होगा। बट टीम गॉडलाइक बहुत ज़्यादा पास पहुंच चुके थे टीटी प्रोजेक्ट के। इधर आया था एडमिनो, सही वक्त में व्हीकल लेके हट गए, नहीं तो इधर नॉकआउट भी हो सकते थे। और एडमिनो शायद वो और थोड़े से पीछे जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि इनके जो बाकी के खिलाड़ी उनको अभी तक इस पोजीशन में आने में थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा। मान्या ने शायद कॉल दिया कि एडमिनो पीछे आ जाओ, एंड इसी वजह से वो पीछे भी आ गए और एक साथ अभी खेलते हुए, क्योंकि एक भी खिलाड़ी को वो गंवाना नहीं चाहेंगे। और इस बार कोशिश तो पूरी रहेगी चिकन डिनर की।
मान्या का बुलावा आ गया वहाँ पे, बट अभी भी कॉल कुछ और रहेगी। एडमिनो आप देखिए वो अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत टहलना चाहते हैं यहाँ वहाँ पे, मे भी इन्फॉर्मेशन स्काउट करना चाहते हैं ना। एट द सेम टाइम अपने व्हीकल सेफ रखना बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। काफ़ी हमने बात की कि जब भी एक ओपन एरिया की फाइट हमें देखने को मिलती है, यूजुअली पहला टारगेट आपका व्हीकल रहता है, ताकि आपकी जो रोटेशन है, आपकी जो मूवमेंट्स है, उसे कम्प्लीटली कट ऑफ कर दिया जाए, एंड वहाँ से आप फिर एक आइसोलेटेड पोजीशन पे फंस जाओ। बट इस सबके बीच में हो रहा, इनकी तरफ से भी कुछ कनेक्शंस आके जा रहे हैं, कुछ कनेक्शंस निकालने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। सफलता फिलहाल के लिए मैं कहूँगी मिली नहीं है उस चीज़ में उन्हें, एंड वो अभी भी वेट कर रहे हैं कि एक कनेक्शन मिले तो वो शायद आगे बढ़े। बट अभी भी अगर आप ओवरऑल सिचुएशंस देखो, क्या है, टीटी प्रोजेक्ट एक ऐसी अकेली टीम है जिन्होंने अपना एक प्लेयर गंवाया है, और वो फ्रैग जो कि है वो ऑफकोर्स डोपनेस के खातों में गया है। इस सब के अलावा सारी टीम सुरक्षित सेफ बैठी हुई है। एंड जोन की भी अगर चर्चा कर ले, मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले भी बताया था कि वाइटैलिटी वो जोन के बाहर थी, बट उनका भी आगमन हो चुका है। लॉस लियोनस की तरफ से ये टीम जोन के अंदर आने का प्रयास कर रही है। अल्फा 7 जोन के अंदर जाने का बस प्रयास कर ही रहे थे कि जोन उनसे दूर चला गया। चुमाशहरा के ऊपर पावर ग्रिड के एग्जैक्टली नीचे लॉस लियोनस की आधी सिटी कवर करता हुआ ये जोन, यानी फायदा तो देखिए गॉडलाइक को है। गॉडलाइक के पास अभी भी जोन है, सेंटर ऑफ द जोन है। अब पोजीशन वो किस हिसाब से लेते हैं, कौन सा एंगल बनाते हैं, ये एक देखने वाली बात है।
देखिए फायदा और नुकसान वो
दोनों है, दोनों
इससे पता चलेगा कि
क्लस्टर क्या बना है भाई, ये क्या है,
क्योंकि सारी ही टीम्स एक साथ उनके ऊपर अभी क्लोजिंग कर सकते हैं, इवन फाइट भी उनकी तरफ से लिया जा सकता है। मुझे लगता है कि इस बार खेल थोड़ा सा और टफ हो सकता है। एट द सेम टाइम बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स भी निकाले जा सकते हैं। तो क्या होगा वो जानने के लिए हमें और थोड़ा वेट करना होगा। और दूसरी तरफ हम देख पा रहे हैं सौम्य को, उन्होंने भी अपना जो एंट्री है वो कंपाउंड के अंदर कर ही लिया है। और अपने व्हीकल को सेफ रखना बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि मार एक ऐसा मैप है जहाँ पे रोटेशन देने के लिए आपको व्हीकल चाहिए होते हैं। बट वुल्व्स के ऊपर कुछ शॉट्स इधर आते हुए देखने के लिए मिले, हालांकि बहुत ज़्यादा डैमेज तो इधर नहीं लगा, नॉकआउट नहीं निकाल पाए, लेकिन जो कनेक्शंस आए वो काफ़ी थे इनको अपने पोजीशन से खदेड़ने के लिए। लेकिन टीडी प्रोजेक्ट के जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो उनको भी पता चल चुका है कि कोई भी मोमेंट उनके ऊपर पुश आ सकते हैं। बट ह्यूमन बिन वो अकेले फंस गए इस एरिया पे। क्या वो इधर से इस फाइट को जीत भी पाएंगे या फिर नहीं? 1v4 करना आसान तो नहीं रहेगा। नीचे गए
भाई क्या
निकाल दिया और इंस्टेंटली उनको बाहर भी किया, बट उसके बाद आया कनेक्शन और रेहान थे वो खिलाड़ी जिन्होंने ह्यूमन बिन को नॉकआउट भी किया और बाहर भी किया।
कंफर्मेशन मिला यहाँ पे। ह्यूमन बिन वो एक फ्रैग देके गए अपनी टीम को जाने से पहले। 7-1 GS के ये खिलाड़ी जिनकी हम यहाँ पे बात कर रहे हैं, अभी के लिए देखना ही है कि नॉक्शन क्या वो फाइट लेना चाहती है। एंड जवाब रहेगा जी नहीं। अपने आप को रिलोकेट कर रही है, रिपोजिशन कर रही है ये टीम, शायद वापस आए इस फाइट की तरफ। बट आई गेस अभी वो एक राइट मोमेंट नहीं है। ये चीज़ नॉक्शन के ये प्लेयर्स भी जानते हैं। बट इस सबके बीच में एक और फाइट जिसकी शुरुआत होते हुए हमें नजर आएगी। जैसे जैसे जोन जो कि हमारा श्रिंकिन होगा, ब्रीदिंग स्पेस कम हो जाएगी। बट आइडिया है कि ये खिलाड़ी ईटी के प्लेयर्स के साथ इनकी फाइट देखने को मिली है। कुचला जा रहा है व्हीकल के थ्रू आईडी के ये खिलाड़ी। थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा इस सब फाइट के बीच में, कहीं ये जो पॉइंट्स है ये ना दे बैठे अपने एनिमीज को।
और ई-स्पोर्ट्स की अगर बात की जाए, देखिए टॉप 2 में अभी फिलहाल के लिए आ चुके हैं। ई अरीना के डाउनफॉल के बाद और ई-स्पोर्ट्स को काफ़ी मज़ा आया होगा क्योंकि उन्होंने क्लाइम कर लिया। लेकिन अभी इस मुकाबले के अंदर वो क्या करेंगे उसके ऊपर नज़र रखना बहुत ज़रूरी है। स्लिपी पिछले मुकाबले में हमने देखा था कि एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा केओटिक सिचुएशन उनके लिए बन गया था, फिर उनको डाउन कर दिया गया था। इस बार वैसा कुछ ना हो वो मेक श्योर करना होगा। बट S2G की तरफ से शॉट्स आने शुरू हो गए टीम ईटी के खिलाड़ियों के ऊपर एंड नॉकआउट तो निकाल दिया गया है। और इधर बचाना भी काइंड ऑफ एक इम्पॉसिबल सा टास्क नजर आती हुई, क्योंकि स्मोक तो किया गया था बट उनके जो बाकी के प्लेयर्स हैं वो काफी दूर हैं।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल दूर। तो अल्फा 7 के प्लेयर्स भी रहेंगे जोन से
और 2 जोन इधर बन और एक लिस्ट के बाद वाला जोन बन गया तो इनके पास ही है भाई।
वाईजी के ये प्लेयर्स एजेस की तरफ। देखिए जोन के बीचों बीच रहने का अपना फायदा है, अपना नुकसान है। आपके पास जोन तो रहता ही, अगले शिफ्ट का आपके पास एज भी मिल जाए अगर आप जोन के बीच में हो। बट वहीं पे आप हर तरफ से एक्सपोज्ड हो, आपके हर तरफ आपके एनिमीज है। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं पे नुकसान मैं हमेशा से मान के चलती हूँ जोन के बीचों बीच रहने का। बट नुकसान तो ईटी के इन खिलाड़ियों को भी होता हुआ। फहीता वो अभी भी इंतजार कर रहे हैं, नसीर उनका जो कंफर्मेशन है वो आ चुका है। तो एक एक करके ये खिलाड़ी ईटी क्या एलिमिनेट होते हुए एंड अब देखना ये कि बचे हुए 2 प्लेयर्स क्या कुछ कमाल करके दिखा पाएंगे। बट इस सबके बीच में होरा वर्सेस वुल्व्स, स्लॉनिक रहेंगे वो प्लेयर जो सामने मौजूद ओपन एरिया से थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा। टीममेट्स जो कि है इनके वो आसपास ज्यादा भी करीब नहीं है। स्लॉनिक अगर वो यहाँ पे नॉक होते हैं तो उनके लिए दिक्कतें हो सकती है। बट होरा के जिगल उन्हें डाउन कर दिया गया है।
वुल्व्स की अगर मैं बात करूँ तो ऑब्वियसली बहुत ज्यादा बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस उनकी तरफ से, बट उसी जगह पे नो फियर पहुंच चुके हैं। और जैसे कि इनका नाम है कि ये डरते नहीं हैं, वो पहुंचे थे अपने खिलाड़ी को उठाने के लिए। बट जब तक वो पहुंचे तब तक उनका काम तमाम कर दिया गया था। अभी के लिए हाइट का जो एडवांटेज है उसका फायदा उठाने बट वो मिस भी होता हुआ नहीं, इतने वक्त तो आपको नहीं मिलने वाले। और इस बार स्काई के ऊपर भारी पड़ जाएगा। जो स्प्रे उन्होंने मिस किया था अभी वो सोच रहे होंगे काश वो कनेक्ट कर लेते, लेकिन उसी बीच स्लिपी उनको भी डाउन करने में कामयाब। एंड स्लॉनिक
अभी तो हो रहा भाई
अपने गन का पावर वो दिखाना शुरू कर दिया है। नो फियर ऑन द ग्राउंड, वो निकल गए। उनको पता है कि इधर रुक के कुछ फायदा नहीं, वो अकेले अभी सेफ रहेंगे और कोशिश करेंगे पोजीशन पॉइंट निकालने की।
बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है पोजीशन पॉइंट यहाँ से निकालना। अगर होरा आउट होती है तो वो जाएगी सीधा 16वें पायदान पे बाहर और ये बिल्कुल भी अच्छी न्यूज नहीं रहेगी। बट इस सबके बीच में अल्फा 7 वो अपना शांति से आना चाहते थे, जोन के अंदर एक कंपाउंड होल्ड करना चाहते थे। बट उनके 2 प्लेयर्स को नॉक कर दिया गया है। 2 बचे हुए खिलाड़ी S2G के वो प्लेयर्स रहेंगे जो कंफर्मेशन भी लेंगे। और
S2G तो पागल हो गई भाई,
वो 2 प्लेयर्स का और ये एक बहुत भारी नुकसान अल्फा 7 के उन प्लेयर्स के लिए। और इस सबके बीच में अल्फा 7 उनके आखिरी बचे हुए खिलाड़ी, उनके पास भी कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है यहाँ से बच वो सुरक्षित निकले और जितना हो सके पॉइंट्स निकाले। बट वो एक खिलाड़ी था S2G का जिसने तीनों भी प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे डाउन किए। एंड क्या बेहतरीन वो नॉक्स हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिले। बट अल्फा 7 का जैसे कि मैंने कहा आखिरी एक खिलाड़ी बचा हुआ है, अभी के लिए सर्वाइवल पॉइंट्स पे रहना चाहते हैं। यहाँ से अगर बाहर गए तो एक भी अंक नहीं लेके जा पाएंगे, वही चीज होती हुई अल्फा 7 बाहर कर दिए गए 0 अंकों के साथ।
उसी बीच आप देख सकते हैं कि वो इनके पास ऑलरेडी आ चुके हैं एंड इसी नंबर को और ज्यादा इंक्रीज ही करने की कोशिश इनके तरफ से होगी। दूसरी तरफ अगर मैं बात करूं गॉडलाइक की, तो उनके लिए अल्फा 7 का बाहर होना जहां पे अच्छी बात है, वही जगह पे वुल्व्स का अल्फा 7 को बाहर करना वो अच्छी बात नहीं है। उनके ऊपर S2G है, यंगन गैलेक्टिकोस है एंड मुझे लगता है कि ये दोनों ही
जोन गॉडल भी है,
एक काटा हो सकते हैं टॉप 5 में जाने के लिए गॉडलाइक के लिए। बट गॉडलाइक की पोजीशनिंग को तो देखिए, एकदम सेंटर में मौजूद हैं। चारों तरफ काफी सारे टीम्स जो एक दूसरे के साथ फाइट में इंडल्ज जरूर हो सकती है, और अगर होती है तो वो गॉडलाइक के लिए फायदेमंद होगा ऑब्वियसली, क्योंकि उनको और ज्यादा वक्त तक रुकने का मौका मिलेगा। नेक्स्ट स्टेज कहां पे बनती है उसके ऊपर पूरी तरीके से नजर रखेंगे। बट S2G इनकी शुरुआत इस फाइट के अंदर काफी बढ़िया रहा। बट आप देखें लूफा को इस टाइम पे जहां पे पूरा मेटा चेंज हो चुका है, वहां पे भी उनकी तरफ से स्नाइपर शॉट देखने के लिए मिला।
R98 बढ़िया था वो शॉट, मजा आया देख के। बट अभी के लिए अगर मैं बात करूं तो
टियनबा क्या कर रही है गॉडल के आसपास भाई?
बीचों बीच आपको गॉडलाइक के 4 खिलाड़ी देखने को मिलता है। यानी अगर मैं टाइनबा की यहाँ पे बात करूं तो 2-2 का स्प्लिट हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। 2 कंपाउंड्स है जिसके बीचों बीच एक कंपाउंड है, और बीच के कंपाउंड में गॉडलाइक के खिलाड़ी मौजूद, और वो जो स्प्लिट है वहाँ पे वो टाइनबा के खिलाड़ी रहेंगे। बट जहाँ पे मैं बात कर रही थी गॉडलाइक की फाइट के साथ, वहीं पे वाइटैलिटी ये दिक्कत देती हुई है, एक खिलाड़ी गाड़ी से गिर के नॉक हो
गया,
तो एक और बड़ी दिक्कत है। सबका फायदा उठाएंगे एडमिनो। गॉडलाइक का खिलाड़ी पहला जो नॉक फिनिश है अपने खाते में कंफर्म करता हुआ। अब देखना ये कि यहाँ से क्या बच के निकल पाएगी ये टीम। गॉडलाइक के प्लेयर्स पूरा फायदा उठाना चाहते हैं इस फाइट का, फिनिशेस निकालना चाहते हैं।
कोई गाय नहीं, मिलेगा किल मिलेगा, बस उनको आराम से खेलना बस।
बट क्या निकाल के लेके जा पाएंगे?
मेरे हिसाब से किल मिलेगा इनको आराम से खेलना चाहिए, मेरे को होल्ड करके खेलना चाहिए भाई।
बीच में वुल्व्स उनका भी समापन इस मैच में 14वें पायदान पे बाहर होती हुई वुल्व्स ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
एंड देखिए इसी के साथ टीम गॉडलाइक के पास मौका खुल चुका है एंड मुझे लगता है कि एक अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस टीम गॉडलाइक को काफी ऊपर तक लेके जा सकती है। जो उधर नॉकआउट हुए थे गिर के, उनको इधर समाप्त करके एडमिनों ने अपना खाता खोल दिया, और उसी के साथ इतना तो पता चल चुका है कि पॉइंट्स वो निकलना शुरू हो चुका है, और ज्यादा पॉइंट्स निकालने की कोशिश गॉडलाइक की तरफ से जरूर होने वाली है। लेकिन इनके बाजू में जो टियनबा के खिलाड़ी नॉकआउट गिरे हुए हैं, शायद उनके बारे में उतना इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है गॉडलाइक के पास।
तो नहीं गए होते, क्या मार के आता था,
शॉट लिए जाते। बट दूसरी तरफ डोपनेस के लूफा, उनके ऊपर कनेक्शन आया, डाउन हुए। ई अरीना के जोकर को भी इधर कनेक्ट किया गया, और टीम वाइटलिटी ये नहीं रुकने वाले, ये तो नॉकआउट्स के बाद नॉकआउट्स निकालते चले जा रहे हैं।
वो तो अलग ही लीग
जो
खेल रही है
प्लेयर
भाई,
डाउन
मेरे को
थे
तो समझ में
उनके भी फिनिश पॉइंट अपने नाम निकाल दिए।
देखिए वाइटैलिटी ने एक नॉक दिया था इसके पहले, जिसका फिनिश एडमिनो ने ले लिया ऑलरेडी। अब फाइनली जाके जो कंफर्मेशन है वाइटैलिटी के पास वो आने वाला है। वाईजी के एक प्लेयर वो डाउन है, बट रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया आसान हो जाएगी। रोमियो वो आगे आ गए, उन्होंने रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया शुरू भी की है, वो खिलाड़ी को सुरक्षित वो अपने साथ लेके भी जाएंगे। बट S2G ये एक और नाम जिसकी चर्चा करना आवश्यक, अभी के लिए 5वें पायदान पे है ये टीम। आवश्यकता है और ज्यादा पॉइंट्स की, अपने आप को अगर पहले 5 में रखे आज के दिन के अंत में, तो शायद इस चीज का फायदा कल और भी ज्यादा हो। बट डोपनेस ऑन टू अदर साइड, ये टीम उनके एग्जैक्टली सामने वाइटैलिटी के ये प्लेयर्स, एंड ऑनेस्टली पता है वाइटैलिटी को एट दिस पॉइंट किस चीज का डर नहीं है। वो जानते हैं कि उन्हें जितना कुछ करना था वो पिछले 5 मैचेस में कर चुके हैं, एंड अभी वो ऑल आउट जा सकते हैं, वो फाइट्स ले सकते हैं, वो क्लैशेस ले सकते हैं, वो हर चीजें कर सकते हैं जो वो करना चाहते हैं।
मैं तो ये देखना चाहता हूँ कि गॉडलाइक क्या करना चाहती है, क्योंकि
क्या बोला मैंने गाइस, क्या बोला भाई,
बनता हुआ
क्या बोला मैंने,
पुश छोटा सा देखने के लिए मिलेगा, या फिर वो अपने कंपाउंड को ही पकड़े रखेंगे, वो तो कुछ देर के बाद पता चली जाएगा। बट हम ये भी देख सकते हैं हसलर क्रू की अगर बात करें, कितने ज्यादा फैले हुए हैं इनके प्लेयर्स। 2-1-1 का स्प्लिट इधर देखने के लिए मिलता हुआ। इनके पास एक शायद इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए ये किया गया हो, या फिर ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि सर्कल अगर कोई भी दिशा पे जाए वहाँ पे एटलीस्ट एक खिलाड़ी उनके रहे, उसके वजह से किया गया हो। ठीक है, बहुत सारे पॉसिबिलिटीज हैं, लेकिन मान्या उनके ऊपर कुछ शॉट्स आए जिसकी वजह से HP कम हुई, और इस बार हसलर क्रू के ऊपर अपना पूरा फोकस किया। ये एक रिवेंज हो सकता है गॉडलाइक की तरफ से। क्या वो हसलर क्रू के खिलाड़ियों को डाउन कर सकते हैं, वो कुछ ही देर के अंदर पता चलेगा। बट टियनबा की अगर मैं बात करूं, इनके पास भी एक मौका है, ये ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कहीं पे अगर कोई भी खिलाड़ी इनको दिखे वो जरूर नॉकआउट की कोशिश करेंगे।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, बट मेरी अभी नज़र पड़ी मोस्ट डैमेज और वो खिलाड़ियों का जो टॉप पे बैठे हैं, और मेरे बस दिमाग में एक ख्याल आया कि समय का पहिया किस तरीके से चीज़ें बदलता है। जहाँ पे ई अरीना की पूरी टीम आपको टॉप प्लेयर्स में देखने को मिल रही थी, अब वहाँ पे वाइटैलिटी के वो प्लेयर्स हैं जो आपको उस लिस्ट में देखने को मिलते हैं। ई अरीना के सारे ही खिलाड़ियों को बाहर कर दिया गया है, बट अभी के लिए अगर मैं बाहर करने की बात करूं तो ई अरीना के प्लेयर्स भी इस मैच से बाहर कर दिए जा रहे हैं। नॉकआउट आता हुआ 2 खिलाड़ी ऑलरेडी समाप्त हो चुके हैं, एक और प्लेयर डाउन हो चुका है, यानी बात करेंगे आखिरी बचे हुए उस एक खिलाड़ी के।
मेरे को तो भाई क्या
बचे हुए एक खिलाड़ी, उम्मीदें बहुत ज्यादा थी बट कर कुछ नहीं पाएंगे। ई अरीना जैसे उन्हें उस मोस्ट फिनिशेस वाले लिस्ट से बाहर कर दिया गया था, वैसे ही उन्हें कर दिया गया है इस मैच से भी बाहर, वो भी 13वें पायदान पे।
एंड उसी बीच आप देख सकते हो कि ये नॉन इलेक्ट्रिक कोर्स की तरफ से ग्रेनेड्स तो पहले फेंके जा रहे थे, बट इस बार गन का भी उन्होंने इस्तेमाल किया और रोमियो नॉकआउट निकालने में कामयाब रहे। बट इनके जो खिलाड़ी नॉकआउट हैं उनको इधर उठाना ज़रूरी होगा, क्योंकि जैसे कि हमने शुरुआत में भी बात किया था कि हर एक प्लेयर आपके लिए ज़रूरी है। जब भी आप मेरा मार के मुकाबले में जाते हो, ये रेगिस्तान बहुत ज़्यादा क्रूअल है, वो प्लेयर्स को ज़्यादा मौके नहीं देते। उसी बीच कामिकाज़े के ऊपर वो कनेक्शंस बनता हुआ डैमेज काफ़ी लगा, बट नॉकआउट निकालने से पहले ही उन्होंने अपना जो रिज है वो ढूंढ लिया और फिलहाल के लिए अपने आप को हील करेंगे। अगर कोई ग्रेनेड आ गया तो उनका काम तमाम हो जाएगा, बट अगर नहीं आया तो वो हील करके फिर से फाइट में जाने की कोशिश करेंगे। बट स्माइल इनकी तरफ से जो ग्रेनेड्स इधर फेंके गए वो कनेक्ट नहीं हो पाए। बट टीटी प्रोजेक्ट इफेक्ट की अगर मैं बात करूं तो इनके पास मौका है। जी हाँ, इफेक्ट का इफेक्ट दिख गया और इस जी के खिलाड़ी को नॉकआउट भी किया और शायद फिनिश पॉइंट को भी जल्दी मिल जाएगा।
जी हाँ, कंफर्मेशन तो आराम से मिल जाएगा टीटी प्रोजेक्ट के इस खिलाड़ी को। अपना एक प्लेयर गवाया जरूर है, बट अभी भी आप देखिए 8 फिनिशेस है इस टीम के पास। वहीं पे अगर आप बात करते हो यांकॉन गैलेक्टिकोस की, एक खिलाड़ी इन्होंने भी अपना गवाया है, 2 फिनिशेस है इस टीम के पास। एंड आवश्यकता है एक विनर चिकन डिनर की, जो कि शायद यहाँ से चीजें बदल दे। बट अभी एक प्लेयर नॉक ही नहीं किया, कंप्लीटली एलिमिनेट भी कर दिया है नॉन्गशिम के ये प्लेयर्स। YG इनके लिए दिक्कतें होती भी, अभी ये टीम 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ यहाँ पे मौजूद थी, बट अभी के लिए आप देखिए बचे हुए 2 प्लेयर्स रहेंगे। ताइबा के ये प्लेयर्स, इनके ऊपर भी प्रहार होता हुआ IDA के रीटा वो आगे मौजूद इंतजार कर रहे हैं खिलाड़ियों के साथ, और ये ग्रेनेड कर देगा काम तमाम उनका। IDA के प्लेयर्स का वो एक परफेक्ट दागा हुआ ग्रेनेड, अर्किन क्या ही बेहतरीन ग्रेनेड हमें देखने को मिला। एंड इसी के साथ एक और
नहीं भाई, अपने को चिकन के लिए चिकन के लिए खेलो भाई गाइस, किल आ जाएगा,
किल बाहर होते हुए
देखेंगे, मिल जाएगा मेरे को बाद में ना किल तुम लोग निकाल लोगे लास्ट में।
को तो देखिए कामिकाज़े वो नीचे से ग्रेनेड ऊपर फेंक रहे हैं और नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स के एकदम बाजू पे जाके वो ग्रेनेड फटता हुआ नजर आया। बट आई थिंक इधर S2G उनके
अब निकल ग्रेनेड
समाप्त होने वाले हैं। दूसरी तरफ हम देख
बोला गाड़ी ग्रेनेड निकल एक साले
बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत, एक के बाद एक कनेक्शन इधर बनते चले जा रहे थे। टीटी प्रोजेक्ट की भी अगर बात की जाए तो इफेक्ट आखिरी खिलाड़ी इधर बचेंगे, और जैसे कि मैंने कहा था कि दिक्कत होगी तो दिक्कत हुई, टीटी प्रोजेक्ट बाहर हुए। और नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स की अगर मैं बात करूं तो इनके पास जो मौके हैं उस मौके को वो भुना रहे हैं। एक बहुत ही अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस इनके तरफ से निकल के आता हुआ। हसलर क्रू ऑन द एंड, उन्होंने वाइटलिटी के ऊपर शॉट किया, लोगों डाउन हो गए, तो एक प्रॉपर फाइट होता हुआ हसलर क्रू वर्सेस वाइटलिटी के बीच में।
बहुत टाइम से चल रहा था। ओए
दे दिया भाई, इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा। यहां से मान्या का एक ग्रेनेड एक खिलाड़ी को करेगा डाउन। नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स वो अभी प्रयास कर रहे हैं उस कनेक्शन को साकार करने का। यूएमपी वर्सेस यूएमपी की ये फाइट रहने वाली, बट ऑन द अदर साइड एक्सी आएंगे आगे। एंड चलिए YG का भी ये सफर यहीं पे कर देंगी ये टीम समाप्त। आखिरी बची हुई 9 टीम्स हमारे साथ, और ये मैच बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग होता हुआ। टीम गॉडलाइक उनकी एक फाइट हमें देखने को मिल रही है। अगर आप ओवरऑल सिचुएशन देखें तो गॉडलाइक आपको देखने को मिलेगी, उनके एग्जैक्टली सामने IDA के ये प्लेयर्स रहेंगे, एंड राइट साइड पे आपको ET के भी ये प्लेयर्स देखने को मिल जाएंगे। एडमिनो उन्हें एक फिनिश ऑलरेडी मिल चुका है, बट अब जरूरत और भी ज्यादा फ्रैग्स की है। यहाँ पे एस पावर को इंतजार कर रहे हैं एक राइट अपॉर्चुनिटी का, एक राइट मोमेंट का। पर क्या मोमेंट मिलेगा?
दे एनएस ने दे दिया इसको, उन लोगों को फीड बढ़ा रहेगा तो मिलेगा। ये 3 का 3 किल मिलेगा। देखो अगर उन लोगों ने पड़ा रहेगा,
यहाँ से बचना बहुत ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट होगा। नसीर को वो ऑलरेडी पहले खो चुके थे, एंड अब फहीता को भी डाउन कर दिया गया है। यानी गॉडलाइक के पास
भाई चलना यार
यहाँ पे
पावर पे,
बट जिसके पहले कि वो आगे जाए एक और ग्रेनेड आका जाएगा
यार, एक किल पुश आउट कर देगा भाई मैं यार,
वो काफी होगा। बट एक ग्रेनेड आप सोचिए TTR, एक ग्रेनेड पूरी कहानी बदल सकता है। 3 फिनिशेस और लाके दे सकता है टीम गॉडलाइक को। बट क्या वो चीज होगी, क्या वो ग्रेनेड
भाई मेरे को वो नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, अगर इन लोग एक अमाउंट पे बैठे रहेंगे, इन लोग अगर धीरे-धीरे अंदर आते रहेगा,
एंगल नहीं मिल पा रहा। अगर एंगल मिलता तो शायद वो जरूर कोशिश करते, लेकिन
मिड में एक स्मोक करके डाल के जा सकते हैं ना,
दूसरे एरिया से भी शॉट्स आ रहे हैं, तो इसी वजह से बाहर जाके रिस्क लेना
सॉरी मेरे
वो नहीं चाह रहे हैं। और ये मैं मानता हूँ कि एक बहुत ही अच्छा आइडिया है और बहुत ही अच्छा प्लान है, क्योंकि जब आपको पता है चारों तरफ इतनी ज्यादा गोलीबारी चल रही है, तो उस टाइम पे सेफ
नहीं है उधर
बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी होता है। और देखिए ये बीचों बीच में है, टीम ईटी को खत्म करने का पूरा मौका है गॉडलाइक के पास, एंड गॉडलाइक कोशिश तो करेंगे। मान्या के ऊपर डैमेज लगा है, मान्या नॉकआउट
ये बैंडी क्या बोला मैं तुम लोग को यार, जितना ज्यादा अंदर
डाउन हुए, बट नो वे, क्या ये फाइट स्पीड को इधर डाउन किया गया था गॉडलाइक के 100 में,
चल भाई
टॉप में चलते हुए
सेवियर है भाई, सेवियर
करेंगे। 4 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट इनके पास आ चुका है,
सेवियर ब्रो, सेवियर
के साथ
लेट्स गो सेवियर ब्रो।
ज्यादा शानदार फाइट जीते देख के लग रहा था,
क्योंकि फाइट ऑलमोस्ट हार गए थे भाई। मैं बोला था कि अगर अपन एक कंपनी से थोड़ा भी अगर उनको नहीं पिन नहीं किए ना, वो अपने पर ही पिन कर देंगे।
अपने नाम निकाल के लेके गए।
एडमिनो नहीं गॉड मीनो कहिए आप इन्हें, किस तरीके से
एडमिनो ने तो ग्रेनेड भाई एक नंबर भाई,
बहुत ज्यादा भारी पड़ सकती थी, बट एडमिनो कमान संभाली अपने टीम की, अपने टीम को बचाया, फिनिशेस निकाले, फ्रैग्स निकाले, और टीम गॉडलाइक वो इस मैच में अभी भी चारों खिलाड़ियों के साथ जीवित। अभी की अगर आप दूसरे सिचुएशन की बात करें तो वाइटैलिटी उनके पास अभी भी 2 फिनिशेस है। वाइटैलिटी पहली ऐसी टीम बन सकती है जो पहले ही दिन में 6 मैचेस में 100 का आंकड़ा यहाँ से पार करे, बट सवाल ये है कि वाइटैलिटी क्या वो चीज़ कर पाएगी। अभी भी देखिए 10 अंक की कमी है उनको ये चीज़ करने के लिए, एंड मौके वाइटैलिटी के पास बहुत ज़्यादा। गॉडलाइक के प्लेयर्स अभी भी मौजूद, आईडीए के खिलाड़ी वो है जो अभी भी आगे वाले कंपाउंड पे मौजूद है, जिनके साथ एक फाइट शायद हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिले, बट
इन लोग को तो इन लोगों ने जो उनको वाइप आउट किए है ना भाई, तियानबा को भाई, मेरे को तो ईड़ भगा भाई कैसे कर।
अब यहाँ से देखना और है कि किस तरीके का इनका सफर रहता है आगे, बट जोन की अगर आप चर्चा करें तो जोन और भी ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग होता हुआ। डोपनेस के खिलाड़ी वाइटैलिटी पे एक स्नाइपर कनेक्शन निकालते हुए एंड जोन की तरफ स्नाइपर के ये कनेक्शंस निकालना, ये तो बहुत ज्यादा एक अलग चीज। बट नॉक्शम के ये प्लेयर्स 7 फिनिशेस इनके पास भी रहेंगे, ग्रेनेड्स का आदान प्रदान आपको देखने को मिलेगा। 721 GS के ये प्लेयर्स सामने मौजूद, व्हीकल्स है इनके पास, बट वहां से निकलना भी पड़ेगा। मलिक इनके लिए दिक्कत हो सकती है, गाड़ी लेके 2 खिलाड़ी सीधे आगे आने का प्रयास करेंगे, गन स्विच करी कनेक्शन निकालने का प्रयास, क्या शॉट कनेक्ट कर पाएंगे, जवाब रहेगा नहीं, और यहाँ से डाउन कर दिया जाएगा एनएस के एक खिलाड़ी को। चॉइस और एक्सी ये 2 बचे हुए खिलाड़ी अभी भी इस गेम के अंदर मौजूद, बट एक कनेक्शन निकाला और दिक्कत दी 721 GS के प्लेयर्स के लिए, और यहाँ से अब बची हुई एक आखिरी उम्मीद। नॉट रियली श्योर कि इस पूरे सिचुएशन में वो क्या ज्यादा कुछ कर पाएंगे, बट वहीं पे वाइटैलिटी और डोपनेस इनकी भी एक फाइट है जिसकी शुरुआत हमें बहुत जल्दी देखने को मिलेगी।
721 GS की अगर मैं बात करूं, पिछले मुकाबले के अंदर भी ऐसा ही कुछ सिनेरियो उनके लिए बना था कि वो रोटेशन के बीच में कहीं भी डाउन हो जाते हैं, लेकिन इस बार चलिए मलिक को इधर डाउन किया और 721 GS पूरी तरीके से समाप्त हो गए। 6 टीम 18 खिलाड़ी, एंड उसी बीच हम देख पा रहे हैं टीम वाइटैलिटी वर्सेस डोपनेस के बीच में ग्रेनेड्स का जो
इन लोग को पुश अप पिच करना चाहिए तो ही उन लोग बचेगा। मैं आई स्वेयर बोल रहा हूं भाई, गॉडल अगर उन लोग
डाउन कर पाएंगे, जी हां नॉकआउट इधर निकालने शुरू कर चुके हैं।
गॉडल ने अब भी पुश नहीं किया, तुम पे बहुत प्रॉब्लम रहेगा। अब भी पुश करके वो 2 प्लेयर को खाओ, तुम पे जोना मिल जाएगा, जोना मिलने के बाद इनको जोना दो, कोना दो।
नॉक्शिम रेड फोर्स 13 फिनिशेस है इस टीम के पास, 8 फिनिशेस उस एक अकेली खिलाड़ी के पास है। बेहतरीन ये फाइट, बट अभी के लिए अगर मैं फाइट्स की और बात करूं तो गॉडलाइक वर्सेस आईटीए ये फाइट कंप्लीट करके गॉडलाइक को भी निकलना है जोन के अंदर।
इधर इन लोग पीछे से इन लोग की मारेंगे फिर गॉडल की, समझा? तो उनको कुछ भी करके कंपाउंड हार्डम, क्योंकि उधर है जोन है। दे
जरूर सौम्य और मान्य वो बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज आ चुके हैं। ये फाइट क्या कन्वर्ट कर पाएगी गॉडलाइक, और ये फाइट बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट भी रहेगी टीम
बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फाइट है भाई, बोला मैं।
ये ग्रेनेड अगर कनेक्शन निकालता है तो ये देगा उन्हें ओपनिंग इस फाइट में आगे जाने के लिए, बट अभी के लिए काफी ज्यादा शांति है। पावर उन्हें डाउन किया रीटा के उस नेड ने, रीटा और डार्क के लिए 2 खिलाड़ी जो कि मौजूद 100 में ऊपर है, मान्या नीचे, पावर डाउन
नाम है
ना कुछ कमाल करके दिखा पाएंगे। एक और ग्रेनेड जाएगा, डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा है। पावर रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया जो कि वो ऑलरेडी शुरू कर दी जा चुकी है। 100 में वो अभी भी ऊपर इंतजार कर रहे हैं, ग्रेनेड्स का प्रहार अभी भी चालू है आईडीए के प्लेयर्स की तरफ से, बट वो ज्यादा कुछ फायदा जो कि है वो नहीं देगा। रिपैच करके अपने आप को इस फाइट में आना पड़ेगा वापस।
एंड उसी के साथ आप देखिए बाहर एडमिनो ग्रेनेड कुक करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, ग्रेनेड इधर फेंका जाएगा, बट ये कोई भी कनेक्शन नहीं बनाया। मुझे लगता है कि भी कुछ जाना चाहिए, बट मान्या वो डाउन होते हुए देखने के लिए मिले, पावर उनके लिए भी
भाई क्या क्या
एडमिनो आखिरी खिलाड़ी क्या एक बार फिर से वो क्लच देखने के लिए मिलेगा?
हाँ मिला।
ओह माय गॉड, व्हाट वाज दैट? आईडीए स्पोर्ट उनको बाहर किया गया और एडमिनो उन्होंने काफी अच्छा खेला।
मैं बोला यार इंग्लैंड क्या है भाई, मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि पहले फाइट लेना पड़ेगा।
समाप्त हो जाएंगे उस मोमेंट से, बट बहुत ही अच्छी
नहीं यहाँ से नहीं, क्योंकि देखो ना वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी टीम बाहर जा रहे। क्या भाई मैं टॉप 3 भाई, चिकन मैच गया है भाई अपने से।
उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा प्रयास किया बट जोन का डैमेज उनका साथ नहीं दे पाया। एंड फिर दोबारा से
मेरे को पता था क्योंकि अगर इन लोगों ने फाइट खत्म नहीं किया इन लोग आ जाएंगे। इधर ये पूरा टूर्नामेंट में यही हो रहा है भाई, कोई फाइट ले रहा है लेट हो रहा है, उस पे धाप-धूप जा रहे हैं, मार के खत्म कर रहे हैं। इधर जा रहे हैं धाप-धूप जाके, ये देखो वाइटलिटी भाई क्या खेल रही है टीम भाई, क्या भाई अलग ही खेल रही है। बेंडी कौन सा स्टेज खेल रही है पता नहीं। ये ले एक चिकन, ये ले एक चिकन, बेंडी 3 चिकन मार ली भाई आज के दिन पे।
मार के इस मुकाबले में
वेल प्लेड। अभी
निकाले हैं टीम
दिन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है भाई,
आराम से पार कर लेगी।
कल का दिन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है भाई।
सही कहा आपने, ये परफॉर्मेंस मुझे लगता है कि बहुत टाइम तक याद रहेगा। वाइटलिटी का ये डोमिनेशन सिर्फ एक ही दिन, हाफ मैचेस के अंदर उन्होंने शायद अपना क्वालिफिकेशन तय कर लिया है डायरेक्ट टू द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। शायद नहीं कर ही लिया है क्योंकि 108 पॉइंट्स तक वो पहुंचते हुए हमें देखने के लिए मिलेंगे। एंड ये किसी ने भी शायद सोचा भी नहीं था कि 6 मैचेस में इस लॉबी के अंदर आके कोई 100 पॉइंट्स पार करेगा।
मैच 4 के बाद अगर मैं बात करूं तो वाइटलिटी बहुत टफ लॉबी के आसपास कुछ था
भाई। देख
मैच 6
कंपटीशन देख भाई,
8 पॉइंट
बट ये चिकन मैच था यार अपना, सच बोलूं तो
कहर मचा रखा है वाइटलिटी ने। और ये जिस तरीके का मैच था, जिस हिसाब से वाइटलिटी ने ये खेला है,
ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग
हम लोग थोड़ी देर पहले बात कर रहे थे नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स की, जहाँ पे उन्होंने इरैंगल के उन 2 मैचेस में लगातार चिकन डिनर निकाले थे। बट वाइटलिटी उन्होंने पूरा मैथमेटिक्स बदल दिया है, सब कुछ चेंज कर दिया है इसके लिए। मीरामार के 2 मैचेस थे, बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर निकाले। एंड अब मैं देखना चाहती हूँ कि कल के दिन में वाइटलिटी आखिर करेगी तो करेगी क्या।
भाई मेरे को लगता है, मैं तो बोलता चेस करो भाई।
वो कौन से पायदान में है इस
इधर एडमिनो ने बचा है, ये एडमिनो बार-बार कैसा सिंगल प्लेयर पे जा रहे थे। तुमको पहले ही खत्म कर देना चाहिए था मेरे हिसाब से, तो पहले पुश करके खत्म कर देना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से।
देखने के लिए मिले थे एंड
गन पावर बर्स्ट हो गया तुम लोग के अंदर।
मोमेंट पे एक्सेल ने बहुत अच्छा खेला था। एंड अभी लेते हैं छोटा सा ब्रेक और ब्रेक
में अगर आप बात करें, डोपनेस की बात कर लेते, डोपनेस जिस हिसाब से वहाँ पे घुसे थे वो कार लेके, इट फेल्ट जस्ट लाइक कि वो बस आ ही रहे हैं, एंड नॉन्गशिम वाज लाइक ओके हम खुशी आपका स्वागत करेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बट मुझे लगता है इसके साथ भी नॉन्गशिम एज वेल एज अगर हम बात करते हैं वाइटैलिटी की, ये दोनों टीम्स ने आज 6 के 6 मैचेस में बहुत अच्छा स्टेटमेंट दिया था। हाँ अगेन वाइटैलिटी के लिए वो पहला राउंड थोड़ा सा मतलब टॉप 3 टॉप 4 फिनिश किए ही थे, बट नॉन्गशिम का वो स्टार्ट अच्छा नहीं हुआ, बट उसके बाद उन्होंने बहुत बढ़िया अपना मोमेंटम सेट कर लिया, एंड आज के इन 6 मैचेस के बाद इतना हम कह सकते हैं कल की जो स्टार्ट होगी नॉन्गशिम की और पावर पैक्ड होगी, एंड मे बी रोंडो में हम उनको एक और एग्रेसिव फॉर्म पे देख सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल ये बात आपने सही की कि कल की जो स्टार्ट रहेगी उसका इंतजार रहेगा। वो रोंडो आज भी अग्रेसिवली शुरू किया था, लेकिन कल से पहले आज जैसा गया है दिन गॉडलाइक का, वो भी एक बारी दोबारा से हम डिस्कस करेंगे, बिकॉज काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें हैं ग्रुप बी के बारे में जो इस ग्रुप को काफ़ी ज़्यादा ब्रूटल भी बना देती हैं। पहली चीज़ टॉप 4 टीम्स का कंपटीशन सुबह हमने एक्सपेक्ट किया था मेजी की होरा और वाइटैलिटी और मे बी ई अरीना शायद वो वैक्यूम क्रिएट करे। नॉन्गजिम रेड फोर्स आउट ऑफ सिलेबस उन्होंने एंट्री मारी और वो भी वो वैक्यूम बनाने में कामयाब रहे, उस टॉप 4 ब्रैकेट का हिस्सा बने। तो कहीं ना कहीं क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए अभी फिलहाल आफ्टर दिस गेम 6 ऐसा लग रहा है एक ही स्पॉट बाकी है, दैट्स द 5th स्पॉट।
यहाँ पर एडमिनो उन्होंने बढ़िया तरीके से टीम को संभाला। हालांकि ग्रेनेड अपने ही प्लेयर का था जिससे दूसरे प्लेयर गॉडलाइक के वहां पर डाउन हुए थे। उसके बाद हमने सौमी को देखा, वो आगे बढ़े, जो आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हुए थे ETSH के उनको उन्होंने एलिमिनेट किया था, और यहाँ पर गॉडलाइक अपने चारों प्लेयर्स के साथ बची। पर ये वो मोमेंट था जहाँ पर किसी ने भी वो दूसरा वाला रूम नहीं चेक किया, वो दूसरा कॉर्नर किसी ने नहीं चेक किया। वो जो ग्रेनेड्स थे वो सारे ग्रेनेड्स वो सीढ़ियों की तरफ जाते रहे, क्योंकि वही वो प्लेयर थे जो बार बार अपनी पोजीशनिंग चेंज कर रहे थे, अपने आप को इधर उधर कर रहे थे। बाकी जो आगे वाला प्लेयर था वो तो बस इत्मीनान से इंतजार कर रहे थे कि आप आइए, धप्पा पड़ेगा, और वही हुआ। 3 प्लेयर को वो धप्पा कर गए। हालांकि एडमिनो थे, उसके बाद उस प्लेयर को उन्होंने एलिमिनेट भी किया, पर यहाँ वो और कुछ कर भी नहीं सकते थे। जोन का डैमेज जितना था, अगर वो फर्स्ट एड लगाने की भी कोशिश करते तो भी मुश्किल ही था।
देखिए इंडोर प्लांट्स का ज़माना है आजकल, गिली सूट घर के अंदर नज़र आया, वो भी थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हो गए थे, लगा कि ऐसे ही वहाँ पे कुछ होगा नहीं। बट एनीवेज आई थिंक आपकी बात जायज़ है कि पीछे से बहुत ज़्यादा शोर था, उस वजह से पूरा टेंशन वहाँ पे था, और यहाँ पे सामने वाली टीम की पेशेंस की भी दाद देनी पड़ेगी कि उन्होंने भी वेट किया, ओवर अग्रेस नहीं किया। ऐसे में हम ये भी देखते हैं कई बार कि प्लेयर्स ओवर ईगर हो जाते हैं फाइट लेने के लिए, भाई मेरे टीममेट ने डिस्ट्रैक्शन कर दिया है। लेकिन नेक्रोज आप थोड़ी देर पहले बात कर रहे थे कल के रोंडो की, आज के दिन टॉप 5 पे फिनिश करना, अमेजी ने बताया था कि 40 पार करना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी रहेगा। 40 तो पार नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन टॉप 5 के अंदर एंट्री ले लिया। अब वो सेफ्टी क्वेश्चन नहीं है, बट एटलीस्ट यू आर देयर। कल का रोंडो अगर खराब जाता है, जो प्रेशर अभी फेड हुआ है वो डबल अप होके वापस आएगा। सो एट द एंड ऑफ दिस डे सेटिंग अप फॉर टुमारो, आपको क्या लगता है गेम प्लान क्या रहना चाहिए? कल सेफ्टी के लिए खेला जाए इन द फर्स्ट फ्यू गेम्स की आप कंसिस्टेंट पॉइंट्स निकालिए, या गॉडलाइक अभी जो कर रही है द अग्रेसिव फ्लो दैट्स वर्किंग, वी स्टिक टू दैट?
I believe they should stick with what they are doing right now, and वो काफी बैलेंस्ड वे में खेल रहा है। I won't say कि ऑल इन घुस रहे हैं, वो बहुत स्ट्रेटेजिकली खेल रहे हैं, बहुत कंट्रोल्ड अग्रेशन दिखा रहे हैं, जो मुझे बहुत अच्छा भी लग रहा है देखने में। आप इस फायर बिल्डिंग के कंपाउंड के होल्ड की बात कर लीजिए, बहुत देर तक वो होल्ड कर रहे थे। आईडी के प्लेयर्स आके बैठे हुए थे, फिर भी उन्होंने थोड़ा वेट किया कि नहीं जैसा है वैसा रहने देते हैं, जब आखिरी में मौका मिलेगा तब जाके हम पुश करेंगे। फिर एक एक करके टीम है, उन्होंने एक एक करके स्टेप वाइज सारा प्लान किया। आई फील लाइक कल के राउंडों में भी जो आज उन्होंने किया है, जो 7 पॉइंट्स उनको में 7 फिनिशेस उनको वहां पे मिले थे, कुछ वैसे ही अगर सिमिलर खेले तो आई फील लाइक इट शुड बी बेटर, बट नेक्स्ट टाइम थोड़ा और प्लेसमेंट ओरिएंटेड भी।
आई फील हम गॉडलाइक की काफी डिस्कशन कर चुके हैं, एक बार ओवरऑल लॉबी की बात कर रहे थे, एंड मेजी द सरप्राइजिंग बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस फॉर द डे एंड द सरप्राइजिंग वर्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस फॉर द डे, की एक्सपेक्ट ही नहीं किया था ये इतना खराब खेलेंगे।
देखिए मैंने सच में एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था, हालांकि सबने बोला था कि डोपनेस उतनी स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम नहीं है, पर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यार जापान एज अ रीजन अगर आप देखते हैं तो वो बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं। हालांकि हाल फिलहाल का जो उनके रीजन का पूरा सिनेरियो चल रहा है वो बहुत ही खराब है। जैसे अभी हम चाइना के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, आप तियानबा को देखिए, उनका भी परफॉर्मेंस ज़्यादा नहीं आया उतना अच्छा, जबकि एक्सपेक्ट किया गया था कि तियानबा बहुत बढ़िया खेल कर जाएगी। उस तरीके से डोपनेस मुझे लगता है कि एक्सपेक्टेशंस कम से कम मेरी बहुत ज़्यादा थी, पर उस तरीके से वो नहीं खेल पाए।
चलिए आपने एक नाम लिया, मैं आपसे भी सेम सवाल पूछूंगा, लेकिन उससे पहले एक बार ही चलिए नजर डालते हैं कि हमारे कास्टर्स इस मैच के प्लेस पे उनका रिएक्शन क्या था, cause this was something else. Let's have a look.
एक तो ये मेरे को अब तक समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है कि क्या चल रहा है।
निकाल दिया और इंस्टेंटली उनको बाहर भी किया, बट उसके बाद आया कनेक्शन और रेहान थे वो
जहाँ पे मैं बात कर रही थी गॉडलाइक की फाइट के साथ, वहीं पे वाइटैलिटी ये दिक्कत देती हुई है। एक खिलाड़ी गाड़ी से गिर के नॉक होने वाले हैं, ये तो एक और बड़ी दिक्कत है। सबका फायदा उठाएंगे एडमिनो, गॉडलाइक का खिलाड़ी
से जो ग्रेनेड्स फेंके गए वो कनेक्ट नहीं हो पाए। बट टीटी प्रोजेक्ट इफेक्ट की अगर मैं बात करूं तो इनके पास मौका है। जी हाँ, इफेक्ट का इफेक्ट दिख गया और इस जी के खिलाड़ी को नॉकआउट भी किया और शायद फिनिश पॉइंट को भी जल्दी मिल जाएगा।
के लिए आप देखिए बचे हुए 2 प्लेयर्स रहेंगे, ताइरबा के ये प्लेयर्स, इनके ऊपर भी प्रहार होता हुआ आईडीए के रीटा वो आगे मौजूद इंतजार कर रहे हैं 2 बचे हुए खिलाड़ियों के साथ, और ये ग्रेनेड कर देगा काम तमाम उनका।
लगा है मान्या नॉकआउट भी हुए हैं, ईटी आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करेंगे, 2 खिलाड़ी बैक टू बैक डाउन हुए, बट नो वे, क्या ये फाइट जीत पाएंगे? स्पीड को इधर डाउन किया गया था गॉडलाइक के 100 में, मोलोटोव में चलते हुए, बट अपने आप को हील करने की कोशिश करेंगे। 4 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट इनके पास आ चुका है।
स्विच करी कनेक्शन निकालने का प्रयास, क्या शॉट कनेक्ट कर पाएंगे? जवाब रहेगा नहीं, और यहाँ से डाउन कर दिया जाएगा एनएस के एक खिलाड़ी को। चॉइस और एक्सी, ये 2 बचे हुए खिलाड़ी अभी भी इस गेम के अंदर मौजूद, बड़े कनेक्शन निकाला और दिक्कत दी 7-1 जीएस के प्लेयर्स के लिए। और यहाँ से
चलता हुआ, बट व्हीकल्स है, व्हीकल्स लेकर निकलने की कोशिश है, बट क्या ये स्प्रे से डाउन कर पाएंगे? जी हाँ, नॉकआउट इधर निकालने शुरू कर चुके हैं। दूसरे ही तरफ हम देख पा रहे हैं लूफा, वो भी डाउन हुए। नॉक्शिम रेड फोर्स को इसका पूरा फायदा मिला और डोपनेस कुछ ही सेकंड्स के अंदर बाहर हो गए
तरफ से, बट वो ज्यादा कुछ फायदा जो कि वो नहीं देगा। रिपैच करके अपने आप को इस फाइट में आना पड़ेगा वापस।
एंड उसी के साथ आप देखिए बाहर एडमिनो ग्रेनेड कुक करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। ग्रेनेड इधर फेंका जाएगा, बट ये कोई भी कनेक्शन नहीं बनाया। मुझे लगता है कि अभी कुछ जाना चाहिए, बट मान्या वो डाउन होते हुए देखने के लिए मिले। स्पाउन उनके लिए भी मुश्किल में 100 में भी डाउन। एडमिनो आखिरी खिलाड़ी, क्या एक बार फिर से वो क्लच देखने के लिए मिलेगा? ओह माय गॉड, व्हाट वाज दैट? आईडीए स्पोर्ट उनको बाहर किया गया और एडमिनो उन्होंने काफी अच्छा खेला, बट वाइटलिटी वो भी पहुंच चुके, बट एडमिनो सर्कल के बाहर वो समाप्त हो जाएंगे उस मोलोटोव से।
एंड फिर दोबारा से अब देखने वाली ये बात कि आखिर होगा क्या शॉट। बहुत ज्यादा वाइटैलिटी उनके पास, अभी भी मौका, एक और चिकन डिनर। वाइटैलिटी क्या ये कर पाएगी? एनएस के ये खिलाड़ी आगे मौजूद, एक आखिरी बचा हुआ खिलाड़ी और देवी और सज्जन। वाइटैलिटी once again a winner chicken dinner.
Of course, वाइटैलिटी का जो परफॉर्मेंस था वो तो काफी ज्यादा इंप्रेसिव रहा ही था। खासतौर से सरप्राइजिंग थी वो फाइट जो गॉडलाइक की तरफ से हमने देखी। 3 प्लेयर्स नॉक हुए, बट फिर भी एडमिनो आज एक और बार अपनी टीम को बचाने में कामयाब रहे हैं। बट इसका एंड
कल के 6 मुकाबले में योनगॉन, गैलेक्टिकॉस, आईडीए, S2G, गॉडलाइक, क्योंकि मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 4 टीम है ना ऊपर वाली, वो तो जा रही हैं।
वो तो डेफिनेटली जा रही है। आई थिंक वाइटैलिटी के तो आसपास कोई आने भी नहीं वाला है अब। आई थिंक दैट इज डन एंड डस्टेड, वो कहानी खत्म हो चुकी है। 2nd to 5th के लिए अब टीम्स हमको लड़ती हुई नजर आएंगे। बट चलिए अगले पेज पे चलते हैं। वुल्व्स ई-स्पोर्ट्स अल्फा 7, व्हाट सरप्राइज सरप्राइज, अल्फा 7 का दिन आज अच्छा नहीं गया। 26 अंक 10वें स्थान पे खुद को पाते हुए। अमेजी, आपने डोपनेस की बात करी थी, दे आर सिटिंग 13th राइट नाउ। आई थिंक इनके लिए फिर भी ऑब्जेक्टिव अभी थोड़ा सिंपल हो चुका है। 19 ही अंक है डोपनेस के पास, तो ये खुद को सिर्फ बचाने की कोशिश करेंगे। बट नेक्रोस, थोड़ी देर पहले जो मैंने मेरी से सवाल पूछा था आपसे, अब तो ओवरऑल लीडर बोर्ड भी देख लिया, सेम क्वेश्चन, सरप्राइजिंग बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ द डे एंड सरप्राइजिंग वर्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ द डे।
सरप्राइजिंग वर्स्ट से मैं शुरू करना चाहूंगा। मुझे लगता है वहाँ पे टियानबा का एक नाम आता है अल्फा, मतलब एक अगर आप पिक करने मतलब मैं टियानबा के साथ ही जाना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज आई रियली फेल्ट लाइक कि वो एक ऐसी टीम है जो शायद हम उन उनको बाय द एंड ऑफ द डे इफ नॉट टॉप 5 एटलीस्ट टॉप 7 में हम उनको देख पाएंगे। एंड सरप्राइजिंग गुड परफॉर्मेंस। मैं डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस को थोड़ा सा कंसीडर करूंगा बिकॉज उनके फिलहाल में जो परफॉर्मेंस है उतना बेहतर हुआ नहीं था, तो वहां से एक्सपेक्टेशंस मेरी थोड़ी सी लो थी। बट अगेन डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस है, उन्होंने अच्छा खेला है, दे आर स्टिल पुटिंग अप दैट कंपटीशन एंड मे बी हम कल उनको बाय द एंड ऑफ द डे टॉप 5 पे भी देख सकते हैं।
कुछ भी देख सकते हैं। कल के दिन मेजी ने भी एक बात मेंशन करी थी दिन के स्टार्ट में कि जब प्रेशर नहीं होता यू प्ले योर बेस्ट, एंड आई थिंक अभी हमारे जो आज के MVP हैं एक्सेल फ्रॉम टीम वाइटैलिटी, उन्होंने भी आज कुछ ऐसा काम किया है कि कल के दिन वाइटैलिटी के ऊपर बिल्कुल भी प्रेशर नहीं रहेगा, बिकॉज आफ्टर 6 गेम्स दे आर एट 108 पॉइंट्स।
मैं तो बस देख रहा हूँ 6 मैचेस में अगर आप 23 टोटल फिनिशेस लेकर जाते हैं और बाकी जो लॉबी है, जो दूसरी टीम है, उनके पास पूरी टीम के पास 34 फिनिशेस हैं, तो ये दर्शाता है कि आप कितना स्ट्रांग हैं और कितने अच्छे तरीके से इस पूरी लॉबी को समझते हैं। पर इन सब में नुकसान मुझे लगता है ई अरीना का थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया। एक सिंगल
गाइस चलो गाइस मिलते हैं into the next streams कभी फिलहाल, and I hope everyone is doing good. इसके आ जाते ना
बंदा है हेलो मेन ऑन नॉइज तो यार
और एक बंदा उतरा।
से आ रहे हो तो सोच रहा हूँ प्लस लेके अब मुझको ऐसे भी फायदा तो है नहीं इसमें, तो सोचा किल्सी ले लेते हैं। बताओ प्लस तो वो होने से रहा भाई, उधर चलते हैं इवेंट पे राइट। ओके मैं रिकॉल चलते रिकॉल
0 किल्स है
तो रिकॉल चलो ना, किल मिलेगा ना। मैं निकल गया, तुम्हारे सामने से निकलो, मैं आ जाना। रुपया
व्हाट्सएप स्ट्रीमर अवार्ड हैक लगाए ना, सच बताओ क्या मरने का हैक? हाँ क्रेजी
क्यों मरने का हैक?
मरने का हैक तो नहीं लगाया मैंने।
लॉबी में पटक सा भाई। सो भाई ये कोई अननोन नहीं है भाई, दिस माय फ्रेंड।
नहीं
भाई दोस्त है यार, मैं दोस्त को तो बुक कर ही सकता हूँ।
कॉल तो दे, माइक चालू करके घूम गया तो खेल रहा है ना भाई तू। जा अभी नीचे उतर, नेट कर रहा। नीचे उतर तो उधर से उतर के मुंह पे उसके। अरे राम
गया ऑल डेड। स्ट्रेस हो गया।
माइक कौन से नशे? वो तो मुझे भी पता, माइक की तरह बंदे।
मेरे को लगा चालू है, मैं भूले जा रहा हूँ।
इसको रिकॉल देना है।
स्कैन फटने लग रहा है अभी। रिकॉल कितने बार?
गाइस मैंने भी तो गेम मोड खेला नहीं है, क्या खेलना चाहिए बताओ? बोलूं मैं स्लॉट बनाने? खेल लेंगे यार, अपना तो एकदम शॉर्टेड सीन है।
क्या बोल रहे?
स्लॉट बनाने बोलता हूँ यार मैं।
चैट में कोई लूफी में।
अच्छा
अच्छे से आ रहा है, पता नहीं शायद मुझे तो अभी बताया नहीं।
चलो मैंने स्लॉट बनाने बोला है भाई, देखते।
लॉबी में अटक से वापस आने का हैक है।
YouTube चैनल का नाम क्या है?
ये सब नहीं पता भाई।
रियो भाई।
मेरे लिए स्लॉट बनाओ। आ रहे हो तो क्या क्रेजी, बनाती हूँ। लूफी है साथ में।
क्या है सब में लूफी है?
ना एक दोस्त है क्रेजी।
यहाँ पे अभी भी बंदे बैठे।
वो बोल रहा है स्लॉट बनाओ। मैं
तो यहाँ पे होंगे।
तुम्हारा स्ट्रीम नहीं करते हो क्या?
मैं तो बोल रहा
तुम भी तो स्ट्रीम करते हो। फटक से मरने तो दो यहाँ पे यार। अब मैच छोड़ के आओ तुम्हारे लिए।
माइक लूफी। हाँ माइक ऑफ तो कर रहा था बट राफत मार दी मेरी। घुस गया तुम लोग जाके?
पता नहीं किधर लूफी घुस गया।
नहीं नीचे मारा इधर।
ऊपर आओ ना।
एक सेकंड हील कर रहा हूँ।
क्या कर रही हो? लूट रहे हो बिना बोले?
देखो तुम क्या कर रहे हो, मेरे को अच्छे से दिख रहा है तुम क्या कर रहे हो। गाइस मेरे स्ट्रीम पे देख लो क्या कर रहा है ये इंसान, और मुझे बोला जाता है।
चलो इधर।
खुद तो लूट ले।
भागो राइट जाओ, भागते रहो।
ओ भाई
देखा मेरे को कैसे लोग बेट बनाते हैं, ऐसे हमको बेट बनाया जाता है।
मारा की
मेरे लिए ये क्या लिखा था?
बंदे
मेरे को थोड़ा फर्स्ट एड चाहिए यार, फर्स्ट एड्स नहीं है और ये हमको बेट बनाते रहते, क्या करूं?
नीचे बंदा है।
एक ही है ना नीचे अपने जस्ट।
भाई मेरा वॉचिंग बढ़ क्यों रहा है भाई? मैं स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ, ये मेरा वॉच पार्टी में व्यूज नहीं है, इधर आ रहा है भाई। ये क्या?
और कोई है इधर?
ये लिखा था, क्या लिखा था?
कितना आवाज आ रहा है?
पहाड़ से मार रहे थे ना वो।
चल आजा।
साले लोग मारते रहते हैं। हाँ दे आर कॉल्ड निंजास।
चलो 8 मिनट है अपने पास, 8 मिनट में उसको मार। ना चोमिया को मैं तो चिकन डिनर नहीं आएगा। जल्दी बैठो।
ये हम लोग बाहर हैं।
अरे कहाँ लेके जा रही है?
ये गाड़ी लेके आ रहा ना।
तुम लोग कहाँ जा रहे हो? गाड़ी में लेके आ रहे हो?
ये गोल बीमारी में इसको
इतना
कॉल कर
तो
रहा था।
कर ही सकते हो, एक लड़की तो ढूंढ कर दे। अरे भाई
सुन
लड़की कहाँ से ढूंढ के दे? डिलीट क्यों किया फिर? तुम्हारी गर्लफ्रेंड देख लेगी।
हाँ नॉक देते आगे जाके 1 2 3 करते हैं लेट के।
लूफी क्रेजी लड़की मांग रहा है।
आजो
देख लिया शायद।
अभी मेरे को गाली पड़ेगी क्रेजी तुम्हारे वजह से।
भाई बच गया।
नहीं मार दी।
खिला दे।
ये वॉल पे है ठीक है, ओपन भागेगा तब मारना। अरे बाबू कौन है ये?
हेड पड़ी उसको।
अब मार ही देते, आजा इसको। मैं नहीं छोड़ अंदर चल। फिर इसको नहीं मार पाएंगे। ज्यादा बंदा
चलो अच्छा जी किधर से? वाह।
अरे मादर चोद।
इनको देखो
जीनू, ये वॉल बनाओ ना इधर वॉल बनाना आता है?
बॉल तो नहीं है।
ले ना, मेरे से लो ना। भाई चीनू ने वॉल बनाया। हेलो,
गर्लफ्रेंड होता तो मस्त होता। अच्छा जी,
माइक ऑफ है तुम्हारा अगर कुछ बोल रही हो।
पता है मैंने बंद रखा था क्योंकि मैं चैट से बात कर रही थी।
वॉल बनाना आता है? आ जाओ ना, इसको मारेंगे ना। आ जाओ।
तुम मरेगा तो नहीं।
दूर से मारो तो डैमेज नहीं पड़ेगा।
आई ये चैट पढ़ ले फिर अपन गाइस निकलते हैं यहाँ से।
एमो चाहिए, एमो ही नहीं है। एमो ही नहीं है।
वो सब ठीक है।
एमओ गिराएगा एक नंबर। चलो तुम खेलो, मैं वैसे भी स्ट्रीम कर रहा था तो इधर। अरे भाई तुम स्ट्रीम एंड क्यों कर रहे हो? रुको ना, एक मैच खेल लो, आ जाओ। कैसे मारूं?
नहीं तुम नहीं, बाकी तुमको बोल रहा हूँ है ना एनिमीज इधर।
अच्छा मेरा माइक ऑन था क्या?
तो बाहर मेरा गेम क्रैश हो गया था।
तुमने
अब तो
सुन
क्या,
लिया
अब तो
क्या?
हो गया, अब तो खत्म हो गया।
क्या करना बाहर?
मैं तो बाहर आके किल उठा रहा हूँ, कोई मार ही नहीं रहा अंदर। मत ना।
आई थिंक स्टेयर्स पे है। जो अरे रील कर रहा हूँ उधर।
मेरे पीछे, मेरे पीछे।
नाइस। मान्या, हाय मान्या, कैसे हो?
मैंने एक नॉक किया था।
किया। मेरा किल लिया इसने। क्या बंदा था भाई, हाँ ना?
ले लिया शायद।
ये लूफी है क्या? मेरा गेम क्रैश हुआ। एडवांस नाइट बॉट #2।
तो भी आ जाता।
एक किल साला मेरा मिस हो गया ने?
मैं फर्स्ट क्लास, आप बताओ। मैं भी ठीक हूँ मान्या।
रेडी करो, रेडी करो।
खेलने आ रहे हो क्या? यार क्रेजी, ये भेजो ना, फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट भेजो ना। तुम मेरे लिस्ट में क्यों नहीं हो? क्लैन में हो ना? क्लैन।
हेलो। आवाज आ रहा है अभी? मेरा आवाज आ रहा है क्या? अच्छा इसमें ही बंदा
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
बहुत इरिटेट हो रहा है आवाज।
किसके माइक से आवाज आ रही है? हाँ? मान्या जी मैं तो सिर्फ चॉकलेट खा रही थी यार, ऐसे तो आवाज नहीं आनी चाहिए।
आवाज आ रहा है क्या मेरा?
ये मेरे को लगता है लूफी के माइक से आवाज आ रही है। हाँ जी कैसे हो?
एकदम मस्त एकदम बढ़िया।
अरे क्या हो गया व्हाट्सएप?
तुम कितने दिनों से डिस्कॉर्ड में आ रहे हो हैं?
गाइस
मैं नहीं आता हूँ तो आ जाए ना।
मान्या जी मैं तो सिर्फ
अरे मैं हाथ में फोन लिया और वो साला घंटे वो सब किया। गाड़ी तो नहीं चलती।
वाह बेटा
इधर गाड़ी है ना, गाड़ी लेके चलते हैं। अपना फिंगर से भी नहीं पकड़ना बेटा,
बंदे भी कम हो जाएंगे।
मैं बोला मेरा थोड़ा हो जाएगा तो मैं एक गेम खेलने आया बस, फिर निकल ही जा रहा था मैं।
तुम्हारा स्ट्रीम चालू है?
5 घंटे से चालू है। EWC का स्ट्रीम कर रहा था, पहले किक पे किया फिर इधर किया, फिर बंद करने को आ रहा था तभी इधर आया हूँ।
यार किक का मेरे को भी बताओ ना।
किक का बेस्ट है।
किसको किक कर सकते हैं? यहाँ पे गाड़ी है पीछे।
उसके लिए अरे तो बंदे हैं ना, तो मारेंगे ना।
बंदा है, बंदा बंदे बंदे बंदे।
तो देखो वो, अरे अंदर जाओ ना, वो गन उठा। बंदे हैं बंदे।
हो गया
अब
गन
है, पता ही है बंदे हैं, अंदर जाओ ना।
गन उठा के मार दिया उसने।
हाँ वही तो। अरे ये बंदे बंदे बोल के भाग रही है 10 से उधर।
मैं बाहर था।
रिकॉल हो जाना चाहिए।
थैंक्स।
वो चाइनीज प्लेयर आ गया।
अच्छा अच्छा क्या
चाइनीज प्लेयर बोलता है।
जो भी है, मैं आज पहली बार मोड खेल रहा हूँ, मैं नहीं खेल रहा था, सिर्फ देखा हो अभी तक।
हमें नसीब ही खराब चलने लगता साला। वो चाकू भी मारा साला, मेरी एक ही चाकू मर गया मैं। हेडशॉट मार दिया।
ऐसे बंदे नहीं थे, मेरे को लगा बंदा है।
तो लाइव स्ट्रीम करता है किसका जगह? तूने मोडी वाला खेला नहीं है तो।
हाँ सीख रहा, देख रहा हूँ
ये लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग में रेजी मेरे को हेल्प नहीं मारता, अभी तक किया नहीं।
अरे आप ही ने, मैं तो उधर ही था उस दिन, मैं तो आया था। बोलोगे तो आऊंगा ना, मेरे को कैसे समझेगा?
अभी कैसे बोलूं वो बताओ।
अरे तो एक बार मैसेज तो डालते डीसी पे, मैं खुद ही आ गया रहता।
डाला है मैंने।
चलो ना निकलते ना, इधर लूट नहीं होगा।
जनरल तो आता ही नहीं, वो जनरल पे तो कुछ अलग ही आता है। वो कुछ तो वेबसाइट का लिंक आता है, इसलिए नहीं जाता मैं। ठीक है मैं करके देता हूँ।
चलो अपन ना जाते हैं।
आगे तक
हाँ मेरे को सट्टे वाली चीज करवाओ ना।
Marked a location.
कर दो वाला।
इन्होंने कराया था लेकिन वो पता नहीं लिंक ही नहीं हुआ।
देख लो गाइस, गवर्नमेंट का आप देखो सट्टा प्रमोट कर रही है, इसका बैन करो चैनल।
एक्सक्यूज मी, ज्यादा नहीं बोल रहे तुम हैं?
गाड़ी में आओ।
बेचारी, मैं बेचारी अबला
ना तुम बेचारी हो, ना तुम अबला हो, वो कभी कर दिया। ना
बेचारी अबला नारी साथ में आता है। वो जैसे बाय वन गेट वन फ्री होता है ना, वैसा ही बेचारी अबला नारी। ठीक है,
तुम्हारे साथ कोई है कि नहीं बाय वन गेट वन?
मेरे साथ बाय वन गेट वन?
हाँ मतलब बाय वन
नहीं यार, अगर तुम लड़की के बारे में बोल रहे हो तो वो पता नहीं। है वैसे तुम्हारी कोलकाता से यही है क्या?
मुझे 4 साल हो गया, 5 साल ढूंढ के नहीं दिए भाई, छोड़ो।
ओ भाई क्रेजी, तुमने कभी बोला भी नहीं।
अरे अभी क्या बोले, सिंगल ही मारना चाहते भाई अभी।
वो तो
जल्दी आओ।
बराबर ना विघ्नेश भाई?
अपने पास यार और अपने पास
लूकी का माइक ऑन नहीं हो रहा क्या?
वो मॉली करेगा ना, उसका बोलेगा मॉली बोलेगा भाई सामने बंदे हमारे पास गन नहीं है तो फिर मत दो, फिर मेरे को चिल्लाने लग जाओगे।
पहले रिकॉल ले लेते।
मेरे पास चाबी वो नहीं है, तेल नहीं है, गाड़ी लेके आओ ना आगे से।
मेरे पास तेल नहीं है, ये क्या होता है?
गाड़ी
मेरे पास गाड़ी में दोनों में नहीं,
सामने गाड़ी है,
वो तो
Watch
सामने
out.
गाड़ी है।
Marked a location.
चला भाग गया, पकड़ नहीं पाया।
अरे
मॉन्स्टर टट्टी पकड़ के मारते हैं उनको।
अरे चला ले, सॉरी स्किन लगाओ क्या?
चलो चलो अब
अरे मैं तो इतना
लेके
गरीब हूँ कि मैंने रिसोर्स भी नहीं डाउनलोड किया, तो स्किन दिख भी नहीं रहा है।
लॉल भाई
उधर है गाड़ी से, तो मैं सोच
इधर राइट
और लूकी लेफ्ट लेके अभी क्या ही बोलना।
उठाओ, बड़े दिन बाद खेलो तो कैरी करो, ठीक है?
देख बॉट आ रहा है, कुछ तो आ रहा है।
उनको छोड़ो, इधर आओ, इधर आओ लूफी, इन पे आओ।
हम पे क्यों?
OP in the chat bro.
फिनिश देगा वो, रुक के उधर। नाइस वन।
अबे किल भी चोरी कर लिया मेरे को उसने।
हम जिनो कहाँ
से मारा मेरे को?
अंदर आके अंदर। अरे तुम स्मोक के बाहर क्यों आई? मैं अंदर आ रहा था, रैप देती ना मेरे को।
तो सब मर गए।
अरे दे रहे थे ना रैप तुमको।
मैं कोई रैप नहीं दे रहा था।
मर गया तो फिर मैं भी मर ही जाता हूँ।
चलो तो मैं मर ही गई हूँ, अब मैं रिवाइव भी नहीं होंगी।
तुम इतना बाहर चलेगी, तुमको येलो भी नहीं मिला। रूफी इधर आ मेरे साथ।
तुम लोग जाओ और फरारी में ढूंढो, समझे ना? मेरे को रिकॉल करने का
हो जाओ, 1 सेकंड बंदा है मेरे पास।
कितना बंदे?
और 2 थे।
3 दिखे क्या कोई? बता।
नहीं
तो हम उसको मारे थे बाद में। क्या बोल रहे थे? चलो कंटिन्यू। हेलो, आ गई मेरे पास पूरे 7 रुपए। लूट ले पूरा लूट ले उसको, पेटी को। हेलो
मरूंगा, मेरा नेट गया।
लुकी सुना इधर
हाँ लोग मेरे रिकॉल कर
ये ले और कोने में भाग थोड़ा सा। नेगेड कौन कर रहा है ये?
अरे भाई
कौन कर रहा है?
अरे नहीं, मैंने पहले किया था, ये अभी फटा।
तूने किया ना बंदा का?
मैं किया कब था और फटा कभी? मैं वही सोच रहा था, फट क्यों नहीं रहा है।
को प्लेन से उतारो या डायरेक्ट फेंको।
तूने सो डब्बे वाला
रिकॉल हो जाना चाहिए।
क्या मेरे को नहीं देगा? तेरे को भागने की बोला कि 2 मिनट के बाद रिकॉल देगा।
मैं पूछ रहा हूँ रिकॉल दूं क्या?
अरे तो रुक के जाना, मैं बंदे के साइड हूँ, बंदे के सामने तो फाइट क्यों किससे फाइट करूँगा?
और जमा कर लेता हूँ।
ना अभी क्यों 6 हो गया कुछ ना, बंदे मार दिए मैंने। अरे मैं मर जाता तो फिर मेरा पेटी बनता ना।
अच्छा
चलो निकलते हैं, हो गया। लूट है इधर बहुत सारा, आ जाओ लूटो। मेरा बोला कि
मेरे को और एक चांस मिला है ताकि मैं 0 किल पे नहीं मरूं। कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा अब। क्या बोलते हो?
तो तुम्हारा सक्सेस कर ले लो फिर ना। ये मेरा यही नॉक किया था क्या पहले? बंदा है किसी को तो पड़ रही है।
वन एचपी इधर।
Watch out!
कौन सा ये वाला? मेरे वाला?
हाँ मार दिया तो, मरा नहीं पूरा।
1 एचपी तो नहीं था।
नहीं फिर 2 रहेंगे देखो।
ये एक और है, दूसरा मारा तूने। अच्छा
ये रियो के साथ खेलने का ना थोड़ा सा अंजाम मिलता है, खेल नहीं मिलता। बड़ा रियो लूटता रहता है, किल भी लेता रहता है।
तो लूट लगता है ना मारने के लिए बंदों को।
अरे तुम सुन रहे हो क्या? मैं माइक ऑफ करके बात करती हूँ, ऐसे सोचती थी।
लोफी है। डर के कूद गई वो लूप है। अरे यार
इन लोग मेरे साथ कैसे चीजें करते रहते हैं।
मेरे ऊपर है
मैं रोने लग जाऊंगी।
हाँ इधर आओ, जिन्हें किल ले, फ्री का किल ले लो। आ जाओ जल्दी आओ।
फ्री का किल मेरा वीडियो देखा क्या? फ्री का किल वाला
मारो ना इसको, आगे मेरे पास बंदा है, मारो। अच्छा लग रहा है फ्री का किल
थे क्या? मैं मारूं?
तो किल क्यों नहीं मिला?
फ्री का किल तो नहीं था, मैंने तो मारा पूरा उसको।
फ्री का किल मतलब मार नहीं रहा, ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ।
फ्री का किल तो नहीं था, तो सादा बोलो मत, ठीक है ना?
अच्छा याद रखो, तुमको एक भी किल मिल गया।
यार तुम्हारे साथ नहीं खेलना है।
ऐसे गाइस ये गाड़ी चाहिए, गाड़ी ले क्यों नहीं? कौन आ रही हो तुम बंदा?
Marked a location.
उधर ही रहो, उधर ही रहो, उधर ही रहो।
रिवाइव नहीं देगा लेकिन किल लेता रहेगा।
हाँ रुक जाओ फिर यार वो बंदे ने हमको बचा लिया एनिमी वाले टीम वाले, ठीक है?
चुप बैठो।
किल ले जाती है, मर जाती है।
लेने जा रही थी और मर गई।
फिर क्या हुआ?
तो तुम्हारा 17 प्रो मैक्स लेती और फिर करती किल।
कर सकते हो
ये ना इंसाफी है माय लॉर्ड। देख रहे हो क्या गाइस? ये इंसान ना इंसाफी करता है, ऐसा फ्लैंग मार के फिर मारना चाहता है ताकि हमको किल ना मिले।
कितने थे ये?
ले इसको भी मार दिया इस इंसान ने। इंसान है कि क्या है पता नहीं। देख रहे हो?
नहीं मरता तो तुम मर जाते, क्या करते?
हमको से बोल रहे कि तुम लूटो, तुम किल मत।
ओ वाह, तो बोला भी नहीं मैंने, बट ठीक है।
अरे तुम सुना मत करो यार, मैं माइक ऑफ कर रही हूँ। बार बार भूल जाते हो माइक ऑफ करने को।
उससे क्या होगा?
चलो चलो तुमको रिकॉल देने का फायदा हुआ पता है? तुमको रिकॉल देने इधर आए, सारे बंदे मिल गए। तुम जा कहाँ रही हो? जल्दी आओ ना।
I need consumables.
जोन पता नहीं चल रहा शायद से।
ये तो क्या बोल रहा है देखो, तुमको जोन नहीं देखा, तुम उल्टा जा रही हो जोन के।
उसको ब्लू कलर पसंद है ना, तो ब्लू
ना थोड़ा खाने में नमक डालना पड़ेगा।
ब्लू के सेंटर में जाओगे ना तो पावर मिलता है। ये क्या है?
थोड़ा सा आगे धक्का दो ना जीनू। जीनू जल्दी आओ, आएगी जल्दी आओ।
मेरी मदद।
वो गाड़ी पड़ी।
अच्छी बात है।
ओके नहीं मिला वो देखो।
ये लो, जिसको धक्का मारना है, मुक्का मारना है, सब कर लो। गाड़ी ले लो भाई, और दोनों गाड़ियों को डैमेज कर दो।
डैमेज होता है गाड़ी ऐसा?
ज्यादा नहीं बोल रहे, मॉली कर दूंगी, सोच लो।
कौन मैं? मैंने तो कुछ बोला ही नहीं था।
अच्छा जी,
भागो भागो, छोड़ दो।
वाह भाई,
क्यों, आपने क्या सुना?
देख रहे हो चैट ऐसे हरकतें कर रहे मेरे साथ। 3 लड़के लोग, एक बेचारी अबला नारी।
वापस वही लाइन
कैसे कर रहे लोग?
निंजा आता है,
हेटर्स, हेट जाओ जाओ जाओ, थोड़ा हेट दो इनको उनके स्ट्रीम पे।
बढ़िया बढ़िया।
एक है क्रेजी और एक है रियो। मार्सिया किधर है? एंड रूट से मार्सी अब तक नहीं किधर है
ये रेंडर हो
आए तो नहीं है कोई
बट मैंने तुम्हारा स्ट्रीम
apartment
देखा
Let's
बट
see.
मैंने एक चीज के अलावा सब कुछ देखा
ये भाई
पता है क्या
गेम
क्या
नहीं 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 अरे गेम प्ले
बंदे।
तो था वो भागने वाला गेम प्ले अच्छा था
ओए बंदे चलो चलो फाइट हो गई 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 फाइट हो गई
फाइट हुई भागो फाइट हुई
अरे किसको मार रहा है उधर बाहर 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 जा रहा है
थोड़ा समय हील कर अबे यार
क्रेजी मार दे इसको क्रेजी मार दे इसको आके
अरे लो रेव दे रहे जाओ क्रेजी
लाल हो गया
ओपन द चैट फॉर क्रेजी
अरे मैं वायरलेस इससे कर रहा हूँ ना तो प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है मैं वायरलेस कल आऊंगा
खुद के मौली से मर गया खुद के मौली से मर गया ये
गाइस सॉरी तुम्हारा गेम खराब करने बट मैं कल आऊंगा अच्छे से स्ट्रीम करके
मेरा मौली से मारा भी बहुत हाँ मरा ना तू भी तुम्हारा मर
मेरा इतना गंदा रैंक है अभी नोटिस किया मैंने ठीक है चलेगा जिन खेल लो मैं आता हूँ ठीक है बाय लूफी बाय रियो भाई मिलते
बाय बाय क्रेजी
बाय बाय हाँ बोलो
स्ट्रीम बताओ
क्या बताओ
स्ट्रीम बता
नहीं देख रहा
मेरा जो ना कर रहा हूँ चैट में वही नाम है
उसका ओपन चैनल करो ना उसके चैट पे क्लिक करके
दिख जाएगा मेरे को करके अभी कम से कम 5 घंटा ऊपर हो रहा है
ओके
तू पीसी गेम खेलता है
कौन मैं
सब्सक्राइब
क्या
वॉच पार्टी कर रहे थे तुम
हाँ परमिशन मिला है ना तो कर रहा था हो गया मेरा तो आज पूरा दिन का हो गया जा रहा हूँ मैं आता हूँ मैं ऑफ स्ट्रीम आता हूँ तो खेलने क्योंकि ये चलेगा नहीं वायरलेस पे और वो नेट खा रहा है ना तो लैग हो रहा है ठीक है आता हूँ बाय बाय चलो बाय बाय चलो गाइस बाय बाय टेक केयर एंड सी यू गुड बाय I hope everyone had a beautiful stream today. I'll see you in the next stream. कल मिलते हैं पुन again watch party करने ठीक है and I hope everyone is doing good in their life. चलो bye bye. ये यार मैं अपना शक्ल वाला पे तो नहीं करूँगा no. और ये नहीं लगा सकता थैंक यू EWC